to. And I'm looking forward to it, man. What we can do before we get stuck into the chat and before we get stuck into getting into whatever conversations people want to have, it's probably wise to just run down the card and just talk about where we are with tonight's show. So tonight we have got a few matches, a fair few matches. Bring it up. So we are, scroll down. We are looking at Becky Lynch against Tiffany Stratton. So Becky against Tiffany. This is an Extreme Rules match for the NXT Women's Championship. We've got the family against OTM, against the Creed brothers, against Humberto Carrillo and Angel Garza. So we've got that. We've got Dirty Dominik Mysterio taking on Trick Williams. We got Bron Breakker against Baron Corbin. We got Carmelo Hayes against Ilja Dragunov. We've got Noam Dar against Butch. That's obviously for the Heritage Cup. And there is a match that's been added that we haven't spoken about. There is a match that's been added to the kickoff show, the pre-show, and that is Blair Davenport against Kelani Jordan. So Blair Davenport against Kelani Jordan is going to be on the kickoff show. That is, I don't know where that's come from, to be honest. We know that Gigi has been feuding with Blair Davenport. We know that Kelani Jordan had been paired with Dana Brooke, and it looked like Kelani Jordan, Dana Brooke were probably building towards the match. That's obviously fell through now, so we're not going to get that now. I would imagine there's a chance that Gigi may get involved in this match, or at least make her presence felt afterwards. But I'm expecting Blair Davenport to pick up the victory there. So Blair Davenport against Kelani Jordan is going to be on the kickoff show, and that kickoff show starts about an hour and 50-odd minutes. We can run down and do predictions. We can definitely look to do that. But I do want to get into the chat and say hello to people. I can see the 1 Minute Wrestler in the chat. Shout out to you. Kitson said, I spent £10 at Tesco's for snacks for this pay-per-view, and my card declined. I asked a worker why this happened, and she pressed some buttons, and my payment went through. Bit strange. Don't think I've ever had that happen to me before, where a payment declines and they press some buttons and then it goes through. Bit weird. Did you check to make sure that the correct amount went out? I mean, I would imagine it did, but yeah, a bit strange that. I don't think I've ever had that happen to me. Steven says, I've been a fan for about 3 years. You are good. Can I get a shout out, Steven? Shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friend. Welcome. So let's blast down, shall we, and just do a bit of a prediction thing, and then we can, as we said, get stuck into the latest news and theories and thoughts. So the main event, so what I've heard is that Becky against Tiffany is going to be the main event tonight. So Becky Lynch against Tiffany Stratton. This is an Extreme Rules match for the NXT Women's Championship. I sort of feel like Becky's got this one won, to be honest. I sort of feel like Becky is going to be sticking around just a little bit longer. I would be surprised if they brought Becky down just for that victory and then a tag match, and now she loses it here. You could, because it has boosted NXT's ratings and it has made tonight a bigger deal, so it's already paid off. It's already been worth it. But I don't know. I just think there's so many more women for her to compete against, you know? I think surely she wants a one-on-one with Lyra Valkyria. Surely that's a match that Becky would want to have. And, like, you know, you've got, like, Blair Davenport, who's been in the wrestling game for a long time. That's a match I would think that Becky would want to have as well. I think she's got to have a lot of respect for the likes of Gigi, JC. I know she can't face everyone, but for her to have just been around for like a short time and then go again, I don't know. I'd be surprised if we don't get more Becky matches down in NXT. Don't need to be there long, just another month or so. So yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking she retains tonight. I'm thinking she retains, and I'm thinking that it's going to be that someone else will end up getting that belt back from her. The only thing I would say, though, is that if Tiffany was the one to get the belt back, that's probably not a bad thing. Because obviously, you know, you need to make sure that Tiffany is not just left weaker than how you found her. Because she was the women's champ. She was bragging and everything. So Becky's come in, took the belt from her. Like, you do need to find a way of building Tiffany back up following her loss to Becky. So I don't expect her to win tonight. But it could be that Becky is the one that finally beats... Tiffany is the one that finally beats Becky eventually. Because as we said, you know, you can't really come in, take the title off Tiffany, drop it to Lyra and just go because, like, Tiffany's too, like, weakened then. You've took a bit away from Tiffany. You've got to find a way of building her back up. But I still think Becky tonight. This is a tricky one. The family, OTM, Creed Brothers... Carrillo and Garza. I think the family, to be honest. I think the family, but I think it's too soon for OTM. Creeds could get it, but I don't think they need it. Carrillo and Garza, they could do with it. This is a new version of them, and I'm thinking because of those vignettes, we are going to be using them on TV quite a bit so that we can get them across as to how changed they are, how different they are, what they're about now. Long gone is the kiss cam, right? This is Los Lotharios, but a Los Lotharios we haven't really seen yet. So if they were the champs, I mean, they're credible enough to be the champs, and also it'd give us an opportunity to have a look at what this new version of them looks like. So yeah, I'm looking at Carrillo and Garza. I think too soon for OTM. I think the Creeds are very credible, but I just don't think they need the titles. They've had the titles. They don't need them. They could get called up at any time. I don't feel like the Creeds need another run with the belts. They just need to be on TV and in good stories. And Creeds are absolutely fine. They're ready to go. So for me, it's either the family or Carrillo and Garza. But don't have a great read on that. I think you could make an argument for the Creed. You could make an argument for OTM if you so wanted. Dirty Dominik Mysterio against Trick Williams. This is interesting. Are we going to see Trick pick up the belt? You know, Dirty Dom has had that title longer than Becky has had hers. Dirty Dom, I think, has got a lot going on with the Judgment Day. You know, he could lose this tonight. He could lose this. So, Dirty Dom, Trick Williams being the new North American champion, I think makes a lot of sense. It's not what was planned, though, because we know this was going to be Dirty Dom against Mustafa Ali, but apparently they had plans for Mustafa going into March of next year. So, that would suggest that Mustafa stood a good chance of winning here and then taking that title and carrying it forward. So, I'm going to say Trick Williams gets the victory tonight. Bron Breakker against Baron Corbin, tricky, to be honest, really tricky. I think that we continue building Bron. Bron viciously destroyed Von Wagner. I think if he gets a win over Baron Corbin on this show, I think that would be a positive thing, obviously, for him. Baron, I think, can take this loss, but how does he bounce back from a loss? He's gone down to NXT, changed his gimmick a little bit, and now he's going to lose to Bron Breakker. I think you have to protect Baron in some way in this loss. I think you have to protect him in some way. I don't know how. I don't know if it's a distraction or I'm not sure. But I feel like you've got to protect Baron here. Or if Bron loses, you need to protect Bron. Then we've got Carmelo Hayes against Ilja Dragunov. That's for the NXT Championship. Carmelo Hayes against Ilja. I'm hoping Ilja does it. But Carmelo retaining and with Trick and both of them having belts would be quite a fun little story and a story I could see happening. Ilja, I think, is someone that could be champ, but I don't think it really matters if he is or isn't champ. I think it'd be fine for him if he's not NXT champion, and he gets called up without having that. I don't think that's an issue. Becky was an NXT champion, and look at the great things she went on to achieve. So Ilja Dragunov, I'd love for him to do it, but I think my pick is going to be Carmelo. But I would love for it to be Ilja. Then we got Noam Dar against Butch. This is tricky, actually. I think Noam Dar. I think Butch is just here to add a little bit of star power. Not much star power, but a little bit of star power. I'm going to go Noam Dar. I think that Noam Dar loves that Heritage Cup. You could maybe start a story where Noam Dar's going to try and get it back from Butch. But I think, I don't know, I'm struggling to see Butch with that Heritage Cup on SmackDown. I just sort of feel like there's enough that could be done to help Noam retain. I'm thinking cheating. I'm thinking Lash Legend. I'm thinking Jakara Jackson. I'm thinking Oro Mensah. I'm thinking there's enough there where we can help Noam Dar just, steal a victory. It should be a good match, though. I mean, him against Dragon Lee last time out was fantastic at the last Premium Live event. So him against Butch should be fire. And Blair Davenport, Kelani Jordan, we've spoke about that. So my picks are going to be Becky, The Family, Trick Williams, Bron Breakker, Carmelo Hayes, Noam Dar, Blair Davenport. So that's how the card is looking to me. But it's a good card, man. I mean, I could be wrong, but it looks pretty good. Mia says AOP debut tonight. I personally would have him go to the main roster. I think that if it comes to someone like Jade, I think Jade should go to NXT. She's never been in WWE before. She had a tryout which didn't she turn down their offer or something? So to my knowledge, she's never been signed to WWE, certainly never been on NXT or WWE television. So I think that for her, there's a lot that needs to be learned in regards to the WWE way of doing things. We've spoke about like when you come out on the entranceway, you have to do a pose. When you go to the edge of the ring, you have to do a pose. The amount of times that you have to involve the crowd. I actually don't know if they give them a template of like every 20 seconds, every 30 seconds, every minute. I mean, I'd imagine it's more than a minute. Make sure that you're looking out at the fans. Make sure that you're bringing them along and keeping them involved. Make sure, that you throw your hands up or start berating one of the fans, shouting at one of the fans. Like, do something like that on a fairly consistent basis so that the fans are not feeling like they're just watching something happen in front of them. Like, they need to feel like they're part of it as well. And so every company is going to have different expectations and different kind of rules when it comes to those things. And WWE as well, when they go to commercial breaks, you need to do a certain move to take you into commercial so the commentators can then... So what's your kind of move set that you've got for when we go to commercial? How would you even know we're about to go to commercial? How is that communicated? Is it different in WWE to AEW? Like, it's not just about get in the ring and wrestle. There is so much more that goes into it than that I think that Jade needs to learn the WWE way. And of course, she needs to improve her wrestling as well. So I think she needs to go to NXT for 6 months or so just to get all this knowledge, really set her up on firm footing, and then unleash her on the main roster. In regards to Authors of Pain, they've done this. They've been through NXT. They've already graduated, if you will. So a lot of the lessons that they're going to be learning are lessons they've learned previous. Unless something has changed drastically, unless like some of the rules are different or whatever, and they feel that NXT, just giving them a quick couple of months down in NXT might be the best way for them. But because they've already done NXT and been through NXT and learned the stuff that I think they'd be learning again, I would have AOP go to the main roster. I don't think they've been out the company so long that there's going to be loads of differences and loads of changes. Although saying that, who knows what Triple H has done? Triple H might have come in and ripped up the rule book, and we might be in a very different place now. So I suppose there is a chance that something like that has happened. But for me personally, Jade to NXT, AOP to the main roster, and that's the reasons why. So I think that there is a chance that we get something tonight. I think there's a good chance Jade will be in the crowd. I think there's a good chance that she's in the crowd just waving. I don't know that she's going to come down and start attacking Becky or anything along those lines. I actually think that would be a bit of a problem because Becky, as cool as it would be, I think Becky could do with defending against a few other people first. She could do with facing Lyra, facing Gigi, facing JC, facing whoever, right? Blair Davenport. So if Jade comes down and starts attacking Becky, that would sort of imply that she's just jumped straight to the front of the queue. And so I don't know how Becky would then go and face these other women. I think the better way, if you want to do something along those lines, is just have Jade come out. Don't have her attack Becky. Don't have Jade, like, force herself to the front of the queue. Just have Jade basically say, I'm here, I've arrived, right? She doesn't have to say anything. She just walks out, stares at Becky, smile on her face, looks out at the fans. Something along those lines will send the message that Jade is here, but it also gives Becky enough room so that she can then go off to face a few other women before eventually facing Jade and dropping the belt to Jade. If Jade is in NXT, then of course Becky dropping the title to Jade becomes the most likely outcome. And an outcome I'd have no problem with. I would worry a little bit about Tiffany and what we do to just build her back up, but to be perfectly honest, something much bigger and much more important has just come along, and that's Jade Cargill. And so we have to kind of really focus on her as the priority and do what we can to, make sure that Tiffany comes out of this with something to brag about, So, yeah, I think that the women's division down in NXT has definitely got quite a bit going for it at the moment. Becky has injected some intrigue, some serious interesting matches can be made now. It's a great way to showcase the women and for people to be introduced to some superstars they haven't yet seen, like Lyra, Blair Davenport, Gigi. If you don't watch NXT and you're just a fan of Becky, you're being introduced to a lot of women now that you've never seen before. And as we said, Jade beating Becky in NXT would send shockwaves, I mean, she is someone we expect big things from anyway. But if she gets a win against Becky Lynch, like, that would be massive. That would be massive. She is the reason. She chased Becky out of NXT, could be the narrative. She got rid of Becky from NXT. Now she's the champ. She's going to hold the title for as long as she wants, basically. And who knows? It might be that she doesn't get beat for it. She forfeits it, goes to the main roster around WrestleMania time, which, I mean, all of that could be super tasty. But equally, there are rumors that she is on her way just straight to the main roster. So as much as some of that sounds interesting and fun and whatever, it might not go that way at all. It could be that she just goes straight to the main roster. So, Colton Wells, shout out to you, my friend. Raw Veggies, shout out to you as well. Appreciate the support. We are doing members content every week. We did a member stream last Thursday. I don't think it'll be a member stream this week. I want to mix it up. It's not because I don't want to do a member stream, but it's just because I think we can mix it up, some like videos and streams and other bits and bobs. So definitely some drop in this Thursday for the members as well. So Colton and Raw Veggies, shout out to you. Paul Carpenter, a member for 27 months, man. That is mental. Says, no, Gigi and Blair, didn't they have a feud going? Yeah, they did. So that is something that I think might be a bit of a surprise that we're not doing that match. I feel like they did a match, and I feel like didn't Blair attack someone else on Wednesday? I'm sure she did. I think Blair attacked someone else, and I can't remember who it is now. But on Tuesday. It was Wednesday for me because obviously I'm in the UK, so it's always Wednesday morning when I watch these shows, but Tuesday. I'm pretty sure she attacked someone, and I think I looked at it at the time and I was like, they're starting a new feud for Blair now. I don't think it wasn't Kelani Jordan. To be honest, I think they just want to get Blair on the show. perhaps there's a little niggle or something for Gigi. You never quite know if someone's got a little injury or whatever. So I think Kelani Jordan's perfectly fine opponent. But yeah, I mean, look, it's the kickoff show. It's the pre-show. This match easily could have sat on next week's NXT, you know. But I think it's fine to get her onto the pre-show. And I would imagine there's a chance we'll get some outside interference in that. Blair certainly has been going around making no friends. She's been feuding with Gigi and Roxanne and lots of different people. But yeah, I'm sure she did attack someone on Tuesday, and I just can't quite think as to who it was. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm sure someone will get involved. Mitchell said, do you think WWE pulls the trigger on a debut in Jade tonight to steal the headlines from AEW since Wrestle Dream is tomorrow? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know that I would connect those two things, because I think that kind of stuff definitely happens. But I think if she's coming to NXT, right, forget AEW. If Jade is coming to NXT, this is the show that you'd be looking at, because they only do so many premium live events in a year anyway. And so this is one of those big shows. It's thousands of people in attendance. We've seen it before when they've done a show like this, that they'll have someone in the crowd, or they'll have someone that they introduce, or doesn't happen all the time, depends who they've got. But certainly if you've managed to capture someone the likes of Jade Cargill, then, you know, this is a show that you would be expecting her to feature on. So I would say, well, it's hard to say it's hard to sit here and say yes, right? Because the rumors, and you've all seen the same rumors, but the rumors are, as much as we can sit here and say it'd be good for her to spend time in NXT because of this, the rumors were she's going to go straight to the main roster. So right now, I think I have to lean towards no. I have to lean towards, I don't think she'll be on the show tonight. I want her to be. I really want her to be, and if she is, I'll love it. But just based on the rumors that are out there, which could be incorrect, but just based on the rumors that are out there, word on the street is she goes straight to the main roster. I wouldn't do that. I've said before, I wouldn't do that. I'd put her in NXT. So I'm hoping we see her tonight. But those rumors, which I can only hope are wrong, say that they're looking to put her straight to the main roster. And to be honest, if you look at how big they have been shouting about her and getting her, like, they have made such a big deal out of that. Such a big deal. Bigger than I was expecting. I didn't expect them to be as big on Jade as what they have been, because, and I've made this comment before, I think it sends a message that, like, AEW is credible. Like, AEW have got some stuff going on, because Cody came from AEW, and now we're shouting about this Jade Cargill, like one of the hottest free agents, and doesn't take long to figure out where she's come from. Right? And certainly when they're saying, as first reported by ESPN, and then you click on that link to ESPN, and it's nothing but All Elite Wrestling that's being spoken about. They're talking about All Elite Wrestling, talking about her matches and feud with Red Velvet, talking about her being the longest reigning TBS Women's Champion, talking about her being undefeated, going 50-0. The whole thing is just, here's what you've missed from her time in AEW. And WWE basically drove people to that article by saying, as first reported by ESPN. So if you wanted to see what was reported by ESPN, it was nothing but All Elite Wrestling spiel. I don't quite get it. I keep saying this. I think that WWE, if you looked at how they worded it and what they were saying on SmackDown, it was all about her being a free agent. It was all about, like, they weren't saying, no, we've got her from AEW. Apparently she was a free agent, and they picked her up, and, she was just walking around in the street. She was just having a little stroll, like doing a bit of shopping, minding her own business. She was just a free agent, and WWE plucked her out of obscurity. And so it's kind of interesting. I think that at the moment, because people have lost their jobs, like over 100 people lost their jobs behind the scenes, it seems to me that the right hand in WWE doesn't quite know what the left hand is doing at the moment. I don't think that they are going to be thrilled about an article in ESPN kind of just swooning all about Jade Cargill. I mean, it's hard to know, like, ESPN will have been given that information, right? There will be some sort of an agreement where ESPN have been given that information, right? And this will be an agreement between ESPN and WWE. And the reason why I say that is because we've seen them do this before, this as first reported stuff. Like, that's not them just being factual, right? That's not them, because who knows if it was them that reported it first. But as first reported by ESPN, that strikes me as a deal between WWE and ESPN. We're going to give you a bit of information that you can run a story on, and we will drive people to your website to check it out by saying that you first reported it. That I would not be surprised if there was an exchange of money in that transaction. And we've seen them do this before, right? As first reported by, the Hall of Fame. They do it a lot for that, don't they? As first reported by Bleacher Report, the next person in the Hall of Fame is blah, 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 right? As first reported by ESPN, Jade Cargill has been signed to WWE. So I think there's a chance, I don't know, because I'm not part of it, but I think there's a chance that there's money exchanged in that, and that ESPN pay to get that information to be, like, the ones that report it first. Basically paying for a story like newspapers do anyway. And so I think that for then ESPN to write an article that's just full of AEW All Elite information, I just think that suggests to me that someone's not sent them the memo of don't mention AEW. Like, I can't quite figure out why that was allowed to happen. So I think there is a little something going awry behind the scenes. It's not the biggest deal in the world. It's not the biggest problem in the world. But I just, yeah. It's quite often I'll look at WWE and I'll look at what they're doing and I feel good, like I know what they're doing. I know why they've done that. I know why that's happening. I know why they've brought them back. I know why that's happened. I looked at the Jade Cargill thing. I hadn't got a clue. I didn't have a clue as to why they sent people to ESPN and then ESPN spoke loads about AEW. I can only put it down to something wrong backstage and all them people being released. And the other one, as we said, is Edge. I can't get my head around why they're not just securing him. Just give him what he needs, lock that down. Edge, if he went to AEW, could be a real game changer for them. Like, he really could be a big boost. I mean, CM Punk was a game changer for them because their ratings drastically increased and the buzz around them, the momentum around them. Obviously it didn't work out because of the backstage stuff, but had there have been harmony, if they had all got along and everyone was pulling in the same direction, could have been very interesting to see what CM Punk could have done in AEW if he was working with the Elite, not against the Elite, and everyone had been pulling together. If Edge goes in and he can do that as well, he can work with everyone, he can pull in the same direction. Very interesting to see what impact Edge would have on AEW. So yeah, he's a massive star in the Edge. I mean, you're talking serious star power, which would be a boost that just feels like they need. So that's another one that I don't quite get why WWE haven't shut that down already. But yeah, a lot of stuff to get our teeth into conversation-wise there. Jim said AEW is part of Jade's past. There's no getting around it. If you Google Jade Cargill, it'll bring up AEW. That's true, but you don't have to serve it in front of people, do you? Like, if you're WWE, they didn't put it onto the stuff on screen on SmackDown, like, because they didn't have to. So they called her a free agent. They didn't mention AEW because there was no need to mention AEW. All you're doing is giving them free press. So my point was, if there has been a transaction between WWE and ESPN so that ESPN can be the first to report it, why would WWE allow that article to contain like so much AEW stuff? Again, because they could have gone with the message free agent. You can have this news. We will give you this news, and we will tell everyone that you're the first to report it. But there is one caveat. We don't want any mention of AEW. If you refer to Jade, you refer to her as the hottest free agent. Just like they did on SmackDown. Hottest free agent is what they were shouting about. There was no mention of AEW on SmackDown. And of course, why would there be? But that leads me to, why would there be in the ESPN article if there was a deal between them and WWE? So, but Punk was bigger because he was gone for so long and fans cheered for him, says Will. Daze, I've tweeted you Bray's new Funko Pop. Let's have a little look, shall we? Let's have a little look. Oh, I'm on that one. Change accounts. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Let me see if I can bring it up on screen. I know there's a lot of Bray fans in the chat. So it's I like the Hogan in the background as well, though. The Hogan in the background looks sick. I'm probably just as excited for the Hogan in the background, because that Hogan in the background is him in blue. And do you know what? It was so funny. I can't remember what stream it was, but I was saying Hogan, when he's not in yellow, is really interesting to me. Really interesting. Because, well, we'll get back to it. Let's talk about this Bray. This is cool-looking Bray from Rumble, I believe. That's pitch black match Bray, and looks really, really cool. I want to go to Funko Pop News just to see if they've got a picture of that Hogan as well. Like, what are these? Wasn't expecting to go there. Oh, let's go. Look, Braun Strowman, Kurt Angle. We've got Shawn and Triple H in the SummerSlam ring. We've got the Ice Machine. Is it a Zamboni or something? Zamboni and Stone Cold. That'll be popular, man. That'll sell so well. Him on that. You can see the Hogan a bit better, and there's an Undertaker in the background. Rowdy Roddy Piper, Hot Rod. Well, where's all this come from? New York Toy Fair. Oh, I didn't know that New York Toy Fair was on that. Does that mean that Mattel have probably shown off some new stuff? Cody with the injured boob. Hulkamania. Okay, love that, actually, because it comes... This is clever from Funko. It comes with the belt around his waist, and that looks like the Hogan 85. Yeah, Hogan 85 belt. So that is really cool. I love the belts. If they were to start doing like Funkos with these little belts and just like make them look really realistic, I would be really interested in getting those. I love the belts. And that Hogan with a Hogan 85 around his waist is pretty sick. Shotzi as well. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. I want to see the Hogan, though. Oh, wow. Wow. That is pretty special, isn't it? Why is it so big? Why does it have to be so big? But WrestleMania 30 with The Rock and Stone Cold and Hogan all in the ring. Do you remember that amazing open at WrestleMania 30? And look at the crowd. They're all Funkos. You can see the picture of the crowd in the background, and they're all like Funkos. That's cool. I never understand why these are so big, though. I mean, I'm going to say the exact same thing for the Hogan one in a second. Why is that as big as what it is? Why can't they, like, I don't know. Why can't it be half the height? Why does it have to be so tall? Cool, though. Really cool. I've never seen one that size. How are they going to sell that? How's that going to be sold in shops? I mean, it's massive. How much is it going to be? That is cool. Mariah Carey, let's go. That's all I want for Christmas. We've got Michael Jackson. We've got another Demon Slayer. Oh, Finn Balor needs to be careful. We've got, I don't even know what that is. Someone with a hand on their face. Tamura. No idea. Freddie Mercury. Oh, Cyndi Lauper in the background. That's cool. Do you reckon that could be Cindy with Wendy Richter? And that could be like WrestleMania 1? I'm going to freak out if it is. I'm going to freak out. It might just be Cyndi Lauper on her own, but if that is Cindy and Wendy Richter, I'm going to lose it. Emi Sakura will be really pleased about that. Bella Twins and Triple H and Xia Li and Hideo Itami. Some weird thing. Isn't that the guy from Star Trek? He face palms, doesn't he? Patrick Stewart. Where's the wrestling? Where's that Hulk Hogan that I'm looking for? And why do these keep repeating as well? Oh, bum. Yeah, man. Super Mario. It's pretty sick, isn't it? What's that got to do with Funko, though? Check out these Mario playsets from Jax. They would make some nice displays. Star Wars. I love Europe, says Traveling Freddy. Shout out to you. Sasha Browers. Guys, that is Sasha Banks' new name. Sasha Browers. She's now in Attack on Titan. Where is Hogan? Like, that's what I want to know. Something that I wasn't expecting to shout out during this NXT stream. Where is Hogan? Street Profits. Right, let's go to wrestling figure news. I love those guys. Wrestling figure. Bang. Oh, look at that. Wrestling figure news is so good. Why is it so tall, though? Why is it so tall? They could have shrunk. I mean, I feel like that magazine is like actual size. Like, it doesn't need to be actual size. You could make it half the size and it would probably look a bit better. I always think, like, look at all the space between his Funko Pop, top of the Funko Pop and the top of the thing. Like, they're massive, these things. They're massive. It's an iconic cover, this, though. Hogan on the front of Sports Illustrated. But yeah, I said before, and I was only talking about it the other day, that when I was growing up, Hogan was always red and yellow. So seeing that Hulkamania had a period where it was, or there was times where it was blue and white, that just wasn't getting onto the shows. I mean, if you watch WrestleMania 1 or WrestleMania 2 or the SummerSlams, Hogan's wearing yellow and red. So as I'm a kid buying tapes from Car Boots, all I'm seeing is Hogan in yellow and red. So the fact that he wore other attires at this time, other colours, was something that I didn't find out until much later into being a WWF fan. So I'm just fascinated with non-yellow and red Hogan, to be honest. And so this is something which looks quite cool to me. Looks really cool to me. You're talking like 84, 85, and yeah, there he is with like white and blue. American made Hulk Hogan. Oh, hello, Feel the Glow. That's pretty cool, isn't it? That's pretty cool. Major Wrestling Figure Podcast. They've managed to get Trinity. Really glows in the dark. Ooh, Malachi, 1 of 5,000. Malachi Black. Not bad. Not bad at all. Usos. There's more. Who is that? Is that Ravishing Rick Rude? Ravishing Rick Rude. It is Ravishing Rick Rude. Ravishing Rick Rude. Stone Cold. Vader. The Rock. The Usos. Usos look sick, man. Usos look really good. Hello, look at this. Oh my God. What's that? 14-inch vinyl figure. How big is that, Hogan? 14-inch vinyl figure. Hello, China. Shawn Michaels, China, Rey Mysterio, Macho Man, sick-looking Rock. Mean Gene. Ah, that is sick. Mean Gene. Is that Diesel? Jerry Lawler, Bret Hart, Undertaker, Triple H. Oh, do all of these come in the box? Because it looks like an advent calendar. It says calendar, doesn't it, at the top? So, like, is that like $100 or something, but you get all of this or something? Don't know. What's this? 12 of the 14 Pocket Pops. Pocket Pops. Vinyl. Oh, perhaps these are really small. Tiny little things. So maybe that Hogan's a little bit more like a normal sized one. I don't know. And these are all just really small. I thought these were normal sized and the Hogan was like Andre the Giant. Okay. So yeah, that looks like you get 14 Pocket Pops in a 14-day countdown calendar. Why 14-day? When did that become a thing? Advent calendars are like the full month of December, aren't they? Ooh. Bendham Legends Series 1 Hulk Hogan. Ooh. He hasn't really got a very good facial expression, though, has he? It looks a bit moody. It's the kind of face you pull when you realise that a sex tape of you has been leaked out onto the internet. Here's the other ones. Undertaker, Rock, Hogan, Stone Cold. As well as this, we've got new Bendhams. They look a bit bland as well, don't they? Facial expressions, man, I don't understand. Be nothing to have them like with some animated facial expression. Instead, they look like they've been waiting at a bus stop. So Cena, Roman, Ray, and Seth. Can we see the Seth one a bit better? Look at the face on the Seth. It's like, doesn't look quite like him, does it? It looks like that dude that commands the sea. Aquaman. We've got Claudio. I'm not interested in looking at the AEW figures, to be honest. They're sick. They're all sick. What's this? Toys R Us returning. Toys R Us is planning a brick and mortar comeback in the US. Toys R Us will open as many as 24... Oh, let's have a quick read. Toys R Us is plotting a bold comeback in the US as it plans to expand its bricks and mortar presence with as many as 24 new flagship stores. The toy retailer announced what it called Air, Land, and Sea expansion. What are you on about? Air, Land, and Sea expansion. Toys R Us are going to be on planes? So as they come round, like, would you like any duty-free, sir? You're going to have flipping George the Giraffe coming down the aisle with a trolley full of Toys R Us items. And if you do by chance happen to work on an oil rig or on a wind farm, they're opening little boats out at sea as well. Toys R Us boats that are going to cater to all those oil workers. And all those people that work on wind farms and people that fish. You know, you might go into like the deep waters trying to get like a good catch. Well, worry not, because you can still go to Toys R Us because there's going to be an Air, Land, and Sea expansion on Friday. They're attacking absolutely everything. They're targeting space next year. Toys R Us aims to start opening up to 24 flagship stores as early as next year. The company plans to roll out locations in prime cities. So those are cities that sell Logan Paul's drink. The complement is current retail footprint. First airport store is set to open in November. And it's going to be, write this down if you live in the area, Terminal A of Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. The world's second busiest airport. Is it? Is it really? Dallas-Fort Worth is the second busiest airport. Wow, that makes me want to look at the busiest airports now. These are the rabbit holes you can easily fall down. The Toys R Us brand is growing fast, and our expansion into air, land, and sea, I love that, is a testament to the brand's strength. Toys R Us filed for bankruptcy in 2017. It's a testament to the brand's strength. Same brand that filed for bankruptcy about 6 years ago. Right, well, look, there we go. We can't spend our whole time just looking at figures. The Toys R Us brand generates more than $2 billion in global retail sales annually. How? It's not open. The expansion will bring stores to airports and cruise liners. It is air, land, and sea. Damn. Cruise liners. They're going on cruise liners. As the company looks to keep up with the rise of travel retail. It is clever if you think about it, because that is clever. If you are on a cruise and you want like something for the kids or even something for yourself, who knows? You're not going to use Amazon, are you? Right? If you're on a cruise, you need it there and then. So if Toys R Us put themselves in those locations on cruise ships, you are only dealing with, 2,000, 3,000 people. So your clientele is a limited clientele, but they must have run the numbers, and you ain't getting Amazon on a cruise ship. So yeah, that does make sense. And at an airport, just about to go on holiday, or just about to come back, you got a little bit of money in your pocket, spending money. You know, you're in that mindset of go on, have it, treat yourself. You know, we're on holiday. Again, you're not going to order something and wait for it from Amazon at an airport. So again, it does make sense targeting airports, cruise liners. You can see as to why that they would do that. And also, like, we know that retail is just really struggling because of internet shopping. You know, people aren't going out and buying from the stores as much as they used to. We're seeing real problems in the UK with high streets just turning into charity shops, betting shops, coffee shops, just like cheap clothes shops like Primark, stuff like that. Like, we've had big businesses, big companies go bust. Because they're just struggling on the high streets these days. So we got, you know what, James, shout out to you. We got a lot from that. From that one picture of Bray Wyatt, we went on quite a journey. So shout out to you. Right, I have definitely ignored people for too long, so let's try and get into the chat. Daze, do you think Trick Williams is going to win the NXT North American Championship from Dominik Mysterio? Yeah. I do. I think that the rumors were that Mustafa Ali was going to be around until March. Mustafa Ali was meant to be facing Dominik tonight. Doesn't mean that Mustafa Ali was going to be winning, but I think that because he was going to be sticking around for so long, I think him having the title at some point would make sense. And so I think there was a chance that he was going to win tonight. I think we've had Dominik down there for a little while. He's had a few matches with a few different people. I think he's got a lot on his plate as well. You know, he always tends to get involved in Judgment Day matches. There's a whole thing going on with Jey Uso, Judgment Day, Cody. We don't need the inconvenience of him having to come down every Tuesday to NXT. So I think have him drop it. Trick Williams is definitely someone that deserves to be invested in. You know, if you think Carmelo and Trick, I think, first arrived during NXT 2.0. I don't remember them before. They may have made the odd appearance, but really things kicked off for them when we started NXT 2.0. And since then, he's just been Carmelo's sidekick, and he's had matches and he's done some stuff, but he's just really been the sidekick to Carmelo, the hype man for Carmelo. Now he's kind of emerging, stepping out on his own. The people are with him. They really like Trick Williams. You know, whoop, that Trick keeps getting chanted. Trick Willie is a little catchphrase, little name that he's got, nickname he's got for himself. Like, there's a few fun little things. You know, he can talk. He's got a great size. I mean, he looks amazing. and he's got a great size. So, yeah, I think the crowd's, against Dirty Dom as well, this is going to be someone the crowd are really into, against someone the crowd really are not into. And it should be a really good atmosphere. I think Trick Williams can get it done. I think he can get it done. We need a Scripps figure with a removable mask, says Wrestle with Andy. I have no doubt that it's on the way. I've no doubt it's on the way. I think, as I said, I could get into the pop vinyl stuff. I could get into getting things. I love the belts. That's what got me into the Mattel figures, to be honest. The problem you have, though, is once you start getting the figures. So I got into Mattel figures because I saw how great the belts were on the Mattel figures. They're just like tiny replicas, affordable replicas. Like for $20, 20 quid, whatever, you can have a figure and you can have a belt, and the belt is made to look exactly like the proper belts, right? It's painted, it looks the part, it's got all the details on it. They're brilliant. They are brilliant. So, like, the idea of, like, I could get the Intercontinental Championship, I could get the women's, I could get the tag, I could get the old belts, all this kind of stuff. I was hooked. And, before you know it, it's become a problem. And, like, you're drowning in figures because you need a Macho Man. Even if he doesn't come with a belt, you need a Roddy Piper. You need a Jake the Snake. You need an Andre the Giant. You need a Roman Reigns or whatever. And they don't all come with belts, but you got to get the key characters. And before you know it, it's all out of control. And that's how they get you. So I find myself now in a situation where it's like I've got all these figures and I don't do anything with them. They just sit on a shelf. So I really don't need to be starting a new collection. But I love the belts. I do love the belts. And seeing that Hulk Hogan with a Hogan 85 belt around his waist kind of made me go, oh man, if they start doing that now with like they're going to start putting the belts on. I think they have been putting little belts on them for a while, but I've not been seeing them do the old belts. I've not been seeing the old belt designs being used. Just like the current ones, Becky might come with the SmackDown and the Raw women's and whatever. But yeah, man, that could be a slippery slope, let me tell you. That could be a slippery slope if they're going to start releasing Funko Pops that come with the little belts, Arborus, shout out to you, my friends. Arborus says, just watched NXT for the first time last week. I'm excited to get it starting tonight. Should be good, dudes. I mean, honestly, it's a good card. The kickoff show will start in an hour. Very much looking forward to seeing what the kickoff show match is going to be like, because I like Blair Davenport and I really like Kelani Jordan. So it's a match that I'm personally quite interested in. Kelani Jordan feels to me like someone that could go on to be she's very agile, very athletic. She's got good speed about her. She's still at that like slightly hesitant, it doesn't quite flow. She's right where she needs to be. Let's put it that way. Right where she needs to be. She's just improving all the time. She's got some really good fundamentals. She's got some good kicks. Some of her stuff looks really, really tasty, and she's got a decent moveset, but she's got that kind of little hesitation as they're going through the motions. So it's just not quite fluid. It's not totally like water at the moment. But that's, she's new, right? I ain't down on her at all. I really rate her. I'm really excited to see where she's going to get to. So I really like Kelani Jordan. And Blair Davenport, she's got that fluidity, but she brings so much experience. I think what she lacks a little is just that connection with the fans. I think that, I don't see the killer promos. I don't see the killer character work. I don't see that real. That's what I feel she needs to just be tweaking on, working on. So I think that match is, it'd be a match that I don't know if I'd say I'd look forward to it, but it's a match that I'm interested in. So I don't mind it. I mean, it's a match that sits on NXT. To be honest, it's a match that sits on a Tuesday episode. But on a Tuesday episode, it's a match that would have my attention. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how that matchup goes. My only concern will be there will be outside interference, which will just sort of make the match redundant, you know. But should be some good action in there as well. As I said, I like both women. I think both women are on the right tracks. And both women have got different things they need to tweak and improve. So we'll see where they are tonight. So kickoff show match should be fun. Looking forward to it. Main cards. I mean, it looks great. It's great. It's a really solid night tonight. It might not be WrestleMania. It might not be SummerSlam. But I think if you are a fan of the NXT brand, it's still a very exciting evening. So, yeah, Arborus, enjoy it, my friend. Enjoy it. It should be a lot of fun. And who knows, we could end with a new NXT Women's Jam, a new NXT Jam, new North American Jam. We could have Jade Cargill debut. Could be a real big night tonight. Svarta Branda, shout out to you, said, evening Daze. Evening, Svarta Branda. Been a member for 7 months. Respect. Says, match of the night, question mark. It's got to be Carmelo against Ilja. Any match that has Ilja Dragunov in it is going to be a match of the night contender. Ilja Dragunov is maybe my favorite in-ring performer at the moment. It's him or Gunther. I think that he is super intense. We've spoken lovingly about him in recent weeks and had some really interesting conversations. There were some people saying that for them, he never, I don't know, I didn't quite get it, but I think they were saying that he never quite gets to a level that it really excites them. Whereas for me, I just find him pretty exciting all the way throughout the match. I mean, I get excited. I don't need the pace to quicken and near falls to be excited about a match. And I think maybe some people do. Some people need, like, if it's slow and you've got a few holds and you've got some like action going, I think like that's built in, and for some people they're waiting for the bit where it's near falls and it's all quick and there's kick outs and, like, you know, there's like drama and things happening. That of course is exciting. But for me, if there's going to be like a sequence of moves that look really good and they've executed them really well, and you go, oh man, look at that kind of a thing. Like, to me, that is exciting. That is exciting. The journey. I think enjoying the journey is important when it comes to these big matches as well, rather than just the destination. Learning to enjoy the journey. And for me, I don't know if anyone throughout that journey is as solid and as impactful and as intense as Ilja is at the moment. Ilja is 11 from like the start of the match. Lays it in, and he's a real treat to watch. And then you've got Carmelo, who is very smooth, very, very smooth. You know, we spoke before about how Kelani Jordan's a little jittery in like certain moments, like as she's working her way through the match. Like Carmelo, it just feels like everything's so natural, just very smooth, just flowing into the different moves, reversals, some lovely moves that I love. His fade away, where he bounces off the ropes, drops the leg as they're draped over the ropes. You know, it's a lovely. He's got a lovely little moveset. And as we said, you know, he doesn't bring the same level of intensity, but I think what he brings is a little bit more flair than what Ilja has got. Their two styles should mesh quite well. You've got the one guy that's going to be providing a little bit of flair, a little bit more aerial ability, very, very smooth, but he's going to get caught a few times because he's just going to get smashed in the face. Right, by Ilja, and Ilja has got that more intense, laying it in, just die kind of attitude. So it's a match that I'm really excited for. We've seen it before, and it was great. It was great. But this is the rematch. Last time, like Trick was sort of involved, but not really involved. So there's been a bit of doubt as to whether Carmelo won that last one totally clean. Was it because Trick had a little bit of involvement? So this time should be no outside interference. We get our answer. Who's going to win? Is it going to be Ilja or is it going to be Carmelo? So Yeah, I think if you're new to wrestling, and we get a lot of people that are new to wrestling, so if you've been watching wrestling a long time, obviously you don't need to hear this, but if you're new to wrestling, I think learning to really watch matches and enjoy the journey. I mean, you can't really do it for every show and every match, because there's some matches that just don't matter, to be honest. There's some matches that are just, they've been made to kill time, so it doesn't matter. But if it's a big match like tonight for the NXT Championship, and it's going to be, one of the major matches on this major NXT event, this is where, like, really watching it and really seeing, like, how good do the striking look, how much does the match flow, all that kind of stuff. And also, as we said, like, enjoying the journey, finding things along the way that you go, that was nice. That's nice. I really like it when he's got a nice drop kick, or he's got a nice German suplex, or he really, like, he's got a good arch on that, or whatever it might be. Just little bits that you go, yeah, that was nice. That really does help you enjoy wrestling, because then you start associating certain moves with certain wrestlers. And then when they hit those moves, like, you go, yeah, it just kind of adds to the matches. Not loads, but there is more to it than just the fast, multi-close pinfall finishes, So, yeah, I love watching Ilja throughout his match. And I'm really looking forward to that main event. Well, I don't think it is the main event. It's one of the main. It's one of them, innit? Multiple main events tonight. So, Arborus, who is enjoying NXT for the second time. Shout out to you. I hope you get something from this show. Mitchell said there's rumors of Disney being in the hunt for buying Raw TV rights, which means it would be on ESPN and possibly ABC. Maybe that leaking news to ESPN is a sign of WWE willing to work with them? ? I don't know, to be honest. I personally would say not connected, just because they do that for the Hall of Fame. So when they're announcing the Hall of Fame, they are announcing, like, as first reported by Sports Illustrated, as first reported, like, you see it all the time when it's the Hall of Fame class. So for me, I don't know that there's a connection there. I mean, could there be? Maybe, but I've seen them do that before, where they leak that news out and they have that arrangement with someone. And as I said, I would have no doubt that there is some money involved there. WWE don't need to mention people for free, do they? Why would they do that? Why does it matter who leaked the news first? Why does that matter? It doesn't. It doesn't. Like, they could have said, we've got some breaking news. Jade Cargill is confirmed now. Like, they don't need to mention ESPN at all. And think about where they're mentioning them. They're mentioning them on their TV show that's being broadcast around the world. So this is why, to me, whenever they do that, it's advertising. They are advertising. Like, if you want to get the story first, if you want that latest information, well, ESPN are the first that reported this. They're a good source because they got this story first and it's true. So you can see why a company that deals with news would be interested in being, like, we're the first to report it. And as I said, they do that a lot when it comes to the Hall of Fame and the different inductees. So I don't know that they do, but I've always felt that companies pay to be mentioned and to be the first to report certain stories. And I think it's just that deal, to be honest. I think it's just that same deal. I don't think that this would be anything to do with the TV deal, because, as I said, like, they do it for the Hall of Fame, and so that doesn't have anything to do with TV deals. So, but who knows? I mean, they're I'd have no doubts that they're in talks. I'd have no doubts that Disney are interested. ESPN could be involved, and maybe it was out of those talks that went, we could do this thing for you as well. Blah blah blah. That's interesting. I mean, I don't know where we are with Disney and ESPN and all of that. I've not heard any specifics on those Raw deals. I don't know that anything's come out, to be honest. So that's interesting to know, Mitchell. So shout out to you. Delwyn, appreciate the support, my friend. Delwyn said, Daze, at Mania 40, Roman Reigns will become the first wrestler at WWE history to be on the main event of WrestleMania for 4 years in the road while holding a title. Unbelievable. So good. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. I feel like he needs... Okay. I feel like it's an achievement, but it's a bit too caveated, isn't it? It's like he's the first person to main event WrestleMania 4 years in a row. That's nice, but with a title. Like, I feel like there's maybe one too many caveats there. Maybe if he has no one main evented WrestleMania 5 years in a row, right? Because if he can do that and remove that caveat of like with a title or something, if he can just be the first person to main event WrestleMania 5 years in a row, that would strike me as a better achievement. So you can't get to 5 unless you do 4. So he's on his way, but yeah, I think I'd be more excited when we get to that and the kind of caveat gets removed of like with a title or whatever. Because off the top of my head, I'm thinking obviously Hogan, who WrestleMania 5 competed. So you had what, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So Hogan at 5 against Macho Man, 6 against Ultimate Warrior, 7 against Sergeant Slaughter, 8 against Sid Justice, and then at 9 he did main event because he had an impromptu match against Yokozuna, which he won, and he was not expected to be in the main event. But technically the main event of WrestleMania 9, the last match we get is Hulk Hogan against Yokozuna for the title. But it's true, his match against Sid Justice didn't have a belt connected to it. So I would say it's amazing. Roman's amazing. It's a real historic time that we're living through. This is one of the greatest championship reigns WWE has ever seen of any title. It's absolutely in the conversation. And for him to get to another WrestleMania and main event it is going to be... yeah, amazing. But I think just for that fact, I'll color me a little more impressed when he gets to like 5 times in a row main event. I don't think anyone else has done that. That would be pretty crazy. This is the Roman era. I mean, I was thinking this last night, as SmackDown was on, and they were talking in the ring about acknowledging their tribal chief, throwing up the wands. Paul Heyman talking about Roman. I was looking at it, I was like, he's not even there. He's not even there. He's not there, and he hasn't been there for ages, yet we're still taking time in the show to take a moment to acknowledge him. Like, we're still finding a way of letting people know he is the guy, even though he's not on the show. He is the man. He is the top dog, the tribal chief, the one that we all fall in line underneath Roman Reigns. And yeah, they've done such an incredible job of making him feel like a monster star, like an absolute monster star. He's up there for me with your Stone Colds, your Rocks, your Cenas, all of that stuff. Whether he makes it onto a Mount Rushmore, I mean, that's a conversation that's come up quite a bit. Does he make it onto a Mount Rushmore? I'm not sure. I don't think he does. I think if you look at a Mount Rushmore of wrestlers and the impact that those wrestlers have had, Paul Heyman would say so. If you ever listen to Heyman, he says any metric you want to measure it by, he makes the list. He's in the conversation. But I don't know that he's sold more merch than Stone Cold. I don't know that this is bigger than Hulkamania. I don't know that Roman's having the same impact as The Rock, or the same impact as The Undertaker, or the same impact as John Cena. I mean, WWE, by their own measure, refer to John Cena as the GOAT, the greatest of all time. So, even WWE call John the greatest of all time. So I don't know where Roman kind of fits into that conversation. It's one that has been debated and will continue to be debated. And what is it that he needs to do to absolutely unlock being, like, you know, that guy? How does he cement his place on the Mount Rushmore? What does he need to do in order to secure that? Maybe him against Rock and him beating The Rock at next year's WrestleMania. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what it needs. It needs that big, iconic match. If you think about Cena against Rock, if you think about, like, obviously Stone Cold and Rock as well, or Hulk Hogan against Andre the Giant. Hogan against Andre at WrestleMania 3, super important. You think about those Rock Stone Cold matches from the Attitude Era. And then John Cena facing The Rock at 28, 29, 28 being the highest bought WrestleMania ever, and breaking all sorts of numbers. I don't know that Roman has had that. I mean, his matches with Brock have been obviously a big deal. His match with Cody this year, I think, was a big deal. I think his matches with Undertaker at 33 underwhelmed. I think that was a broken Undertaker by that point. I think his match at 37 with Daniel Bryan and Edge was so-so. I mean, it's not a match I'd ever go back to. It's not a match that I was crazy about at the time. And actually, I've got to say that about some of his Brock matches. And I think at 31, Seth completely steals that moment from Roman when it's him and Brock having a match at WrestleMania 31 and Seth cashes in. Like, that moment's completely taken away. So I've spoke a few times, I think, like with Wrestle with Andy, actually. We've spoke a few times about what does Roman need. I think he needs those big, iconic WrestleMania moments where he's having big, legendary, iconic matches. I think that's what he needs. And The Rock would absolutely be that. The Rock would absolutely be that. So Roman against The Rock next year, I think this is why it's a very hard match to ignore doing. And I don't think you could. There's a lot of people saying, no, Cody's got to finish the story. He can. But if The Rock is available, I think you have to do that match. I think you have to do that match. Because that match is only going to present itself on very, very few occasions. The Rock is so busy that if you've got an opportunity to do it, you might just have to take it. And Cody might just have to wait that little bit longer. Eventually, I think Cody will be the one. But, yeah, wow. Lots for us to get our teeth into on that. Delwyn, appreciate the comment, bud. Really interesting stuff. Good facts that I wasn't aware of. So shout out to you. John Bay says Carmelo versus Ilja Dragunov should be the main event. John, supporting the channel. 38 months. That is insane. That is over 3 years. That is insane. Everyone that's stopping by this evening, we are already been live for an hour and 15 minutes. We've got 40 minutes to go until the kickoff show. We've got one match on the kickoff show. We've already spoke about it. Blair against Kelani Jordan. And then we've got a pretty stacked main card. Lots of championships on the line. Heritage Cup as well. Grudge matches. We've got Bron against Baron Corbin. So much stuff coming up tonight. And then, of course, tomorrow, AEW Wrestle Dream. I've got a busy 24 hours, actually, because we're doing this. Then I'm going to be obviously doing some videos and bits afterwards. And then I'm going straight to a toy fair. So right now it's coming up to about 11:30 at night. 7 o'clock in the morning, so in 7 hours, I'll be going to this toy fair. Going to try and get some recordings done. Try and get a bit of a toy hunt thing done, see what we can find. That, I don't know when it's going to get uploaded. Maybe Thursday. I'm going to see if I can get that up for Thursday. So I'm going to get some footage done, get that up on potentially Thursday. And then, of course, tomorrow night, I get back, get as much sleep as I can. Tomorrow night, AEW Wrestle Dream. So pretty wild 24 hours coming up now for me. And should result in some really fun stuff on the channel. 2 watch-alongs, 2 streams. And as we said, some on Thursday. Mitchell said, I missed the second half of AEW. My girlfriend was doing a school story on the Republican debate, so I was watching that with her. Did you enjoy AEW? Okay, hang on. Mitchell, can we just get some clarity? When you say your girlfriend was doing a school story, I mean, I'm not the only one, am I? Mitchell, I'm not the only one that's just, do you know what I mean? I'm looking for my phone. I'm looking for services that might be able to help us here. I don't know if there's someone in danger, right? We've all sinned to catch a predator, haven't we? I don't know if you've seen that guy as well. I don't even know why it got recommended to me, actually. I should probably be concerned about that. But there's one that's called, like, Skeeter Jones or something, and he does to Skeeter Predator, where it's the same thing as, like, was it Dateline back in the day? But he's doing it on YouTube now. Mitchell knows. Ask Mitchell. He'll know about it. So you missed the set. It's wild that you've come out and just like said this on a stream, buds. I missed the second half of I'm just reading it again. I missed the second half of AEW because my GF, which I can only imagine his girlfriend, I mean, what else would that be? Was doing a school story on the Republic. I mean, these words are here. I'm not making this up. The words are there. Doing a school story on the Republican debate, and I was watching that with her. Believable. Unbelievable. Did you enjoy AEW? I mean, I just don't even know anymore, mate. I don't know. Did you read her a bedtime story after, did you, buds? The Hungry Caterpillar. Snuggle down of an evening to Dora the Explorer. It's not sitting well, Mitchell. It's not sitting well. College story. College. Right. Okay. How old are you got to be in college? Right, let's have a little look. College. US age. Still 17. Mitch, how old are you, buds? College. She wants to be a journalist. We've been dating 7 years. Hang on. Are there age limits? In general, you must have completed high school. You must be at least 17. So at least 17, okay. So let's, I don't know, how old is she? 19? 20? Should we say 20? You've been together 7 years. Hang on. This is meant to be NXT. This is meant to be, hang on. I don't feel good about any of this. She wants to be a journalist. Calm down. I'm calming down. We're all calming down. We're all calm. Everyone's calm. Everyone's calm, Mitchell. We just want to hear your side of it, right? The floor is yours. No one's judging. Everyone's judging. No one's judging. Right? This is your opportunity to get your side of the story across, okay? So Mitchell says college. Okay, that's fine. She wants to be a journalist. Calm down. We're all calm. Everyone's calm. We've been dating 7 years. The 7 years thing bugs me a little bit, to be honest, because I just went on the internet and it says you got to be at least 17. So even if she's 20, you've been together since you were 13. If you're like, I don't know when this starts. I don't know. All I'm saying is I've not put the phone down, right? I've not put the phone down. The number's been dialed, and I'm still trying to figure out if I need to press call, right? That's all I'm saying. I've had a few answers, but there ain't anything that's been clarified yet. Oh, Daze, are you saying he's a dirty Mr. Rogers in the neighborhoods? I'm not saying it. For legal reasons, I'm not actually saying anything, right? For legal reasons, I'm not actually saying anything. Has anyone ever seen the film Predator? Or Predator 2? For some reason, I'm thinking of those films right now, right? Don't know why, but I am thinking of those films. Where's he gone? Don't go a murderer and try and get rid of the evidence, Mitchell, right? Because that's not cool. That's when we're going to have serious problems. So if you've run off to try and clean up your dirty work, right, that ain't going to fly here. The damage has been... Well, no, listen, we're still not judging. I'm not going to finish that sentence. We're still not judging, but... Where's he gone? If Mitchell's girlfriend is watching this, get out the house. Get out the house, right? He's been rumbled, or that relationship has been exposed, right? I think he's angry, and I think he's going to be looking for, like, to take that anger out. Get out the house. Yeah? You've got school tomorrow anyway. To be honest, you probably should be in bed. Do you know what I mean? Although they do have naps, don't they, at school when they're that age. Where's he gone? I've responded twice, says Mitchell. Where is... Well, I can't see him. Oh, here he is. I'm 30. She's 25. 25? At college? Suppose. Okay. She's working on her 3rd degree. I have 2. She went back to school. She went back to college. Is it work different? Don't understand. Is college... What? How old are you in college then? I mean, I suppose you can be any age, but, like, do you have to go to college to get to university, or do you call university college? In this country, primary school, secondary school, college, university, right? I don't know how your elementary works, or your high school, or your middle school, or whatever it is you faff around with in America. It's pretty straightforward. Primary school, secondary school, college, university. King. That's how it works, right? That's how it works over here. So I don't know what kind of crazy stuff you lot are getting up to over there. I do feel like I feel comfortable knowing she's 25, right? If she has just run out the house because we've been yelling at her to do that, I am sorry, right? Can't you, Mitchell's girlfriend? You can come back now. You can come back in now. You know, I think. We've got a service here. We've got a right. We've got a duty of care. We've got a duty of care. So if there are going to be alarm bells that ring, I'm not going to apologize for responding to them, right? If someone is showing predatorial tendencies, I am not going to apologize for calling that out, Mitchell, right? I'm not going to apologize for that. So, Mitchell, shout out to you, a much-loved member of the community who just, it turns out, only dabbles in being a predator, right? Only dabbles in it. His girlfriend is not underage, thankfully. Right, did I enjoy AEW? Yeah, it was all right. It's fine. I don't really remember much from it. It was okay. I've seen better. So, thanks for the super chat, Mitchell. Really appreciate the support, dude. Really appreciate the support. Trey said, I've tagged you in a video. Ah, here we go. There's evidence. Evidence coming in now. This is what happens when someone gets exposed. This is where other people start jumping. You're seeing it with Russell Brand. So one person came out, said something, but now we're starting to get other stories emerging. And I'm guessing that this is going to be connected to the Mitchell situation. We'll have a read. I tagged you in a video. It's about Matt Riddle. Okay. And I think Cora Jade returns and attacks Becky. And I think Jade Cargill will go to SmackDown. I think I've seen this video of Riddle. So Riddle, as far as I know, was drunk. I think the video... Actually don't know where the video was filmed, though. But it's a video that shows him intoxicated. And I don't know when it occurred. Oh, during the airport incident. So apparently this was during the airport incident. So, yeah, you know, it's... I think the guy has got issues that he's got to work through. And unfortunately, even that rehab stint doesn't seem to have done much for him. So I don't know. Rehab doesn't work for everyone, and I think that it's a real sorry situation. WWE probably after that investigation felt like there wasn't really much of an alternative. They had to do what they had to do, and I don't think there's too many people that are shocked or surprised or saying that there's really, really much of an alternative. You know, he'd been given a lot of chances. I think he was very much in last chance saloon, and this incident is the straw that broke the camel's back, unfortunately. College and university are the same in America, right? This is, okay, now we're starting to clear some stuff up here. All of a sudden now this is making a lot more sense. So in this country, college and university are not the same thing. Grade school, junior high school, community college or college, then McDonald's because you failed, says William. Oh, that's how it goes. Got you. But plenty of older people go to college. In Vermont, anyone can go to college, providing you have funding to do so. Okay, things are starting. Mitchell, things are looking better for you now, buds. They're looking better for you now. I'm starting to see people coming to your aid. Mitchell said, I feel bad for Riddle. James said, Caroline Dubois has become the IBO lightweight champ. Oh, I didn't even know she was fighting for a title. Very good. Very good. We have watched her before on the channel. She is very good. She is, but I didn't know she was at the point where she was going for a world title. So lovely. But Russell Brand does videos now about conspiracies. Yeah, I didn't know this. I didn't know that. I didn't know he'd changed his content, but like it's all come out now, hasn't it? There's few people have said, I mean, we won't get stuck into the Russell Brand things. Is it political? I don't know. It's definitely one that's going to divide opinion, but there's people out there that are saying that he is... So there seems to be a few schools of thought. Obviously, one of them is that he's guilty of these things, and it's all coming out now. Another school of thought is that because he's been doing these conspiracy theories, that is why they're now targeting him, and that these things didn't happen. They're just stories that have been made up to discredit him and bring him down because he's, you know, coming out with all this, like not supporting the war in the Ukraine and all that stuff, right? So there's that school of thought as well. I mean, I don't know what the truth is. I think there needs to be an investigation, doesn't there? There needs to be a police investigation. We need to go to the trial and sort it all out. I think one thing, though, is that a lot of people have been like jumping out either in support or against. And that's a hard thing to do, innit, when you don't know, you weren't there and you don't know the details. So, but there is a lot of noise, isn't there? A lot of noise. People seem very adamant one way or the other, like he definitely did it or he definitely didn't. When surely the right way forward is there needs to be an investigation. Just like with Mitchell. There needs to be an independent investigation. Don't feel bad for Mitchell. Travis, Kelsey is doing the same thing with Taylor Swift. He's older than him. Why does Taylor Swift target older men? I don't know the situation there. She was spotted, weren't she, backstage holding his hand or something, and like the world's freaked out. I don't know the situation there. So she's been groomed, does she? Unbelievable. When will that girl get a break, eh? When will that girl get a break? I wouldn't rush Jade Cargill to the main roster, says Elizabeth. Not yet. Wait until the 2024 Women's Royal Rumble match. Then debut her. I found out why Tesco was playing up with my card. Kitson, we all want to know the answer to that. We all want to know the answer. Why was Tesco playing up with your cards? JP said, who's on the Mount Rushmore of wrestling? Oh, Jesus. The Mount Rushmore of wrestling. That's hard, man. That is seriously hard, isn't it? I mean, just Mount Rushmore of, like, I'm guessing pro wrestling, not wrestling. I mean, I feel... I don't know how you wouldn't have Vince on it. He's regarded as the greatest promoter of all time. I don't know how you don't put Vince McMahon on there. Do you put Lotharios on there, who held the NWA title, I think, for a combined, 10 years, and is regarded as maybe the greatest wrestler to ever live? You've got Lotharios. Obviously, you've got to be looking at what Ric Flair achieved. I mean, Ric Flair is a 16-time world champion, did a lot of it outside of WWE. But, I mean, the woos and just, everyone knows Ric Flair. Everyone knows Ric Flair. People, he's someone that popular culture just absolutely love. I think it's because he doesn't care. It's his don't care attitude, is constantly surrounded by women and fast cars and jewelry. He's all about the bling, which very much is this day and age, in it, with people showing off on Instagram and all that kind of stuff. Ric Flair's the god of that world. He was doing that back in the day. And so I feel like Ric Flair, 16-time world champion, did it in multiple different companies. Really one of the last great territory champions. If you think about the territories going around to different areas with the belts, Ric Flair has to be one of the last, maybe the last champion to do that. So I feel like Ric Flair is the wrestler's wrestler. Most wrestlers will say Ric Flair is the guy that inspired them. I feel like he might make it as well. It's hard, though, because do you go with, the NWA presidents, the people that ran the NWA and ran the different territories? Do you go with those kinds of people, or do you keep it specifically wrestlers? I mean, I feel that, Gorgeous George was really important in the 50s with selling TVs. Apparently, he was one of the biggest stars in America in the 50s because that's when TVs were being sold. And wrestling was on TV a lot because it's cheap. You just need one camera on a ring, and you bring down the wrestlers and they just fight in the ring, and it's super cheap content to make. And so Gorgeous George was a household name in the 1950s. Again, outside of WWE, so you don't hear WWE talking about it. And really, unfortunately, because WWE are the big company that won that war when it came to battling the other territories, they can tell the history that they want to tell. And the history they tell obviously focuses largely on themselves and doesn't really focus so much on things that were happening in the NWA. Who's shouting about the NWA? Who's shouting about the alternative wrestling history that took place outside of WWE? It's not really anyone that's doing that. It's not really anyone that can do that. I mean, AEW can bring in the Rock and Roll Express and shine a bit of a light on that world, but they shine a light on the Japanese world a lot more than they do on North America in the 60s and 70s and the 80s. So there's not really anyone that can shout about those names. So I feel like to most people, if you was to go, who's the Mount Rushmore wrestling, I'd imagine a lot of people would go Hogan, Stone Cold. They'll give you the WWE history, which is a very important history, and you can definitely make an argument for Stone Cold, and Hulk Hogan and whatever. But I don't know that if you want to talk about their importance, if you can put them above an Edge Strangler Lewis, or put them above Lotharios, or put them above a Gorgeous George. These are seriously important names that help wrestling get to where it's got. Without them, you don't get what follows. Without them making it the success that it was in that period of time, you don't get to wrestling to where it is now. So everything that comes after is built on that. So it's hard, man. You got Andre. Think of the impact Andre the Giant had. Andre going around the world, different territories, working in Japan, working all the different territories, obviously working in the WWF territory as well. But it's funny, a lot of people won't put him in the mix because he didn't win the title. Like, he won it like for all of a minute and then forfeited it. And he only won it because of a screwy finish. But the impact that guy had on wrestling is just immense. Andre the Giant would definitely be in consideration as well. So it's really difficult. It's really difficult. I mean, are you including promoters? Are you just looking at wrestling? Are you looking at WWE? Are you looking at the big picture? I feel like Vince has to be in the mix, man. I feel like he has to be in the mix. And you could even look at people like Antonino Rocco, who was a massive, massive name. You could look at Bruno Sammartino, but I don't know. Hard, innit? It's really hard. Alex, no, actually, RYN has cracked this one. He says, Alex Wright, Disco Inferno, Lex Luger, and Javud. Yep, cracked it. Solved it. Nature Boy Buddy Rogers, yeah, the original Ric Flair. Nathan said, Lotharios, Inoki. Inoki's a great shout. Inoki is a brilliant shout. Lotharios, Inoki, Bruno, and Vince Jr. Inoki's a brilliant shout. I mean, if you want to talk about the most important people in Japanese history, you're probably talking Inoki, Giant Baba, and Ricky Dozan. I don't know if I would play top trumps with you on your Inoki, which is a brilliant shout, and go Ricky Dozan. Without Ricky Dozan, there is no Antonio Inoki. So Ricky Dozan, I believe, came from Korea, went over to Japan, and he was the guy that really set up wrestling in Japan. He had some students that he trained, and amongst those students were Antonio Inoki and Giant Baba. Giant Baba went off and formed All Japan Wrestling. Antonio Inoki went off and formed New Japan Wrestling. Ricky Dozan competed, got like incredible views in his own promotion. I believe ended up getting murdered, by the Yakuza. I believe he was murdered. And which only makes him cooler, doesn't it? So Ricky Dozan would have to be in the mix. Antonio Inoki would have to be in the mix as well. Absolutely. I think that's a brilliant shout, Antonio Inoki. Also, you could talk about El Santo, which was a massive, massive name down in Mexico. Like, you're talking like someone that like everyone knew. If you think like Hogan in America, like El Santo down in Mexico would be in that same conversation. I don't know though if it's a bit too specific, and maybe there's plenty of people around the world that won't know about El Santo. But El Santo is one of the most famous masked wrestlers, Mexican wrestlers of all time. I don't think he'd make the Mount Rushmore, but if you wanted to talk Lucha Libre, he definitely would. Definitely would. And maybe Mil Mascares as well, who did a lot for the kind of mass wrestlers. Just looking at different parts of the world. It's a bit like Big Daddy here in the UK. Big Daddy, I mean, everyone knew Big Daddy over here. Everyone. In fact, if I was to say to my mum and dad to name a wrestler, chances are, Big Daddy would be a name that would be coming out. Everyone watched the wrestling on a Saturday in this country, and the wrestling that was on was World of Sport. And World of Sport wrestling is your Giant Haystacks, your Big Daddies. William Regal started out with that. British Bulldog, Davey Boy started out with that as well. Dynamite as well. Fit Finley came through there. Like, there's loads of people that came through World of Sport. And actually, in recent years, I've been finding out that a lot of wrestlers that went on to success in WWE, they also spent a bit of time there. Like, there's footage of Kamala before he was Kamala coming over to the UK and wrestling on World of Sport. It's crazy to think of like some of the stars that were coming over to the UK and being on TV and competing in World of Sport. Like, and where's all that footage now? Why don't WWE get the World of Sport footage? Like, I'm sure they could buy it. If they had the whole World of Sport library on the network, that would be insane. That'd be fantastic. That is like That is British wrestling right there. You've got what people were watching every Saturday in record numbers. That would be great. Some of it would be absolute trash, but some of it would be fantastic because there is footage of like a 15-year-old Davey Boy Smith competing in World of Sport. It's mental. It is mental, the kind of stuff that they were doing. I've always wondered, if you ask 100 people in the UK to name 5 wrestlers who they would name, do you know what? It'd be a great video. It'd be a great video. Just going to a high street and just grabbing people and filming the reaction to that. I think, to be honest, the Attitude Era, you've got to think about who you're getting. You'd have to get a real, you'd have to get kids, youngsters. You'd have to get the elderly. You'd have to get men. You'd have to get women. You'd have to get like different ethnicities. Like you'd have to really target like so many different groups and so many different demographics so that you got as good a wider picture as possible. So yeah, I think if you was really mixing it up, it would be really interesting. I think if you just grab the like random people in the street, then you might be just hitting the same demographic, I mean, I'd imagine if you're white, male, in your 40s, then I would imagine you're probably going to give answers of Undertaker, Stone Cold, The Rock. I'd imagine that would be my guess. But if you're, in your 80s, then genuinely, I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. If you're in your 80s, what would an 80-year-old say? Honestly, I reckon you're going to get a Big Daddy at that point. Big Daddy, Mick McManus, Giant Haystacks. I mean, I don't know that an 80-year-old is going to be someone that's aware or has ever really watched the American wrestling. I think for them, they'll probably be thinking back to World of Sport, which was on TV every weekend. And so I think you would get your... Mick McManus was massive, doesn't get spoken about enough. Big Daddy, Giant Haystacks, Rollerball Rocco. Could be Rollerball Rocco getting a mention. Could be Johnny Saint as well getting a mention. I think, it could be those names. Honestly, it could be those names. If you go in for that 80-year-old kind of... If you're 80, when was you born? You was born in what? The 40s? I mean, the wrestling was on TV in the 60s and the 70s. So, I mean, you're bang in the demo for that. So, unless you loved wrestling so much that you started to watch, like, the American stuff, there's a chance that you only saw World of Sport, and that was it. Do you know, this is the problem, really, is that because it's not on TV on the main channels consistently with people watching it, like, it's a little hidden away. Little hidden away. I mean, it's not that hidden away, but it's a little hidden away. You've got to be getting the sports channels to be finding it. I suppose in a way, this is why AEW being on ITV, even if it's like super, super late, is really interesting. And like, it's interesting to know what that's doing to UK wrestling. If we could get wrestling back on free TV, if we could get it on Channel 4 of a lunchtime on a Saturday, I mean, could you imagine how amazing that would be? And there is a hunger for it. There is an audience for it over here. So... yeah, it's a good question, that is. I would imagine there's been all kinds of names thrown in. A.B. Jobson said, Gorgeous George was my dad's favourite. Yeah, he was... I don't know loads about Gorgeous George. I know he was a heel. I know that he is widely regarded as, being responsible for selling a lot of televisions in the 50s and being one of TV's biggest stars. I know that he competed in lots of different territories, including the WWF. He definitely competed in New York, and he also competed in other areas, as it was at the time. You'd go from territories. I also know that, unfortunately, he was not great with money, and he was pretty much broke towards the end of his life. And I know that it ends on a bit of a somber note. I believe his last match was like a mask versus hair match, which he loses. He got paid well for it, but it's quite sad because the final image of his wrestling career is him having his head shaved and doing it really for the money, because he really needed the money. And this was in the 60s. And I think sadly he doesn't, I think it's in the 60s he passes away. I think he passes away quite young. All things considered. Let's have a look. Quick Gorgeous George search. Yeah, he was 48. Died in 1963. And I think it was like 63 that year or 62 he has that hair match. So, yeah, he absolutely is one of the names that has to be mentioned if we're talking about the most important wrestlers of all time. You know, he's one of the first to have entrance music, which I think was Pomp and Circumstance, actually. Is that, which was Macho's song? Is that listed anywhere? Yes, here. Furthermore, he transformed his ring entrance into a bona fide spectacle that would often take up more time than his actual matches. Notably, he would come to the ring to the sounds of Pomp and Circumstance, which is Macho Man's theme song, followed by his valet and a purple spotlight, wearing an elegant robe sporting an array of sequences. Gorgeous George was always escorted down a red carpet by his ring valet, who would carry a silver mirror and spreading rose petals at his feet. See, the thing was, Gorgeous George, I don't know that he ever came out and said that he was gay. Like, he just was very, like, feminine, if you will. You got to remember, this is the 50s. I mean, literally a few years before, we've just been involved in World War II. So having him coming down displaying kind of this more feminine side was something that was really not kind of where the world was at. You know, the world had just gone through war, you know, like fighting and soldiers, and now you've got like this guy coming down with rose petals and everything, and being a heel as well, healing it up. He had Georgie pins that he would like throw out to the fans. So, like, you know, little bobby pins you put in your hair, he'd call them Georgie pins and chuck them out. Yeah, man, he was all about the show. It's kind of in the 50s when I suppose a lot of people would think it's just boring and dull, and wrestling was just, you know, slow, and I'm not interested in watching any of that stuff. Here's Gorgeous George with sequins and robes and fragrances and red carpet and purple lights and Georgie pins and petals and quite the character, man. Super, super ahead of his time. Wasn't expecting to be getting into Gorgeous George conversations, but I welcome them. And as I said, you know, when it comes to that older stuff, there's not loads of footage. There isn't tons that's out there, unfortunately. So, I mean, I've seen matches, and I've got like a taste of it, but I'm always open for learning more. And certainly with that stuff as well, you know the names, you know a few matches, you know a few facts, you know a bit about these people, but you can't really get into like their greatest feuds or anything like that. I think Gorgeous George, though, had a book which I have never read, and it's one of them I keep meaning to get. Gorgeous George autobiography. Let's just have a quick look. I know this has got nothing to the air. There is Gorgeous George. It's on Amazon. You can get the Kindle version for 10 quid. So guess what I'm doing? So Gorgeous George, the gender-bending wrestler who created American pop culture, the outrageous bad boy. Chronicle of a larger-than-life career of the flamboyant wrestling star traces his impoverished childhood in Houston and his relationship with his wife to influencing... Oh, yeah, that's true. He influenced Muhammad Ali. That's true. He influenced Muhammad Ali and Bob Dylan to his alcohol-related early death. 300 pages. Okay. That is true. He did influence Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was very much influenced by the showmanship of Gorgeous George, and that is also what helped get Ali into wrestling. And Ali, of course, would be at the first WrestleMania. So, could make an argument that, you know, if you don't have Gorgeous George, maybe Ali isn't influenced by wrestling. If Ali's not influenced by wrestling, you don't get Ali at WrestleMania 1. You don't get Ali against Antonio Inoki. Which, you know, was regarded as the first MMA match. So you might be able to draw some lines to all of that back to Gorgeous George. I don't want to talk too much on this. People are here for NXT, and we're here talking about 1950s wrestlers. Let's go. It's going to mark the 6-year anniversary since I started watching. I've watched when I was 9, and now I'm 15. Comes to show that you've got to soak in every moment that you get. Elliot and family, I really appreciate the support, my friend. I know the channel has kind of evolved over time. It's something that, though, I'm not forgotten about the toy hunts. I'm not forgotten about where we were and what we've done. And as we said, I'm actually doing a toy hunt in a few hours. I'm going out to go to a toy fair. So, yeah, I'm really appreciative of the support, my friends. I'm working on some new videos as well. Fun little videos that I think people will enjoy. Just working on those. I've managed to do 3 so far. I'm trying to get to about 10. And so they'll probably be dropping in about a week or so. And then, as we said, Toy Hunt coming up. And, of course, the streams are the lifeblood of the channel now. And we've got a great little community that's, you know, you see the same names and people sharing their thoughts, same people that are hanging around, and brilliant. I think it's, I think we're in a really good place as we're kind of coming towards the end of 2023, starting what should be a massive 2024. I mean, 2024 in wrestling is going to be bananas. Because, you know, we're talking about TV deals ending. We're talking about the first full year of Endeavor. We're talking about AEW and how are they going to respond to the kind of stagnation that they find themselves in. You know, they're getting that 800,000, but how are they going to move forwards? You know, are we going to see some shocks with CM Punk going back to WWE? Are we going to see some shocks with Edge potentially going over to AEW? If they do, is it happening this year? Is it happening next year? Next year would be the first full year of that, if that did happen. There's a lot, man. And obviously, you know, shows moving, and I feel like next year is going to be I feel like next year is going to be the first year since the pandemic where we're going to get, like, seismic changes. I feel like the Vince thing was a seismic change, but he sort of went away and then came back again. And then the company was sort of sold, but it's still Vince that's in charge, you know? But I feel like next year it'll be the first year that since the pandemic we're going to get some real shifts and some real movement in wrestling. And that kind of disturbance can be really good, or it could be really bad. It's going to lead to Summit, though, and we're going to be here for it. So I'm really looking forward to next year. Wrestlandy said, when you think about it, there's really only 1 or 2 people from each era that gets remembered in 100 years. Probably only Roman from this time. Yeah, true. I think Roman, Cena stands a chance, you know. I think Stone Cold, The Rock, maybe Triple H. I mean, feel like he's definitely a name, but it is true. I mean, I can't name loads of people from the 30s and the 20s. I think I can do a bit better in the 50s. I think 50s is where 40s are the war years. I think the 50s is where I start to get a bit more comfortable, and then, you know, 60s, I'm all right. 70s, I'm good. 80s, I'm really good. 90s, I'm really, really good. And it just keeps improving from there. But it is true. If you go back, as you said, like 100 years, so if we went back to 1923 and go back to the 20s, yeah, man, that's going to be a struggle. That is going to be a struggle. So you fast forward 100 years, I think people will be in a similar boat. The only thing I would say is that there's a lot more footage of these people now and a lot more reporting of these people now than there was 100 years ago. So I don't know if that's going to change things a little bit. I mean, you can watch every match of Roman's career that's been televised. That's all on the network. You know, you can't do that with people from the 20s. Nowhere near. I mean, you can only find a couple of matches of different people. So I don't know if that will affect things at all. But it is true. I mean, people aren't going to know or remember, look back on this time and talk about 50 different wrestlers. They're going to talk about the few that were at the very top. You know, it's very, very true. Yeah. Godfather's host said, I'm very drank, I'm very lifted, very drank, very lifted. Hillbilly Jim may have had the best entrance song of all time. I bet he had a strong stench of pig poo. R.I.P. Very lifted. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Shout out to you. Who remembers the Charmed TV show with WCW stars? Don't remember that. Charmed as in like the show that was on TV with the witches or whatever. Like that Charmed. Here we go. We're going over to the kickoff show. Kickoff show just beginning. William said, I'm going to take a nap just for an hour or so. I've drove all day. William, shout out to you. Have a good nap, my friend. Mitchell said, are there any pre-show matches? We got one, Blair Davenport against Kelani Jordan. So that's definitely something to look forward to. But genuinely, I like both women. I think it could be a fun little match. I don't know if there'll be someone that gets involved there, but should be a fun little match. So No Mercy kickoff show where... Oh, that's a shame. We're inside the headquarters. We're inside the studio. So it's going to be just video packages, whatever. It's always good when they're actually at the venue and they've got the table outside and we do it live from the venue or inside the venue as the people are coming in and you've got the kickoff table. I was kind of hoping for something like that. We haven't got that, unfortunately. Instead, we're at the headquarters. We've got Mega Morant. We've got... Sam Roberts. Can't remember the other guy's name. He's from the Bump, isn't he? Okay, so we are live with the kickoff show. We're inside the studio, and as we said, we'll keep an eye on when we go to that match. There might be the odd little interview, though, which might be okay. Cameron said, Riddle's airport instant footage is out today. Yes. So, intoxicated and... you know, maybe it'll just help people kind of understand how WWE came to the decision they did. But to be honest, I've not seen too many people questioning that. I think a lot of people have been like, you know, understanding. We're just seeing Tiffany Stratton arrive. She is going to be in action in an Extreme Rules match against Becky Lynch tonight. NXT Women's Championship. Goat said, are you ready for Jade and Punk and Becky and Tiffany and Gigi? Let's go. Let's go. It's going to be a mini AEW invasion tonight. CM Punk's going to be on the show. Jade's going to be on the show. Wardlow's going to be on the show. It's all going to kick off. Noam Dar against Butch tonight as well. Worth mentioning that Noam Dar has got Metaphor, of course, in his corner, but in Butch's corner, Tyler Bate. Tyler Bate is going to be in Butch's corner. Bron Breakker against Baron Corbin. And we've also got Creed Brothers against Tony D'Angelo and Stax, against Angel Garza and Humberto Carrillo, against OTM. I don't mind the OTM name. I think it's pretty good. OTM. And we've also got Kelani Jordan taking on Blair Davenport on the kickoff show. Percentage chance of Jade Cargill showing up tonight. I'm about 60%, says JB. Yeah, I'm about the same, buds. I'm about the same. I'm about 60% as well. I think that it's... If you've got Jade Cargill and she's been training at the Performance Center and you've got a big show this weekend, I think that you're going to want as much buzz out of this, and WWE are going to want as much buzz out of this show as they possibly can get, because they're not competing against the WWE show this weekend. It's not like it's SummerSlam tomorrow. You know, if it was SummerSlam tomorrow, then maybe they would save her for SummerSlam and have her like there instead. But because this is the only WWE show until Raw on Monday, I've got to think that conversation has been had. I mean, it'd be a no-brainer of a conversation, wouldn't it? She's training at the Performance Center. She's signed. You've made a massive deal out of her. If I'm Sean, I'm definitely picking up the phone to Triple H going, listen, can I have Jade just sort of wave and say a few words? Is that something that's possible? Even if I can't use her like to interfere in a match or anything, can I have her at least there? I can't see why they would say no. I can't see why that would be a problem. So 60%, I might even go to 70. Okay, is this Dragon Lee? So he's going to be guest referee for this, and I don't really know why, but it is. We need to accept that he is. Tonight, Trick Williams has the chance of a lifetime. I need to do my job because that's the right thing to do, says Dragon Lee. Is he? It's the kind of thing where you go, is Dragon Lee going to turn on Trick? Like, this is the kind of thing where you do just question, like, is Dragon Lee? It's too good. This Dragon Lee's like going to call it down the mids, or he's a proper, like, you know, baby face. Like, is there going to be the swerve where he turns on Trick? I don't know. I feel like Trick definitely needs, if he's not going to win, a good reason as to why he's not won. And Dragon Lee turning on Trick then starting a feud with Dragon Lee. But Dragon Lee has got a match coming up on SmackDown, hasn't he? So if you turn him heel, it's going to affect that match on SmackDown. So you kind of have to take that into account as well. Messy, innit? Now that we're using NXT stars on the main roster, it's all getting a bit messy. Nelson said, have you heard about Tony buying New Japan? I hope it doesn't happen. I have heard the rumors. Tony has said it's an end of an era. People have got quite excited about that. Tony has sort of played that down now. But it might be only to kind of throw people off the scent, you know? I don't know how much New Japan would cost him, to be honest. How much did New Japan sell for? Because it has been purchased in the past. New Japan value. Wow. I mean, apparently in 2011, they reported a $55,000 profit. So, New Japan, blah, 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 blah. It's the promotion is basically a break-even business. It reported the equivalent of about 60,000 in profit. Wow. New Japan is lightly being held up because New Japan World has 116,000 paid subscribers worldwide. So 116,000 people, going back to a couple of years ago this now. 116,000 people subscribed to New Japan World. They ran 174 events in 2021. That was a slight increase from 170 in 2019. Don't know how much. So they're basically just breaking even. So I don't know how much it would cost to buy New Japan. I get a feeling it wouldn't be a crazy amount. Don't think it would be a crazy amount. It's not like they're absolutely raking it in. But they have been sold before, and I want to know how much they were bought for. Owners, impacts, contracts. Not interested in that. Inoki's departure. Going to be one of those that's going to take a little bit of searching, unfortunately. I don't think it'd be a crazy amount. I think Tony definitely could afford it. Definitely could afford it. So if that gets announced, I mean, that'll be big. That'll be massive. If he does sign them, it would be absolutely massive. It would give him a permanent base in Japan. It would give him the second and the third biggest promotions in the world. It would give him access to a pool of talent that he could do some stuff with that would be really interesting. I think the AEW brand is established now. New Japan's established, so I don't think that you would change either name. I don't think you would have like AEW rebranded as like New Japan USA or something. I don't think you would do that. I think AEW is established as a brand. And I don't think you would change New Japan's name in America, in Japan. So, yeah, I think you would keep them as they are. I think they'd both just be under the Tony umbrella. I think that it would allow you to do super shows, but they are doing that already. But it would give you access to the library. It would give you a foothold in Japan so that you could bring your stars over there and kind of really establish yourself in that market. I mean, you would be more than competitive with WWE in Japan as a market, you know? And having that relationship can only strengthen your position in America, because all of a sudden now you've got so many options of things that you can do now that you own New Japan, you know? So, yeah, I mean, from a strategic point of view, I can see why you would want to do it. I don't think if you buy New Japan, though, that all of a sudden, you know, your ratings are going to go through the roof, because we've seen them use the Japanese stars and bring them over. And Forbidden Show is definitely good from a critical point of view, but we're not seeing record numbers tune in. Like, it's a very niche market. New Japan have got worldwide subscribers to their platform of what did we just read? Like 116,000, something like that. You compare that to the WWE network, which I think in America alone was like over 1 million before they sold it to Peacock. So I don't even know what their number was worldwide. So it kind of gives you the perspective of like how big New Japan is compared to WWE. Firmly third place. Okay, we've got Metaphor. Noam Dart said, I'm going to show I'm the absolute best to do this. I'm not leaving here with any broken fingers, says Noam. Okay, so Metaphor have arrived and they're feeling very confident about picking up the victory. Heritage Cup match coming up between Noam Dar and Butch. 6 3-minute rounds. 20-second breaks between those rounds. 2 out of 3 falls is what you need. Falls can be landed by pinfall, submission, or count out. A disqualification or a knockout ends the match. You lose the match if you are DQ'd or knocked out. Thing is, referee has got to see that disqualification in order to call it. So doesn't mean we can't have some stuff going on behind the referee's back. But Heritage Cup match coming up later. Daze, are you surprised since New Japan is on sale that Triple H and WWE haven't got involved to try and buy it, and it's not just Tony? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know that. I think Vince does see value in having and owning video libraries. I think that's something that Vince is typically interested in. I don't think Vince would have any interest in buying them from a strategic, let's have a base in Japan. They offer a very different product as well to WWE. So I think Vince has had a relationship with them in the past. I think that it would be something that he, you could run the idea past him. But I don't think that it's something Vince would be that bothered by. I don't even know what their market in Japan is like, or how much they are even too fussed about the Japanese market. So I think that getting the tape library would be something that's interesting. Owning content is something that's interesting. It's just more stuff to put onto the WWE network, you know, and good quality content as well. I mean, what a history that is. But you're going to have to pay a fair bit just to secure that. And then you're going to have the problem of having to run the current promotion. You're going to have the problem of running New Japan as it is at the moment. And, you know, that might just be a headache that Vince just ain't bothered about, to be honest. So, style, I don't think Vince really cares for Japanese wrestling. I don't think Vince has got much interest in that at all. I think that it's just the video library, the tape library that I think would be of interest. But to be honest, you know, WWE are creating enough content themselves. You know, the amount of WrestleManias and SmackDowns and all of that that's going on. I mean, how many New Japan fans are you going to get signing up to the network just to watch that New Japan video library? How many people are you going to be able to get extra to sign up for that? And the other thing as well is, how much does Vince care when you've got companies spending $1 billion for that library anyway, meaning that it doesn't really matter how many people sign up because it doesn't really affect you. As long as they're happy, but to be honest, it's probably more important that you deliver great numbers for WrestleMania, SummerSlam. You know, I've got to think that Peacock are as happy as they could be anyway, because all we keep hearing about is how these shows are breaking records, record viewerships and all that. The most viewed SummerSlam, blah, 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 blah. So I've got to think that they're happy anyway. So how much would a New Japan video library make a difference? You know, it's hard, isn't it? I mean, you might find yourself in a situation where you have to go back to standing on your own and you don't have a streaming service that pays $1 billion for your content. So then you have to stand on your own 2 feet. Would having New Japan be good then? Yeah, well, it's not going to hurt, is it? But what value do you put on that? What number do you put on that? Like, how much money do you put on that? I mean, there is very little value in having Okada come into on Raw, right? Or having Naito come over onto Raw. The amount of people that know who these people are, it's a small number, right? I know that that's hard for certain wrestling fans to wrap their heads around, because for a lot of wrestling fans, they just consume a lot of different wrestling, and they kind of live in the belief that we all watch the same shows that they watch, and everyone believes that, you know, everyone knows Okada and all that. It's just not true. There's not many people that are watching New Japan. It's a niche promotion. It's big in Japan. It's niche in the Western world. And if you bring Okada into WWE, he's coming out to crickets. He's coming out to like a few pops, and that's it. Most people will be like, who's this guy? Who's this? Who's he? Same with Naito. Same with Takahashi. Same with Tanahashi, right? I feel like AJ came in from New Japan in 2016, got a great reaction, but I'll bet you anything it's because he was in Impact. So I feel like you need to be getting onto American TV. You know, maybe some people would know certain people now from Forbidden Door. Maybe that might have done something. But by and large, I think that if you're expecting the place to be going bananas because Okada's just walked down the ramp at Raw, like, I just do not see that being the case at all. And people weren't even going flipping bananas when he was walking down the ramp in AEW. I remember watching it and it was like quiet. Even in AEW, where you would think their fan base would be very switched on to Japan, there's been plenty of times where people have come out and it's been really quiet, and it's been a bit concerning. So, and we haven't seen the arrival of New Japan stars like boosting the Dynamite numbers. They did Forbidden Door this year. I know Big Time Baxter said there's only been one occasion this year where AEW Dynamite has hit 1 million viewers. So we're not seeing crazy bumps in viewerships around Forbidden Door. So there's plenty of data that backs up the fact that New Japan is a niche product that certainly has got passionate fan base, but wouldn't do a great deal if you bought it and brought the stars over to America. You could maybe do a New Japan like invasion angle, but you'd have to build that. You'd have to build that, and you'd have to introduce the stars, and you'd have to make a big story out of it, and you'd have to be like kind of introducing these people to the fans, you know? So yeah, I think there's definitely value in buying New Japan. I think the value lies in the tape library. I think the value may lie as well in being able to do an invasion, but you'd have to put a lot of work into introducing their stars. I think you'd have the headache of running the shows over there as well. You'd have to make sure that you've got people in place, and you know, you'd have to worry about the numbers. The numbers at the moment, a couple of years ago, saying they broke even, certainly don't suggest that you know, they're killing it on that front at the moment. You'd have to, you know, try and turn that around. I could understand why Vince is like, not bothered. Don't need it. It's a headache I don't need. I'd rather have the, I don't know what, 10 million. I don't know how much it would cost. 20 million, 30 million. How much would it be? How much? I really want an answer on this. How much is it valued for? Can I just put that into Google? How much is New Japan valued at? August 30th. How much is New Japan worth? Let's go. New Japan has been gaining traction in recent years. If you've ever wondered about its financial success, we will delve into it. Okay, good. Partnerships, international value. In conclusion, don't think there's a number here. While it's challenging to pinpoint an exact net worth due to its private ownership, it's evident that the company holds financial value. Merch sales, ticket revenue, TV deals, blah, 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 blah. If you're a fan of New Japan, well, they haven't answered it. It's a rubbish article. It's rubbish. We know that they made about $60,000 the other year, so... No one seems to be able to put a number on it. To be honest, I'm not seeing anyone put a value on it. I thought with all the rumors of Tony buying it that there would be a number of like, this is how much we expect it to go for. We know that, I mean, you're going back a long time, but WCW was sold to Vince for like $2 million. So, I mean, I think was Ring of Honor like 10? Something like that. I think Ring of Honor was about 10. I think WCW was like 2. I think, you know, New Japan is a different animal because it's not struggling like WCW was. So it's at least breaking even, and it's got a dedicated fan base, and it's like the third biggest promotion. So I feel like that would be certainly more than the 2 million. Even WCW in this day and age would have been more than 2 million. Certainly if Ring of Honor is going for 10 or 20 or whatever it was. Perhaps this would be more like 30, 40, 50, something along those lines. But that's kind of where my head's at. I'm not expecting it to be 100 million or 200 million. I'm not expecting a crazy number like that. I'm expecting it's like 30 to 50. 30 to 50. If I was to guess. But it might not even be that much. Might not even be that much. But I can't find a number on it. So, yeah, good question, Nelson. Mitchell said, AJ Styles is big in Orlando because TNA was taped there at Universal. The Royal Rumble was in Orlando. It was a perfect storm for his debut. Yeah, good point. Good point. I think AJ, as you say, made his name in Impact. He was a big name that people were aware of in America. He then went to New Japan, got a new fan base over in Japan, and you know, people obviously followed him that were fans of him from Impact. But I don't think that you can use that as a barometer. I don't think there's an argument there to say, hang on, AJ came from New Japan. He got a great reaction, so it must mean that Okada would get a great reaction. Like, I really don't think that works that way. I credit a lot of that, as you rightfully have said, to Impact being in Orlando, that year's Rumble being in Orlando, and it being a bit of a perfect storm. I like New Japan. I'm not down on New Japan. I'm not saying that they're not great or they're not stars or, you know, anything like that. I like them. I just think we have to be realistic in, if you are going to buy them, what realistically are you buying? What could you expect? What are you getting for your money? So, interesting conversation. Jim said the Japanese government will not allow an American to buy New Japan. Is that true? Is that true? I don't know how it would work with the government. I mean, different governments work different, don't they? So maybe that's true. Did you see the main event of Wrestle Dream? It's Christian Darby. This confirms the debut of Edge. The main event of Wrestle Dream is Christian versus Darby. Is it? It's definitely not. Where's that been reported? Where's that reported? Over Zack Sabre Jr. and Bryan Danielson. I'm just having a look now on the Wrestling Observer website. Can't see anything there. Let's put Wrestle Dream in. See where that's being said. Wrestle Dream. Wrestle Dream. If Danielson, Zack Sabre Jr. doesn't main event, then that'll be wild, says Mitchell. That will be wild. Wrestle Dream news. Wrestle Dream main event. Here we go. Cultaholic, 11 hours ago. It looks as though another mid-card AEW chat title will get to close out the show. On Friday's episode of Rampage, Darby cut a promo for his upcoming 2 out of 3 Falls match, and he noted he was looking forward to main eventing his first AEW pay-per-view. Okay, so that's where it's come from. That's where it's come from. So it's come from Darby Allin saying he's looking forward to main eventing his first pay-per-view. So that's where the news has come from. Unlike WWE, AEW doesn't promote shows with multiple main events, so it likely means this bout will in fact close the show. With no AEW women's title or AEW world title on the line, it opens the door for a new belt to be in this position. This would be Darby Allin's very first main event and would mark Christian Cage's second. With talk ramping up about Edge's AEW debut, his old partner and best friend closing out the show could be another hint towards that reality. So there we go. That's where it's come from. It's come from Darby Allin saying he's looking forward to main event in his first AEW show. We've got Trick and we got Carmelo backstage just saying a few words. All smiles on their faces as Trick goes for his first title tonight, and Carmelo is going to be defending against Ilja Dragunov. They're just breaking that match down now. If you are joining us, we've been live already for 2.5 hours tonight. Obviously, big No Mercy show, and we are working our way towards that main cards. Double or Nothing had 2 main events, says Nathan. Hayden said, looks like Christian Darby will main event Wrestle Dream. That is weird, but it does make sense. Hasib said Canelo or Charlo. Do you know what? I might be leaning towards Charlo. I think Canelo is still a great fighter, but I think we might be looking at a slight decline now. He's been fighting a long time. I think there is still something left in the tank, but if he is going to be facing someone like Charlo, who is one of the best, I think that's going to be a real challenge for him. Yeah, this is one where if Charlo was to win, it'd be like, oh, Charlo shocks the world type thing. But I don't know, man. This is as tough a challenge as Canelo has had in a long time. Bivol was at a different weight class, wasn't it? But I think if you look, this one is it super middleweight? So like this one is right where there's no excuses here. If he loses this is one that you would expect Canelo to be able to get the victory. And I'd expect Canelo to be favourite. Haven't seen the odds on it, actually. Haven't done any research on it because we're obviously not doing it. Let's have a look at the odds, see where we are. Canelo minus 250 would be a guess. Canelo is... I can't work it when it's like this. Can't work it when it's not in America. I have to work in American odds now. Can't do like one out of 4 or whatever. Here we go. Canelo minus 350. Yeah. Okay. So a little bit of a bigger favorite than I thought. Not loads. I thought it'd be about minus 250, minus 350. Charlo at plus 350. So, you know, we see in boxing quite a lot people like minus 1,000, minus 2,000 favorites. So it shows that Canelo comes in a slight favorite. Well, firmish favorite. Slight favorite would be minus 100. So him being like minus 350 has him at a favorite. But not so wide that like Charlo's not got any chance whatsoever. Like that's close enough in boxing for it to show that there's definitely people that are fancying Charlo in this fight. So really great fight, really close. I'd love to be watching it, but unfortunately it's colliding with NXT No Mercy tonight. And we are a wrestling channel first and foremost. So King Chris says, howdy, cow pokes. Howdy. I reckon this show will be great. I'm excited for it, man. We got 28 minutes to go, and then we will be underway with our prelim match. And then, of course, we've got the main show coming up with Becky and Butch. And yeah, man, there's going to be some really good action tonight. I agree. Looking forward to it. Jim said, rumor is that Camille is going to go to WWE when her NWA contract expires. Well, I would welcome Camille. I've been a fan of Camille for a long time. I haven't been watching her in recent years, but certainly when we were watching Power, I was a big fan of what I was seeing. I think that she carries herself very well. I think that she is big. She's strong. I mean, if you're going to bring in the likes of Camille and you're going to bring in the likes of Jade, you're already building up. Like you've got Nia Jax around. You got Rhea in the division. You got Raquel in the division. You've got a really interesting women's roster there. Really interesting. Camille is big. She's strong. Didn't Camille once step up to Jade? I remember Camille coming into AEW, and I'm sure that she had a little confrontation with Jade. She had a confrontation with someone in AEW. Let's have a quick search of that, shall we? When you've got the internet in front of you, you don't have to ponder and wonder about these things. You can just search. It was... there was a match between Camille and Layla Hirsch. Was it Layla Hirsch? I don't remember it being Layla Hirsch. I remember it being on AEW. Face to face. Oh, perhaps it was Layla Hirsch then. I suppose it makes sense in regards to like Camille is big, strong, so putting her in there opposite someone that's quite small. I know Layla Hirsch is strong, but that size difference is something that would be quite fun to, like, you know, show. It's a bit Hogan Andre, you know. But yeah, that's not I remember. I remember us stepping it up and it being a bigger deal than that. Apparently it was just a build to a match on Empower, so. But Camille has been on AEW. I'd love to see her go to WWE. Goat 2024, shout out to you. Shout out to you, my friends. Do you think the new faction in AEW are wrestlers released by WWE? No. No, I don't. Mainly because I think this is... I don't know that they would pick up that many people. So I don't know that they would pick up that many people. I also think that there's plenty of wrestlers that they've got that they need to be doing like something with. And I also wonder if this is something that they've kind of had planned for a little while as well, like even before the releases. I don't know that things would have gone in this exact direction because Adam Cole obviously was injured. But I think MJF Switchblades is a match that we would have got at some point anyway. So I would think this has probably been part of conversations. Maybe we weren't meant to get it this early. I don't know. But if you are going to do an MJF Switchblade feud, you've got to have some way of countering Bullet Club Golds. So my feeling on it is that this is probably something that's been worked on. This is probably something that's been in conversation. They've got plenty of wrestlers they need to find TV time for. The idea that they're only doing this now just to... I don't even know that they've had conversations yet and managed to actually secure any of the release talent. So genuinely, I think it's all a bit too quick. It's all a bit too soon for it to be the release superstars. So I'd be leaning towards no on that one. Next week is a big fight with Edward Leewood against Josh Warrington, says Daz. The thing came in the post. I appreciate it. Edward, shout out to you. I'm glad you got it. Hayden said, if Camille comes to WWE when her NWA contract is expected to expire, that would make sense. Jeremy said, did you know that Seth and Gunther had a dart match last night? Seth won by DQ and he was standing tall at the end. Very cool. Daze, have you seen matches from Cassandra Golden? No. No, not a name I'm aware of. Daze, who would win me and Mercedes versus Ty Mello and Sammy Guevara? I would go with Ty and Sammy. I think you would let the team down, Aries. Brackets, Aries, Wrestling, Entertainment, Action Figs. Scottish Nightmare said, I've got my NXT Championship on around my waist. Let's go, Carmelo. Boo. You mean Ilja? You mean Ilja, don't you? Let's go, Ilja Dragunov. Let's go. Real Kyle said, speaking of TV time, where is Gargano, Loomis, and Carrion? They still have New Day Viking Raiders. Kevin Owens, Sammy against Judgment Day. Shake my head. Well, I feel like there's been some injuries. So Indy got called up and she was injured when she got called up. So it took her a little while, I think, to recover and shake that injury off. I think Gargano has actually picked up a couple of injuries as well. And I think there has been some change in creative. So the problem you've got is that if you have a plan in place for a group or a tag team or something and someone gets injured, that then falls through. And so then you need a new plan. But the problem you've got is not only do you need a new plan, but you need to find where to fit them in. And it seems like WWE are writing in like blocks now. So, like Triple H said after WrestleMania that they've got the next 2 months completely planned out. So that would mean that if they had a plan for Johnny after WrestleMania and he picks up an injury or Tommaso picks up an injury or someone picks up an injury, it could be that you've missed your boat. It could be that for the next 2 months, we ain't got anything for you. I can shoehorn you in to a few matches and find a few places for you to feature. But we've got our stories planned out. I know what my show is going to look like. I know the feuds and the stories that I want to tell. And your story, unfortunately, has just dropped off because of injury. So I think that it's a bit tricky. I think it's trickier than it used to be. I think under Vince, you see, this is the problem. Fans want stories that are told over a long period of time. But equally, in order to do that, you've got to plan it all out. And so if you don't plan it out, then you don't really get those stories. So it's a little bit tricky. It's a little bit tricky. I mean, the Sammy and Kevin and Judgment Day never-ending feud is a story that's still being told. They want to get those people on TV. So even if Johnny was available, you're not going to take Sammy and Kevin off TV. And you're not going to take Judgment Day off TV. And that is a feud that's still rumbling. It's as relevant as it's ever been. I don't like it. I don't like the fact we keep telling this story. I don't like how long it's taken. But they ain't going to replace them with Johnny and whatever, because they're going to want to get Sammy and Kevin onto TV. And they're going to want to get Judgment Day onto TV. So I think it's a bit tricky. I think that you've got injuries. You've got a few different bits and bobs that have gone on, which has meant that their stories have dropped off, and then it's been hard to get them onto TV. And then you've got big stars that you have to feature each week. And I think we've just got stuck into this loop. And as we said, it seems like we're building to like a War Games match or something now with Cody and Jimmy and Sammy and Kevin and all of those, you know, taking on Judgment Day. Kelani Jordan has made her way out. We got our first match of the evening, Blair Davenport. So Blair Davenport against Kelani Jordan. If Edge is debuting tomorrow, how much a waste was it feeding him the demon at WrestleMania when Balor could have benefited from it? Yeah, it was. It would have been a waste. If Edge debuts tomorrow, I will be really disappointed in him. I'll be really disappointed. It's his life. And I'm sure there's matches that he wants from AEW, but he is taking the star power that WWE helped create. He is taking those moments like him beating the demon at WrestleMania, which, you know, just add to his career, add to his legacy, whatever. He is taking that to a rival company. Like, from a WWE perspective, it would be very, very, very disappointing. Very disappointing. From a wrestling fan, I don't really care about that perspective. People will be very excited because they'll be thinking Edge and Omega and all that kind of stuff. I still don't see it happening. I still don't see it happening. There's still nothing that makes me think that he's going to go there. But if he did, I'd be disappointed in him. I really would. A lot of people will be like, it's his life. And I get that. But it doesn't mean doesn't mean that you still can't stop being disappointed. It's his life. It's his decision. He's made his mind up. God bless him. But I'd still think it'd be, from a WWE perspective, disappointing that you've invested in someone that much and they've gone to the rival company, you know? It's a bit like Lex Luger when he went over to WCW, you know? From a WWE perspective, that was disappointing. WWE was certainly disappointed when Razor and Diesel went over, didn't they? And they were doing fake Razor and fake Diesel, and they were doing those billionaire TED skits, you know? So I don't see any difference between that and Edge deciding to go over to WCW. Big, heavy shot there by Blair Davenport. Kelani Jordan goes to the outside. Blair Davenport getting back into the ring as she grabs a hold of Kelani Jordan, hurling Kelani Jordan into the corner. Hip toss. I like these two. Scooping up, slamming down Kelani Jordan. Blair going for the cover. Kick out by Kelani. Kelani getting a shoulder up there as Blair Davenport jumps onto the back, starts pulling back at the head of Kelani Jordan. So Blair Davenport pulling back on the neck, pulling back on the head of Kelani Jordan. Kelani Jordan getting back up to her feet. Elbows to the midsection. And again, trying to break out of the holds. Goes down. Little bit sloppy there by Kelani. She gets turned over. Beautiful Boston Crab by Blair Davenport. Blair Davenport with Boston Crab and Kelani Jordan trying to claw her way over. She gets dragged into the middle of the ring, screaming out there, Kelani Jordan. Again, trying to get over to the ropes. Good facial expressions. Trying to roll through, and she does as Blair Davenport goes into the corner. Blair Davenport seated down, getting back up to her feet. Damage done to that lower back, though. Forearm strike coming in by Kelani. Chop coming in by Kelani. All looking good. Forearm strike. Another shot misses. Roll through by Kelani. 1, 2. Kick out by Blair. I'm expecting Blair to get the victory here. Forearm strikes blocked by Kelani. Countered by Kelani. Kelani has got Blair in her sights. Blair with a forearm strike. Kelani goes back against the ropes. Kelani comes back with a forearm strike of her own. These two exchanging blows at the moment. Again, another shot coming in as Kelani goes back. Kelani selling her neck. Steps forward. Heavy hands. These two really laying them in. I'm not a big fan of just throwing in shots and taking them, you know. Heavy shot as Kelani goes down. So Kelani is knocked down by Blair Davenport. Davenport winning that exchange. Kick coming in. I mean, there is some intensity to this match. More intensity than maybe I think people would have expected. Another kick coming in by Blair Davenport. Kelani catches the leg. Kelani getting back up to her feet. Forearm strike there by Kelani. She goes round into a lovely cutter. Kelani Jordan down. Blair Davenport down. Crowd making a little bit of noise here. Crowd involved in this one. Yeah, Booker said that was quite a unique offense. Blair trying to get back up to her feet at the moment. Kelani trying to get back up to hers as well. Both women in the middle. Kelani knocks down Blair. And again. Kelani shouting out to the crowd. Cartwheels over. Back elbow to Blair. Kelani kip up. This girl, man. Kelani Jordan. We have not seen much of her at all. And she is showing that with very limited wrestling experience, you know, she's screaming out, she's digging deep, she's selling, she's grabbing onto her midsection, selling her neck, great facial expressions, great athleticism as well. Like, she's going to go on to be a big star. I've got no doubt that she'll go on to be like NXT Women's Champion, get to the main roster. Considering the amount of ring time that we've seen of her and the fact that NXT are willing to put her in on the pre-show already. Jumping onto the back here of Blair Davenport. Sleeper hold being applied here by Kelani. Kelani trying to wear down Blair Davenport. Blair driving Kelani back into the corner. You feel like you're, oh man, axe kick. You feel like you're watching a proper little battle here as split leg moonsault by Kelani Jordan, but knees up by Blair Davenport. Blair Davenport jumps up top, double stomp. Kelani Jordan goes down. The split leg was okay. Credit for going for it. It's a lovely looking move. She didn't quite get all of it. Blair plants Kelani down. And you know what? If that was on NXT, you would say, good match. You'd say, good little match that is. Fun little contest. Felt quite intense. Both of these women trying to secure the win. And there's Gigi Dolan. Gigi Dolan with quick little kicks to Blair Davenport. Blair Davenport down. Forearm strikes coming in by Gigi. Yeah. Yeah. Shucky ducky. So we've got Gigi throwing in forearm strikes to Blair Davenport. Good little match, man. Good little match. I mean, nothing mind-blowing, but solid little opening contest. And I said that those two can go, and I think they showed that they are both very much in the conversation when it comes to future NXT Women's Champions. Kelani, much more into the future than Blair. Blair with a lot more experience, but not bad. The Beach Kevin said the entire match is being shot with handheld ringside cams. Where are the main hard cam shots? I kind of liked it. I didn't mind it. I didn't mind like the camera shots. It was all like ringside cameras, wasn't it? Just got a little thing for Roxanne right now. Good match and ending, said Go. It was a 3-2-5 match for me, said Mitchell. Yeah, I'd agree. It's like a 3.5, something like that. It was solid. It was fine. Considering, though, they've got no history and they had just, and honestly, Kelani's had, what, 5 matches? Something like that. She ain't had loads of matches in NXT. I think they've just delivered a real solid little kickoff show match there. How can you be disappointed, said Hasib, when WWE haven't re-signed him? What should he do? Sit at home and twiddle his thumbs? No, I'm disappointed. I mean, like, WWE have put a contract offer in, and so Edge could re-sign, but if he doesn't re-sign with WWE, it would suggest he hasn't because he wants to go to AEW instead. I mean, obviously, without knowing what the WWE contract offer is, you know, they might have lowballed him. So maybe it's a case that he feels disrespected. But I would have to think that WWE would give him a good offer. I'd have to think that he said in a video, WWE have given me a contract extension. Like, I just need to figure out what my future looks like. And it seems like his choice in that video is between retiring or re-signing with WWE. So if the contract offer is there, we know that he's turning down an offer from WWE. Now, WWE can't want him to go to AEW. I've got to think that number is a good number. I've got to think that contract is a good contract. So if he's going to sign with AEW, he's turning down the WWE offer. And as I said, WWE made him the star that he is. You know, he's definitely repaid. You know, he's definitely made money for WWE. But at this stage in his career, like, I mean, it's a good point that was made. He got put over at WrestleMania. He beat Demon Finn Balor. He's just recently beaten Sheamus in Toronto. Like, I feel like WWE have given him a lot, and they've like built him up to be the star that he is. If he's gonna take that star power now to go and help a rival company, to go and sign with AEW and go and help a rival company, when we know for a fact that there is a contract extension there from WWE, that's disappointing. That is disappointing. As a WWE fan, I'm disappointed in that decision. It's not something I'm going to cry about. It's not something that I'm going to be like, oh, I ain't watching Edge or anything like this. But as a WWE fan, I'm disappointed that he would choose a rival company over staying with WWE when we know there's a contract extension that's there. He said he's got to make the right decision for him and that it's going to be hard to beat that Sheamus match. This is why I'm surprised that the retirement conversation isn't being spoken about more, because it seems to me like he's trying to decide between, can I beat that Sheamus match in Toronto? Can I beat that? Is it worth me re-signing with WWE? Or is it time for me to call it quits? Can I retire on my terms now? Can I choose when I walk away? Is this the time that I should walk away? So this is why the AEW Edge go in there thing is just nowhere near a guarantee, because I think he's grappling between signing an extension and retire him. And yes, there is going to be an offer from AEW. I've no doubt about that. And who knows how much money that is. Maybe it's a bigger offer. Maybe it's a case that WWE have given him a number, AEW have given him a bigger number. Maybe if we had all the facts, then it wouldn't be as disappointing. But being honest, as a WWE fan, to see someone that we've invested so much in go to a rival company, you can't help but be disappointed in that. I'm sure I'm not the only WWE fan that would feel that way. So, Corbin has got this. A.B. Jobson said, I don't understand why Edge would risk his legacy or injury to go to AEW. He's one of the very true WWE loyal guys. And that's another good point as well, because if you think of the praise that people have for Undertaker, you know, one of the things that people praise about Undertaker is that during the Attitude Era, he didn't go to WCW, and he stood by Vince, and Vince recognizes that. And Vince really values that, his loyalty, the fact that he's, you know, stood and fought with WWE. And even though this isn't the same thing, you know, this isn't, you know, the Monday Night Wars or anything like that, I think there is something to be said for that loyalty. I think there is something to be said for standing with the company that made you. And so, yeah, I just think that it would be a bit disappointing. I'd be disappointed in Edge. But as I said, you know, without knowing all the numbers and the facts, and, you know, WWE might cut his contract, mightn't they? And it might be he's getting $5 million now, and they've given him a contract that's worth $1 million a year rather than the $5 million he was getting paid. And AEW might have come in with a $10 million contract. So if that turns out to be the case, then it would obviously be a lot more understandable. So without the full picture, it's hard to know. But yeah, it's a conversation that I think's this whole thing will divide opinion. Should he go? Shouldn't he go? Would it be disappointing if it went? Would it not be disappointing? I think most wrestling fans probably won't worry about that, and they will probably just look at it and go, do you know what? If he does go, I want to see him against Kenny Omega. I want to see him against Ricky Starks. I want to see him against, I don't know, Bryan Danielson again, or whatever it might be. Him against this version of Christian. So I think most fans will just look at it from that perspective. 3 minutes to go. Edward said, how's things been going? I hope you are well. Send in love. Edward, shout out to you. Things going good, man. Things going good. I'm excited for No Mercy, which is literally just a few moments away. And we can get stuck into AEW tomorrow. I'm happy to talk about whatever, whenever. But AEW tomorrow, I'm sure there'll be plenty of Edge talk on tomorrow's stream. Okay, kickoff show about to wrap up as we go to the main cards. I don't know, is it Corbin that's starting the match, is it? Main event, Becky Lynch, Tiffany Stratton. I wonder if that will get people talking about... I mean, I think that was the match that was going to main event anyway. But I wonder if there's people out there thinking that that might increase the chances of Jade making her presence felt. Carmelo Hayes against Ilja Dragunov. Darby saying he and Christian main event in means Edge is coming. Don't agree. There's no way Tony puts that on last. Why? And doesn't have Edge lined up. Why? That would be one of the worst decisions. I think if you want people to tune into Wrestle Dream and you want to get people speculating and getting people to talk about the show and take a chance on the show because they think that because that's the main event, Edge is going to come in, why wouldn't you book that as the main event? If I'm going to get you to tune into my show because you think something's going to happen, that ain't got nothing to do with me. I haven't teased it. I haven't said it's going to happen. I haven't done anything to imply it's going to happen. And do you go with Bryan Danielson against Zack Sabre Jr. as the main event? Well, you could make the argument Zack Sabre Jr. is a New Japan star that is not featured in AEW very much. So why would you go with that as the main event? It's the match I would go with. And it's a dream match, definitely, but there'll be a fair few people in the AEW fan base that don't know who Zack Sabre Jr. is. So is that, maybe it was different if it was going to be Danielson against another AEW star. If it's Danielson against another AEW star, then I think you stand a chance of that being the main event. But it's not. So you could make the argument that's why that's not the main event. MJF is not defending his championship. There's no Saraya Women's Championship. So all of a sudden you look at it and the TNT title is one of the most important titles on the cards. So if that does close the show, and Darby Allin is one of the four pillars who's never main evented a pay-per-view, and it's for a championship, and it's Christian, who's a decent name that you've got, all of a sudden it doesn't look that bizarre that it's the main event. And if I put that as the main event and it's going to convince a few people that Edge is coming in and they're going to buy the pay-per-view as a result when they weren't going to, I've just made extra money, haven't I? I've just made extra money. So I'm sitting pretty. So to me, it's by no ways a guarantee that Edge is coming in. It's interesting. It's one that I personally probably would have gone with Bryan Danielson instead. But I could understand the logic of not going that way. And I don't think that means that Edge is 100% guaranteed at all. But we'll find out tomorrow, won't we? If Edge's last match is against Sheamus, does it bother you that he won? Yeah. It doesn't bother me in the sense of, like, I'm really, like, down on it or anything. Like, I'm going to cry about it. But I've said before, I prefer people to lose their last match. I just think it's a tradition that I really like in wrestling. It's a tradition that I think is something that is just kind of cool. It's kind of like you pay it back. You know, there's a lot of people that have laid down for you in your career, and you've laid down for a lot of people as well. But there is nothing for you to gain in winning your last match. There's no, I mean, you don't need momentum. You're not gonna leave with a title. You're not gonna become a number one contender. You're not. I don't see what the purpose is for you to win that last match. And actually, you know, Sheamus is the guy that helped bring Edge back. You know, Sheamus is the guy that they went biking, and whilst they were out biking, Edge took a fall. And I think Sheamus, he told this story, didn't he? Sheamus said, if you're out taking bumps like that, why can't you look at coming back towards the ring? And Edge was thinking about it, and we end up getting Edge back. So Edge told this story and said that it was because of Sheamus that this return was set in motion. And they even showed the footage of them biking and Edge falling. And so, yeah, I think for me, him having that match and then putting Sheamus over and them shaking hands after, and Edge, Edge isn't a bigger star because he beat Sheamus. I kind of feel like it's just a tradition that I really like. I don't see any need for you to win your last match. And, it's you giving back to the business. So, yeah, it's not one that bother me is probably not the right way of words in it. My preference would be that Sheamus would have won that match, yeah, if it turns out to be his last match. But you can always say that at that point, Edge didn't know it was his last match. Edge didn't know that was it. If Edge went into it knowing this is definitely my last match, I'm definitely done after this, then yeah, I'd be like, you should have put Sheamus over. No? But I think you could make the argument he didn't know at that point, so fine. As I said, each to their own. Okay, we just got this open, which was doing the rounds yesterday. It's a brilliant open with the No Mercy video game. No. No Mercy. But inside the arena, I believe there's like 5,000 tickets or whatever that's been sold. I'm sure that's about the crowd number. I think parts of the top section are roped off. Welcome to Breakers Field sign. James said, forever NWA Women's Champ Joyce Grable has passed away. Really? Man, how old? Here we go. Bron Breakker coming down. Honestly, I thought she was older than that. So, 70. Trained by the fabulous Moolah. And she was a tag champ with Wendy Richter, I believe. 82, Wendy Richter was her tag partner. $70, though, that's not a bad showing, is it? Apparently, she revealed she had cancer in 2013, and she was in hospice care when she passed away, so... That's a shame, man. Right. Bron Breakker has made his way down. Bron Breakker looking very, very focused here. AR Banks said, I'm excited for this stream and No Mercy. AR Banks, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to everyone that's joining us for this show. Wow, Baron Corbin coming out on a motorcycle. I wonder if that'll be a Mattel thing. He's making his way down. Look at this, the dead man. Is this going to be part of like his big entrances now? Coming down on a motorcycle. Head fully shaved, fully bald. He's got like a Triple H like covering around his face. They're like coughing away on commentary as smoke is spewing out of this bicycle. Burn the ships. Burn the bikes. So he's come down on a bike. Baron Corbin, pretty fun entrance. Oh, yeah. He's got a Burn the Ships t-shirt on. Baron Corbin making his way down to the ring now. He's parked his bike in the entranceway. Bron goes over the top rope. Comes crashing down. Feels like is there slightly different ring gear for Baron Corbin? So black tights. Well, we've got some extra security around the ringside area. What are the security guards there for? I don't even know why they're there. So we've gone into the crowd now. So into Trash Can. Shot coming in there by Baron Corbin. Again, slamming Bron into like a bit of a barricade. We're properly in the crowd at the moment. So, hot start to the show. Baron Corbin comes out on a motorcycle. Now we're fighting in the crowd. Match, I don't believe is, I don't know if we've rung the bell. I don't think we've got things started. Really great sign in the crowd. Someone's got a Nintendo 64 No Mercy game box, and they've got NXT like wrestlers on the cover. They've like edited it. Security guards getting hit by Bron. They go down. Corbin with a big clothesline. Corbin knocking Bron into the crowds. So we've had Yeah, it's not even begun according to the commentators. So the big news is Baron's entrance was pretty sick. Ring gear looks a lot better, man. Looks a lot better. So he's got black, like tight trousers. It's got flames on the side. Looks a bit like a flaming skull or something. I can see some chains in there. He's got rid of the arm thing that says like burn the ships or whatever. Instead, that's just black. It looks a little more simple and it looks a lot better for it. You could maybe still tweak it a little, but it's definitely big steps in the right direction. Corbin on his feet, back in the corner. The bell has sounded. Corbin was just slammed onto the commentary table. Corbin goes hard into the corner. Bron grabs him, chucks him over his head. Absolutely effortless. Effortless. I like Bron's gear as well. Singlet. It's got like a dog on the front, showing its teeth. Few words on. Probably could do with some of that coming off. I think I always think simpler the better. I really do. Sometimes wrestlers can just take their gear a bit too far but put too much stuff on it. 1, 2, kick out there by Bron. So a hot start, man. Big entrance, fighting in the crowds. Baron with a senton, trying to crash on top of Bron, who was lying on a commentary table. Ended up crashing onto the commentary table. They get into the ring. The bell has sounded and shots are being thrown. Feel like he's got some new tattoos on his back, Baron Corbin. I don't remember seeing that back piece before. Over in the corner goes Bron. Big suplex by Baron. 1, 2. Baron would look so much better if he just smashed the gym. If he just properly like got shredded like Bron does. He collides into Bron, throwing in a few forearm strikes. Laying these forearm strikes in. And pace of this just slowing momentarily. But commentary keeps dropping in and out. There's a commentary microphone going out. Is a bad botch. Bron on his feet. Picking up. Looking for double knees. Honestly, I never listened to commentary, so I didn't even know. I can sort of hear them like mumbling in the background. Shots coming into side of the head there by Bron. Laying down some big elbows to the back of the head. Clearly, Baron is going to be the same personal trainer as Sami and Kofi. So Bron has got Baron in the corner. Bron very much in control. Pace of it has slowed a little. Can you check when the Canelo ring walk is scheduled? Honestly, I don't know when it is. Okay, right now we've got a picture that's completely gone out. I don't know if this has happened to you guys, but I have no picture whatsoever. It just says live and it's just a black screen. Anyone else got issues? Is it just me? I'll have a look for the ring walk whilst I'm waiting for it to burst back into life. The pace of it had definitely slowed. It says it's scheduled to start at 8 p.m. Eastern. So what would that be? That would be like... Well, I'm guessing that must be the main cards. So... I still have a black screen. I don't have issues. Oh, yours is fine. Oh, okay. That's what I've got. like nothingness. And when I move it, look, you can see that it is. Hey, is there anyone else? People are saying it's fine. Oh, right. I thought everyone was affected. Okay. Maybe that's an international thing or something. Okay. Refresh it. I've refreshed it. I didn't have commentary, and I've had some picture issues, said for Beach Kevin. The stream has been perfect. Oh, I haven't had any commentary or picture issues. Well, I can't talk about the commentary issues that people were talking about, but I did just have a black screen. If you refresh it, it comes back. It's fine. Maybe some issues tonight, maybe not. We'll keep an eye on it. In regards to ring walk, honestly, I don't know. I just went on that site. They said that it's scheduled for 8 p.m. Eastern, which I think is about 1 a.m., which would mean now, but I don't think it is now. Right now, Bron is got Baron. Baron gets over to the ropes. Baron grabbing a hold of the rope, and kicks coming in there by Bron. Laying in these kicks as Baron trying to get back up to his feet. Bron from behind, grabbing Baron. Saying a few words, talking a bit of trash. Over against the ropes. Forearm strike coming in. Against the ropes goes Bron. Duck underneath. Round the houses, looking for a deep six. Deep six by Baron Corbin. Looking for a cover. 1, 2... and shoulder up. Little bit botchy there because Bron actually, when he got deep sixed, he turned over to his side and then he had to lie back down again to be pinned. And of course, that suggested he was going to get his shoulder back up. Baron trying to get over by the ropes. The crowd are very much into it, though. These two starting off with a hot start. And seems like they've held the audience's attention right now. Baron trying to get over, up to his feet on the one side, coming over. Big shot coming in there by Baron. Shot coming back by Bron. These two exchanging blows at the moment, back and forth. Shot coming into the midsection there by Bron. Big blows being exchanged back and forth. Kick coming in there by Baron. Knee strike coming in by Bron. Baron goes over into the corner. Bron charges over. Collides into Baron. Baron backing away. He's looking to... throwing a kick there, Baron. Now he's trying to grab Bron, but no joy. Picks him up. Baron in control. Bron rolls him over. We're right by the ropes. 2. Kick out by Baron. Some of this is just, it's a little bit sloppy. I think I don't want to see them like rolling each other up and that kind of stuff. Like, I feel like the smaller guys can do that. Like, you don't see Brock Lesnar doing that kind of stuff. I want to see these two like big power moves, laying it into each other, spears and against the ropes. Even that, I mean, like, he's just giving him like a little clothesline coming off the ropes. Like, that could have been a big spear. That could have been a big, impressive looking impact move. Instead, he just sort of collided into him. Baron on the outside. I think the start of this is good. Oh, and that's good as well. Spinebuster onto the commentary table. That's what we're looking for. Spinebuster onto the commentary table, and the commentary table explodes. The flipping security guards are still down from like 10 minutes before. Bron sits up like the Undertaker, starts screaming, getting up to his feet. He's no sold that. Completely no sold that commentary table spot there. Collided into Baron. Baron getting thrown into the ring. Straps are coming down. Bron's absolutely fine. Here we go. Oh, hello. That's Mr. Stone. That's Von Wagner's manager. He gets thrown to the outside where all the security guards had gathered. What the flip is going on? Bron gets caught. 1, 2, 3. Baron gets the win after a distraction. And there's plenty about that match that I can find fault with. But there is some big power moves in there. There are, like, the spine buster. But then Bron just no-sells that commentary table spot. All the security guards just gathering around, waiting for someone to be thrown on them is just... It's cringe to me. They're saying, like, listen to this moment, this heavy collision, but literally all of a few seconds later is no-selling it. Good entrance. Good fight in the crowds. Few nice moments in the match, but there's plenty that lets this match down for me. Put in your scores. What do you score it out of 5? Smile on Baron's face. Baron picks up the victory. Bron loses, but is protected in the loss, which I don't mind too much. Don't mind that. I said both of them need the win, really. You know, Bron is a young talent who hasn't made it to the main roster yet. Like, he could do with the win. Even though he's been champ, he could still do with the win. And then you've got Baron Corbin, who's gone down to NXT to, like, reinvent himself. Like, he could do with the win, so... I think we said, actually, on our preview of this the other day that both of these need the victory. You're going to have to protect whoever loses somehow, and they have done that. So I don't have too much problem with the fact that we've done it with that kind of screwy finish. Top 25 SmackDown moments. Alex said 3. Can't Stop, Won't Stop said 5. Draco said 2.5. J-Love said 3. Ryan said 3. Trey says 3. Michael said 3.75. Robert said 3.14. Kappa said solid 3. Steven says 3. Smurfy says 4. Corbin is put through a table, speared, and he got straight back up and then beat Bron. It's a super Corbin era, says JB. John says 10. Justin said 2. 7 Dave Meltzer stars out of 5, says David. Elijah said 3.75. It was solid. Big Time said the problem was that Neva was established as a babyface and the crowds was a bit quiet because they didn't know who to cheer for. Can't Stop, Won't Stop said non-stop action, 5 out of 5. Okay, so... We've got a bit of a mixed bag there. Plenty of 3s and a few 5s as well. Okay, GG just getting a profile at the moment. Dragunov just getting a profile. I think this is just because we're at commercial break and we don't have commercials in the UK. So if you are watching Peacock and you've got the commercial version, then you're just at a commercial break right now. Right, first match down. First match done. I don't know what's coming up next. We'll find out very soon. We know that Becky against Tiffany is the main event tonight. Great crowd, said Elijah. It was a good open. It could have been worse, said Hawkins. It could have been Dom that was opening. Tinglin says 3. Okay. So, a little bit of a mixed bag for that first one. But we move on. Want to move on. We're still waiting to move on. Right now, we're just seeing Ilja Dragunov profile, which and some of his best moments, which is certainly not a chore to be watching. Okay, earlier today, Tiffany Stratton arrived. I think we saw this footage on the kickoff show. I was looking at the van in the background. It's still for WrestleMania 39. WrestleMania goes Hollywood. It's got Cody on the side and Asuka on the side. So we're looking at Dragon Lee and Axiom and a triple threat match. So this would imply that, is it Dominik Mysterio next? Dirty Dominik Mysterio. Trick Williams picking up the victory. Okay, we're just seeing some footage from the kickoff show. Elijah said, Corbin's entrance was amazing. Kappa said, you're not getting commercials. No. No. If you've got Peacock, then you get commercials. But we don't have the network on Peacock in the UK. We still have the WWE network as a separate as it is. So for us, we just see video packages of different wrestlers. You know, those kind of hype packages that you get from time to time. So we just had one for Ilja Dragunov, and I can't remember who it was for that. GG Dolan. GG Dolan. We're both going to walk out with championships on our shoulders. I wonder if they're going to be keeping the belt on Carmelo because they're tempted to have him drop it to Trick. Here's Dragon Lee, special guest referee. Okay, so Dirty Dom against Trick Williams, and there won't be any confusion as to who to cheer for here. The same can be said with Jade, with Loyalty. Tony spent a lot of time building her up and put over Statlander. Now I'm going to WWE. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing I would say is slightly different is I think it's undeniable that you are moving up in your career if you go from AEW to WWE, because AEW's biggest show gets 800 and some odd thousand. And if you go to WWE, Raw gets 1 point whatever, SmackDown 2 point something, and they've got WrestleMania, and they've got SummerSlam, and they've got 60 years of history, and they've got, you know, you could end up, who are you going to end up having dream matches with in the women's division? Like Saraya, Britt Baker, but in WWE, it might be Trish Stratus, it might be Lita, it might be Beth Phoenix. Do you know what I mean? Like, it might be some of these absolute monstrous names from the history of women's wrestling. So, yeah, if you invested in Jade like AEW and she ended up going to WWE, I could understand some AEW fans being upset that she didn't stay and fight the fight for them, you know? Not pulling in the direction. She basically chose the other team. The only thing I'd say is a little different is in no way has she had the same level of investment as what Edge has had. And also, Edge going to a smaller company and helping them grow feels a lot different to Jade leaving AEW and going to already the established market leader, the company that's, known around the world. It feels a little different, but I could understand AEW fans being disappointed. And actually, someone came out, I think, was it Kenny? And he said something along the lines of, like, we should support the wrestlers and support their journey and all that kind of stuff. I think he was saying he was disappointed to see that some AEW fans had reacted that way. And I think that Kenny was trying to make the point he was disappointed in seeing that. My counter to that would be, well, maybe tell Tony Khan to not go around telling everyone there's a flipping war. How about doing that? Then maybe your fan base won't be so disappointed when the wrestlers leave and go to the rival promotion. Right, here's Dominik Mysterio making his way down to the ring. Smile on his face. No Rhea Ripley. No Finn Balor. No Damian Priest. It's Dominik Mysterio on his own. It doesn't mean that there's no members of Judgment Day that could be lurking, though. But Dominik Mysterio making his way down and holding up that North American Championship as boos ring out for Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom staring over at Trick Williams. Dirty Dom as well seems to have a dirty black eye. By the looks of it, there's some yellow, like, bruising on his eye. I think he did suffer, didn't he? A black eye from his match with Dragon Lee. It looks like it's got worse. I don't know if they've put makeup on it to make it look even worse, but definitely looks worse than it did when we saw him on Tuesday. Trick Williams in the ring. Dirty Dominik Mysterio with a moody black eye, man. Look at that thing. This is more horrific than what Cody had to compete with at Hell in a Cell. Loud boos for Dominik Mysterio, who snatches the North American Championship off Dragon Lee. He then throws it back on the floor. Yeah, I'd also be off with Dragon Lee if I had a flipping black eye like that. If my eye looked like that, I'd be off with Dragon Lee. Right, Bella sounded, and we are underway. Mysterio going for the cover, and Dragon Lee was counting it fair. Dominik's not happy, though. Roll up by Trick. Kick out by Dominik. Dominik trying to get back up to his feet. He's still having a go at Dragon Lee. He wanted it to be 1, 2, 3. Shot coming in there by Trick Williams. Uppercut just seemed to miss. Bad camera angle. Against the ropes goes Trick. Grabs Dominik. Trick against the ropes. Collides into Dominik. Lovely drop kick. Trick. Dominik slides out the ring. Jean-Pierre, shout out to you. Said he has heat, I hear. So that's why he's losing. Who's got heat? Dirty Dom or Dominik on the outsides? Arms in the air. He's got his belt. He's looking to leave, but Trick Williams clotheslines Dirty Dom. Who's got heat, Jean-Pierre? Who have you heard's got heat? Cal, shout out to you. Said the guy with the long hair and his mom is back. Oh, I've not noticed. Oh, is that him with the... Is that him with the beard and the moustache? Oh, my God. Jesus. I didn't recognize him. He's got, like, facial hair. Well spotted. The guy that looks like a flipping serial killer in the front row. What is it? Charles Manson? Is that who I'm thinking of? Charles Manson. The dude that looks like Charles Manson in the front row. He used to be called Jesus. And he used to go to shows with his mom. God bless him. If his mom's into wrestling and she enjoys it as well. And he's like, do you want to go to the show? Yeah, man. Face first, Trick Williams into the commentary table. They have returned. Jesus has risen. Jesus has risen. Oh my God, he is real. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. He has returned. She's returned as well. What does that make her? Lady Jesus. Shots coming in by Dominik. I love me some Jesus, says Mitchell. So does Bryce Mitchell. Well, someone needs to tell Bryce Mitchell that Jesus has returned. In fact, didn't he tell us this last week? He knew. He knew a week ago that Jesus had come back. Didn't have a clue what he was on about, but now it all makes sense. God bless Cal and God bless Bryce Mitchell. Wrestle Dream 0 Hour is 90 minutes long. Let's go. Elbows coming in. Big clubbing blow by Dominik. I think it's Jesus and Mary. Jesus and Mary. God bless them. Over in the corner. Dominik gets out the way. Trick collides into the corner. We're 35 minutes into the show. Trick goes down. Dominik going up. This is big for Dominik. I mean, he is out there. There's no Ray, no Judgment Day, no Rhea Ripley. It's a premium live event. Dominik Mysterio is putting everything he's learned into practice right now. And, you know, he is showing that he belongs in WWE. He is not lost. He's constantly interacting with the ref, constantly interacting with the fans. Shot coming in. Do you know, he reminds me a lot of Sammy Guevara. Shots coming in by Dirty Dom. Trick down. Elbow drop there by Dirty Dom. Trick Williams looks so good, doesn't he? He looks classy. You know, I was saying earlier about like how less is more. Look at what he's got on his gear. He's got white shorts. He's got like Trick Williams written on the one side. He's got a logo on the other side. Other than that, it's just like white knee pads, white boots, a little bit of gold. Just looks classy. He looks great. I'd have even less, though. I'd have even less. I feel like you could get rid of the kind of stuff on his shorts and just go with like the gold edging on the white shorts. And the gold on his kick pads as well. Clothesline, both Dominik and Trick Williams go down. Both are down in the middle of the ring. Dom is a superstar heel. Facts. I think he's doing really well. I mean, Dominik was someone that at first people said he's only there because of Ray, and that was true. And then people said he shouldn't be on the main roster. He needs to be down in NXT. That was true. But I think what's really interesting is we are seeing him now on a premium live event with no Ray, no Judgment Day, no Rhea Ripley in there, like having to hold his own. There's no hiding here. There's no hiding. Goes for a kick. Down goes Dragon Lee. Super kick by Dominik. Dragon Lee gets on the receiving end. Oh, boy. Dominik Mysterio with a super kick. Over in the corner, we've got Trick Williams. Neck breaker by Trick Williams. Goes for the cover. 1, 2, 3. Oh, here's another ref. Oh. A ref arrived and Trick didn't realise. So the ref counted 1. Trick's like, where did you come from? So he went back for another pin, but Dominik kicked out. Chop coming in. Oh, heavy chops coming in by Trick Williams. Choppity chop chop. Against the ropes goes Dominik. Trick in the middle of the ring. Big. Oh, I thought he was going to go back body drop, but he drops Dominik face first. Kip up by Trick Williams. Trick Williams, the baby face comeback is on. Lovely kick. 1, 2. Shoulder up. The setup of the kick was great, but the actual execution of it was just a touch off. Hard to tell because as he was kicking, we changed camera shots. But Trick Williams is on the comeback. Do you think we'll get any surprises tonight? I feel it's more likely that we see Jade than unlikely. So if we're going to count that as a surprise, I'm going to say Jade Cargill. She might only be in the crowd. She might only be in the crowds. It might be wise of WWE to have Becky win the main event and then have Jade Cargill walk out and stand there. Because even if you're not bringing her into NXT, just the tease of having her confronting Becky and having people talk about it is probably worth doing, even if she's going to go to the main roster. Dominik grabbing Trick, hurling Trick into the ring post. Trick goes down. Trick again gets thrown into the ring. Dominik Mysterio looking to climb up. Trick in the ring as Dirty Dom is up top. Dom with a frog splash as Trick moves out the way. Again, a cover and there's no referee. The other referee is still out the picture. Trick Williams is getting screwed over, man. How many referees do we need? Trick's trying to get to the outside. Look, there's the referees. They're all down together. Dominik's getting his belt. Trick's gone out. He's tried to get Dragon Lee back up to his feet. He collides into Dominik. There's still no ref. 1, 2, whoa! Dragon Lee just gets in. Counts the 3. Trick Williams has done it. Trick Williams has done it. Dirty Dom has lost the North American Championship. Trick Williams was the pick. It was the pick. What that Trick? I tell you what, it's really messy, but in a fun way. Referees are getting knocked down. He tries to get Dragon Lee. He manages to get Dominik down. And Dragon Lee still wasn't around. It took that brief moment, that brief second, and then he got into the ring. And then we got the count, and he does get the 3. He does get the 3. Scenes, man, scenes. Trick Williams has done it. Trick Williams is the new North American champion. Dirty Dominik Mysterio. Holding up that North American title. Trick Williams. Tricky Willie. Tricky Willie. Darwin, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Definitely want to get a video done for this. This feels like a big story. Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom of the Judgment Day. Judgment Day, all with championships. Not that way anymore. 1 championship down. Trick Williams is the new North American champion. Could we see some jealousy? Could it be that he wins the title the same night Carmelo loses his? George Vlogs said, I guess Dom really did injure his eye during a Cena dart match last night. Everyone in the crowd thought he was selling. He had a black eye anyway from Dragon Lee, which was as a result of his match on Monday. Maybe there is a chance that it got made worse in a match with Cena, but he definitely got caught and showed it off on Tuesday from his match. I did say, though, it definitely got worse. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's as... I think he's probably been caught in that Cena match. But this is the story. This is what people are talking about. Big breaking news coming out of NXT. We've got a new North American champion, and it is Trick Williams. So it means that Dirty Dominik Mysterio has lost his championship. It now means that Judgment Day don't all have a title. Obviously, Finn and Damian are the tag champs. Rhea Ripley is the women's world champion. But Dirty Dom no longer has his NXT championship. Trick Williams is the new North American champion. Dirty Dominik Mysterio was showing off a pretty nasty black eye as well. A few conflicting reports as to how he sustained it. We know that he took damage in the match against Dragon Lee. There are reports that he got clipped in his match dark match that he had with John Cena. Either way, it definitely looked worse than the last time we had seen him. I don't think that's why he's lost this title. I just think that Judgment Day are being pulled in a lot of directions at the moment. And I think that Dominik's probably served his time as North American champion. There was no Rhea. There was no Finn. There was no Damian. Dominik was having to do this on his own. And it was a lot of fun. Referees coming down, getting knocked to the outside. Trick Williams trying to get 3 counts, but refs weren't in the ring. Finally, he gets a 3 count. Finally, there's a ref available to count it. Dominik's going to obviously make out that he was cheated and all this kind of stuff. But the big headline is we have got a new North American champion, and it is Trick Williams. Right, let's go. So we were just seeing a video package of... the family. I think that might suggest that it's going to be the tag match that's coming up next. So tag match, I think, coming up next on NXT. We'll have to wait and see if that is confirmed. But they did just show the sit-down meal that took place on Tuesday. Backstage, Joe Gacy with Ava. Haven't seen this. Joe Gacy a bit disappointed. Wrong. Ava said she's still here. All hope is gone. The schism is dead. He tells Ava to go. I like these two together. No. I have to find my purpose. Oh, well, that was a giant flipping waste of time then, weren't it? The schism is dead, and Gacy tells Ava to go. It is Creed's next. I'm so disappointed. I really like Gacy and Ava together. I think they work really well together. But then, I suppose, what can you do with a guy and a girl? You know, there's no mixed tag team championships for them to compete for, is there? So, you know, what do you do with that? Okay, so Creed brothers making their way down to the ring. Hopefully that's just a bit of a story and we do something else with it, you know? Honestly, disappointed. I mean, I was not a fan of Schism. Hated the name. Hated what they did to Grizzled Young Veterans. Pretty much all of it was garbage, but I did like... Oh, I like this entrance as well. Garza and Humberto Carrillo. Their tattoos are interesting. Look at these two flipping Ascension wannabes. Coming down with some new ring gear that makes me think of the Ascension. So it is going to be the tag Fatal 4-Way. We need to do a poll, don't we? Ava is a half-decent wrestler. The ladies love these two. Well, yeah, they're more focused now. Okay, whoa, we got a couple of bikes. We have got some Grand Theft Auto graphics. This is going to be for OTM. Are they going to ride those down to the ring? They are. They're getting on them. Where's Scripps? Where's Scripps' little bike? Okay, so they're making their way down with like little bicycle. Why don't they ride them? Low riders. Don't know how I feel about this. I think it's one thing for Baron Corbin to come out already riding a bike, but walk out, then jump on bikes and kind of walk them down. I don't know, maybe it's a cultural thing. That doesn't do a great deal for me. But they're making their way into the ring. Get on bikes and just walk them. Yeah, I agree. It looks a bit weird, doesn't it? So this is tag title 4-way. So we're just waiting for the champs to make their way down to the ring. Okay, I need to get to the super chats before this match starts. So I did see Delwyn's very kind donation. That's where I want to be. Okay, here's Stacks, and here is Tony. Okay, I think best for Jade start with a feud with Becky, which will allow her to get on Raw and NXT for the short term. When she beats Becky to take the title and stay on NXT for a bit. But when a new version Jade coming up, she'll be blooming good. Yeah, that's a good shout. Have her confront Becky and then do... You can have her on NXT and you can have her on Raw. And use her on like both shows. So I suppose in a way she would be going to the main roster, but not really. You're kind of doing both, you know? And it's a way of like getting her onto that show. Very much like what we're doing with Dragon Lee at the moment. Dragon Lee had a match against Dominik on Monday. And then he is going to be in action on SmackDown as well. Okay, so this is for the NXT Tag Team Championship. Delwyn, appreciate the support, dude, and I completely agree. George Vlogs said, I guess Dom really did injure his eye during the Cena Dart match. Everyone in the crowd, including me, thought he was selling. Definitely looks moodier than what we've seen before. But as I said in that little video thing, I don't think that's the reason as to why he's lost the title. I thought there was a sneaking little chance that he could lose it anyway. Okay, we are underway with the action. All the superstars are in the ring right now, brawling away. Action already spilling to the outside of the ring. Julius launching himself to the outside, landing on Nima and Price. Kicks to the midsection. Back elbows. So this thing, I think the bell has gone already. I think we're underway. This thing should settle down soon with all the teams getting back into the ring. Yeah. So we are starting to see people climbing up and getting to the different parts of the ring, and this is now settling down into a proper contest. Did anyone see the report that Triple H is open to the idea of bringing Uncle Howdy back to carry on Bray's legacy? I think there's a good chance he comes back. We did, but we also saw that it was Zero News that reported it, and Zero News has been wrong plenty in the past. So I don't know how much you can really take from that. I mean, it is true. I mean, they do have Bo under contracts. So, you know, what do you do with him, basically? What are you going to do? Are you going to just abandon it, say thanks to Bo and part ways? Or do you still use Bo but in a different way? Or do you still move forward with the Bray stuff? So I definitely think there is a chance. I certainly don't think like, nah, there's no way that's not going to happen. I think there is a chance. Okay, we got Stacks in there and Tony. Tony looks like the flipping Mountie. God bless him. He really looks like the Mountie. Is there a reason why Tony looks like the Mountie? Always gets his man. Where are we? We're not in Canada, are we? If we were in Canada, that would make so much sense. Okay, even the Creeds are wearing pretty wild green attire. Number one trend right now, NXT No Mercy. Trending number one. I'm surprised it's not Canelo. He goes down. Tony has grabbed a hold of his leg. Tony seems to be in a little bit of discomfort here. I don't know if this is genuine. Tony trying to get over. This might be genuine, you know. Referee, Stacks jumping. We have got some people coming down. If this is... Oh, I don't know. I can't tell. I don't know. I really don't know, because you could see why they would want Stacks to like have to dig deep and do it on his own and prove himself, you know? Torn. Don't know if it's real or not. If it's fake, they're doing a great job of it. Who they did this last time? Who was it last time? Is it Bianca at SummerSlam? Was selling an injury, and we were like, man, if she's selling this, she's doing a really great job of it. And turned out she was selling, and it was like something which she was putting on, and she did a great job of it. Let's get Archangel said 0 is the least trusted name in news. Yeah, I just, there could be something to it. I would just take it with a pinch of salt, that's all. Okay, let's just get a poll up. I think people would like to have a bit of fun with guessing as to who they think's going to win. So, OTM, the family, the Creeds, or is it gonna be, I don't know what we call them, just Angel and Umberto, is it? Angel, Umberto. I think it's too soon for OTM. I don't know that we're going to put the belts on them. I don't think the Creeds need them. So it's between the family and Angel Umberto for me. I'm torn between it being one of those. Ivy Nile is at ringside, worth mentioning. Ivy Nile at ringside. Obviously in the Creed's corner, as we're seeing a lot of Nima and Price here. Nima and Price colliding and working over Stacks. Give it to OTM, said Zoom Station. Do you think it's too soon for OTM? Or do you think it just doesn't really matter? We're talking about checks and championship, says Booker. Ivy Nile on the outside getting involved, and people appreciating that tag made. In comes Brutus. He comes crashing down. I don't know if he was meant to be holding on to a tag rope. I don't believe he was. He's colliding into lots of different people, knocking them around. Here's Angel. He gets planted down. If they have gone and got these tattoos, that's pretty wild, isn't it? If these are like real tattoos, I've got to think they are. Umberto and Angel Garza with these like slash marks on their chests. It would be very reminiscent of, do you remember when Earthquake had his tiger tattoo turned into a shark because he became Shark in WCW? Belly to belly there by Julius. Julius grabbing both Nima and Price. And lovely work. So here's all kinds of fired up. Creed's in control. Angel in trouble. We know that Tony has been taken out of the ring. Oh, Umberto makes the save. He took his time, though, didn't he? Where the flip was he? Big brawl, big mess in the ring, but a lot of fun. In comes Stacks. Stacks having to fight the fight on his own at the moment. He's getting beaten down by Nima and Price. Umberto. Super kick. Big super kick to Stacks. Another kick coming into Stacks. Tony's fighting his way back. He can do it. He can do it. Don't try and stop him. Don't try and stop the Mountie. Always gets his man. Big shots coming in. In comes Tony. Good. Selling the knee injury. Against the ropes. Umberto. Oh, spinebuster! Sick! That was great! Umberto launches off the ropes. Gets caught by Tony. Bang! Lovely. That was great. So we've got bodies absolutely everywhere right now. Looks like we're building to a spot where everyone's going to do a flipping superplex at the same time. Everyone's looking at each other so that they all do it at the same time. Yeah, I can do without that stuff. I like to feel like I'm watching something legit. When they all do like these spots that are all choreographed. It's not to my personal taste, but, you know, we live in a world where that's going to pop people. Booker said, that's the first time I've ever seen something like that. I did wonder, you know, as to how they were going to do it, because if all of them go into the middle, you'd imagine they'd all, like, collide into each other. I don't know if you noticed, but what they actually did was they actually suplexed to the side. So they kind of went in that kind of a pattern. They didn't go to the middle. They kind of took them over to the sides so that they didn't get in each other's way. That was clever, wasn't it? How they all mentally came up with that in that moment. They all decided not to go into the middle. They all decided to go perfectly to the left-hand side. That was clever, wasn't it? How did they do that in the heat of action? Right. Knee strike there by the Creeds. Julius has got Nima on his shoulders. We've got Umberto with a missile dropkick. We got Garza in the corner. Garza comes up into a dropkick. Tag against the ropes. Brutus, double clothesline. Both Angel and Umberto go to the outsides. Brutus springboards into his ball. He comes down onto Angel and Nima. A few other people in the ring. We got Stacks. Big boot to Price. Tony coming over. Tony and Stacks. The family. 1, 2, 3. And it's the family that retain. So it is a win for the family. Feel free to score that match out of 5. What did you think of the action in that one? Let's end the poll. 50% of you have gone with the family, and you was correct. The family were victorious. Big win for them. They had a meal. They invited the tag team division. to come and eat with them, and they said, look, we'll give you all an opportunity. And the family have managed to secure the victory, and we had the drama in there of Tony getting injured as well, which was done very well, actually. It's done very well. Couldn't quite tell if it was legit or not. And then he comes back and helps Stack get the win. Stack's having to survive on his own for so long, you know. 3.5 said Trafford, 4 said Leo, 4 said Draco, 5 out of 5 said Typical Summers, 2.5 said Zoom Station, 4 says Tinglin, 3.5 said French Fries, 2 says Dylan, 4 says Chastity Plum, 4 said Shaquem, 375 said Trey, 3 says Butterscotch, 3.5 says Brony. Dean said, I'm loving the show so far. David, shout out to you. What's your thoughts on Rock Roman? If you can do it, do it. Should Cena become a 17-time world champion? No. No, I think whoever beats that record should be someone that is still around, that you can get some out of them. I think that Randy could have been that person. He was on, I don't know what, 13 or something? I mean, we probably needed to... I think if you're going to have someone break that record, you specifically are going to have to go about getting them to that records. And you need them to break it where they're young enough, where you can advertise them. If someone's going to become the 17-time world champion, you want to be able to use that as a way of advertising the most decorated world champion in wrestling history, so that you can sell tickets, so that people will want to come and see them. The casual fans will want to come and see them. So for me, Cena is someone who's had his career. I don't know how much you're going to get out of him being the 17-time world champion. To me, you would. It's not about whether he deserves it or not. It's more about what can the business get out of it. And, you know, he does come back for the odd match, but I mean, it was only last year that it looked like he wasn't going to have a match. And I think the only reason we've got him now is because of the writer's strike. So I'm not convinced that we're going to have too much John Cena in the future, just fleeting appearances. So how much can we get out of him being 17-time world champion? Here's Trick Williams. First they underestimate you, and then they celebrate you. We're at the mountaintop. Everyone else is beneath us. Let's get it. So Carmelo is fired up. There's Big Time. Big Time's got a championship in a trolley, and she's talking to it like it's a kid's. Oh, look at this. We're going to take a kendo stick. We're going to take a chair. That can come in the trolley as well. We're just picking up a few items. We're just doing a little bit of shopping. Oh, trash can lids. Pop that in there as well. Lovely, lovely. So Becky backstage getting ready for her main event match. Also backstage, Carmelo and Trick celebrating the fact they've both got championships. And there is Ryan Oakes. Ryan Oakes, let's go, man. Let's go. Wow. Who's that? Right, we've got Heritage Cup match. Noam Dar against Butch. This should bang, man. This should bang. If it's even half as good as his match that he had with Dragon Lee, this should be a lot of fun. Charlotte shouldn't beat any records. Oh, well, Charlotte's definitely going to be the one, isn't she? She's already on, what, 15? She's only one away from tying them, but I don't know. Does it work the same? Does it count the same? I mean, the women don't really have mid-card titles. They've only got them two. And then they had the tag belts that got introduced. So the only title the women could win was the world titles. Charlotte is probably the one that's going to beat the record in it. And then they can advertise her as the most decorated world champion in wrestling history. I'm going to name my son Butch. Have him trim yards for a living. Let's go. CK said, just a thought. Shouldn't Giovanni Vinci, Italian, join the family and then Dragunov, German, in Imperium? I'm not a fan of Dragunov in Imperium. Dragunov, to me, it shouldn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter about your nationality. For me, like, Dragunov is intense. He is the Tsar. He is someone that is... I don't think he's German, is he? Isn't he Russian? So to me, it's not about the nationality. It's more about them as a person. And for me, he is someone that's just a lone wolf. You know, he does what he needs to do. Like, I can't see him falling in line. I can't see him standing behind Gunther and being just a part of a group. That's just not Ilja to me. So I struggle with Ilja going in Imperium. In regards to Giovanni Vinci joining the family, I'm down for that. I'm definitely down for that. Giovanni Vinci is already in a group, so putting him in a different group doesn't make any difference. And that group is very proud of its Italian history, its Italian background, you know. So yeah, I've got no problem with Giovanni Vinci going into the family. But I do struggle with Dragunov going into Imperium. Mitchell said, who is Ryan Oakes? You know Ryan Oakes. Come on. You know Rye. Oaksy. You know Oaksy. He's one of those where you hear his songs, you go, oh, I never knew he did that. Yeah. He used to be in a duo, Hall and Oakes. You know Hall and Oakes. And he's had loads of hits as well. You know, that's Hit Me Baby One More Time. That was Oaksy. Oaksy did that. You know, Enter Sandman. Exit line. Enter night. You know that one? A grain of sand. That's Oaksy. I'm sure Oaksy did that. And you know, Friday, coming on down, it's Friday, party and yeah, party and yeah. That's Oaksy. Oaksy did that one as well. He's one of those guys that you don't know that he's been involved in like so many songs, but oh man. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. That was Oaksy. Oaksy did that. But this is Thriller night. Guess who that was? That was Michael Jackson. That wasn't Oaksy. That was Michael Jackson. Here's Metaphor making their way down to the ring. Oro Mensah. Jakara Jackson. Lash. Legend. Tyler Bates in the ring with Butch. Noam Dar versus Butch. Edge could have shears and clippers, and he could be renamed as Hedge. It ain't Hedge. Let's go. Do you think after Bloodline is over, Solo should win the IC or US title? Yeah. I definitely think you should be doing big things with Solo. I mean, Solo was like Solo and Cena going face to face last night felt like, oh man, here we go. It definitely felt like, yeah. I felt that Cena dealt with him way too quick. I really want them to treat Solo the way they treat Gunther. Gunther's credible. Like, he can win matches. He's a heel that can win clean because he's that good. And I think you should be doing that with Solo as well. So I think they'll be fine. They'll book him fine. So Noam Dar holding up that championship. So Booker says you can say whatever you want to say about this young man. But his timing in ring is something else. Noam Dar. He's been in WWE for so long. And I think he's really been putting it all together recently, you know. I think he knows kind of where his character is now. He knows what he's meant to be. He's a solid, really good in-ring performer. Capable of some really good matches, but he's got that comedy side to him. But not so overwhelming that he's like Akira Tozawa. He's someone that, like, when the bell goes, he's capable of, like, really good in-ring action, which, unfortunately, Akira is as well. But he just finds himself in that kind of comedy jobber role. I really hope Noam doesn't find himself go into that position. Okay, we are underway. Round number 1. Kick coming in there by Noam. We are an hour and 15 minutes into this show. Butch grabbing a hold of Noam's head. Kick coming in there by Noam. Boot coming in there by Butch. Butch looking for the stomp as Noam moves out the way. Butch is like, I was that close. I was that close. Noam said earlier that Butch isn't going to break his fingers. He's not going to allow him to do that. Shoulder tackle by Noam. Shot coming in there by Butch. Kick coming in by Noam. Down goes Butch. And Noam gesturing out to the fans. Metaphor on the outside. We got just over a minute to go. Coco Beware used to have Michael Jackson entrance music, said Zoom Station. Who is winning, Paddy or Tony? It's hard, that. It's a tricky one. It really depends how far Tony has fallen. It could be Tony. Okay, here we go. He's pulling back on the arm here. Butch. Pulling back on the fingers. Bending the fingers back. Again, he's got a knee in the back. Stomp coming in there by Butch. And again, pulling back on the arm. Look at that. Look at that hold. Again, pulling back on the fingers. It's got the... Oh, it looked like he was applying a bit of a Kimura there. Yeah, it looks like he is getting a Kimura on, Butch. Again, he's grabbing the fingers, bending them back. Oh, back elbow after the bell by Noam. So Butch let the fingers go. Noam delivered a spinning back elbow there to Butch. Butch went down. Tyler in there trying to help Butch. Smile on the face there of Noam. I mean, it was after the bell, but I can't see why the ref couldn't disqualify him if he so thought that it was worthy of it. We've seen Noam do that before. So, not bad little action in that first round. 1, 2, shoulder up. Noam in control. Noam keeping an eye on Butch. Butch rolling to the outside of the ring. Noam gesturing to the crowd, grabbing the hair of Butch. Draping DDT. He lets... Oh, kick coming in there by Noam. Goes for the cover. Shoulder up by Butch. Noam again having a few words with Tyler Bate on the outside. Noam going over to Butch, who's in the corner. Noam throwing in an elbow. Throwing in another shot. Strikes raining down there by Noam. Noam being dragged into the center of the ring. Butch working on the arm. Kick coming in there by Noam. Elbow coming in. Kick coming in. Butch goes back to the corner. Butch collides into Noam. Noam down. Noam over in the corner as Butch collides in with a big kick. Another big kick. Laying in these top rope inzaguris. Double knees by Butch. Butch trying to get back into the action here. Round number 2, a massive knee strike. Massive knee strike. Tyler Bate on the outside referee just having a word. As we've got just over a minute left in round number 2. No falls yet. Butch raining down these big blows. I tell you what, Lash Legend and Jakara Jackson going mental round the other side there. Tyler Bate comes racing round. Lots of words being exchanged. Mensah kicks Butch in the head. Oh! Inzaguri coming in there by Noam Dar. 2, 3, and he gets a pin. Oro Mensah gets involved. Noam Dar gets the first pin, the first fall. 1-0 to Noam Dar. King Yeti said, damn kids only listen to hip-hop today. King Yeti, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Oof, there's no way that was legal, says Mitchell. Well, referee was distracted. It's so interesting, this style of match, because it creates drama. I mean, like right now, Noam Dar is 1-0 up. It's 2 out of 3. So if Noam can get one more fall, he will win this. So right now, Butch is really up against it. Noam Dar is down. Butch is down. I really think there's a place in wrestling for this. It's a different kind of match, the Heritage Cup rules match, and it's one that I think has been a really good addition. Kick coming in by Butch. Maybe takes a little bit of getting used to, because there's really nothing else like this in WWE, but I really like it. Butch goes to the outsides. Takes down Noam Dar with a moonsault. Butch having to dig deep. We're in round 3. Noam Dar gets chucked into the ring. Oro Mensah comes round. Jakara Jackson. Tyler Bate stepping up, having a word. Butch getting back into the ring. Noam Dar is in there as well. Noam Dar looking to roll up. Butch, 1, 2. Kick out by Butch. Butch goes back to the corner. Super kick by Butch. Butch is climbing up, looking for a moonsault. He comes crashing down on Noam Dar. Noam Dar, though, looked like he didn't get all of that, Butch. Oh, big shot by Butch. Butch round the back of Noam Dar, looking for a bitter end. Gets it as well. Bitter end. 1, 2, 3. It's 1 fall each. Bitter end connects. 1 fall each. So Tyler Bate with a smile on his face is in. I feel like Tyler Bate gives a lot to this friendship. I don't feel like Butch gives much back. Tyler is so happy for Butch. God bless him. They should do a main roster Heritage Cup. It can give to underutilized stars, says Kashawn. Forearm strikes raining down there by Butch. We're in round number 4. Adam said, I wish they would let Pete drop the Butch name. Oh, mate, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. Butch laying down these shots. Not crazy about these elbows, but he is throwing them in. Butch definitely having to dig deep, but Noam wrapping himself around the leg of Butch. The hold is broken. Oh, lovely work. Sleeper being applied at the moment. They're rolling around on the floor. Getting back up to their feet. Bang, down it goes. Butch. Rolls over. Butch again grabbing the arm. Looking for an arm bar on Noam Dar. And he's got a hold of the fingers. The arm bar should be enough, but no one in wrestling knows how to put a flipping arm bar on. You know, submissions are a legit thing in wrestling, like submission holds. No one can flip him ever win with an armbar. Kick coming in by Butch. They should watch UFC, man. Bang! Maybe that's something that this partnership could improve. You know, now that Endeavor own UFC and WWE, perhaps the submissions will just look a bit better in WWE. Perhaps people will start winning with Kimuras and armbars rather than putting them on and not really putting them on properly. Butch on his feet. Chop coming in there by Butch. Less than a minute to go in round number 4. He's got Butch going over into the corner. Kick coming in there by Noam Dar. Noam Dar grabbing Butch. Looking to pick him up. Drives him down. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Butch. 30-odd seconds left to go. Noam Dar gritting his teeth. Dragging Butch over to the ropes. Having a word with Tyler Bate. Noam Dar climbing up. Comes crashing down. Into a triangle. That's nice. That's nice. We got 11 seconds. 10 seconds. Noam Dar in a lot of trouble here. 4, 3, 2, 1. Noam Dar is out. Butch is pointing that Noam Dar is out, but the referee's like, no, the round has ended. Butch isn't happy with that. He's out. No, I love it when they do that. I love it when they do that. Lash Legend grabbing Noam Dar, who's completely out of it, now dragging him over to the corner. Metaphor are having to really work hard here to try and repair Noam Dar. You only get so long in between rounds. And right now, it's a case that Butch, gritted teeth going over. The drama is there. As we enter round number 5. Chop coming in there by Butch. Kick coming back there by Noam Dar. Butch with a big open palm strike. Closed fist response by Noam Dar. Kicks coming in by Noam Dar. Big shots coming in, back and forth. Dar up against the ropes. Chops coming in by Butch. He's raining down blows as well. Referee coming in, having a word. Round 5. 3 minutes each round. We got just over 2 minutes left to go here. Middle of the ring, looking for a bitter end. Setting up Noam Dar, but a knee strike by Noam. Another knee strike coming in. Down goes Butch. Noam Dar goes back over to the corner. Crowd chanting away. Crowd are into it. Noam Dar steps into the middle. Kick coming in there by Butch. Oh, back elbow. Sick. 2. Oh, kick out by Butch. Lovely spinning back elbow. Lash Legend with her hands on her head. She thought that was it. Super, super close, but no joy. 1 minute 30 left. Round number 5. Right now, we've got Noam Dar putting his fingers in his ears. The crowd chanting away. Dar pulling himself up, trying to get up top. Butch pops up, top rope enziguri. Butch climbing up. Noam Dar is perched. Looking for a suplex. Gets it. Butch. Pin. 2. Kick out by Noam. Match continuing. So much drama in this round. I love how the Heritage Cup matches build like this. It's not the first time we're seeing a Heritage Cup match like this. Crowd are chanting away. We got 40-odd seconds left to go. Butch goes to the outside of the ring. Noam Dar on the outside of the ring. A kick comes in. Switch kick coming back there by Noam Dar. Looking for a brainbuster. Edge of the ring. Noam Dar on the outside. Lash Legend pushing him back in. Looking for the cover 2. Kick out by Butch. Butch survives. 17 seconds left to go. Metaphor can't believe it. 9 seconds left to go. Butch has got a hold of the fingers. We've got one more round after this. 2, 1. Butch stomps on the arm after the round had ended. But in all fairness, Noam had hit Butch earlier in the match after the bell had ended. So far, it's still 1-1. Butch goes back to his corner. Noam Dar back to his. How many rounds? One more round. But Starch said, this match has been awesome. Look at Noam's down. They're actually wrapping up his fingers now. They're wrapping up his fingers. Lash Legend desperately trying to revive him here. Butch shaking his head. Tyler's not really doing anything for Butch. Right, final rounds. Chops coming in there by Butch. Forearm strikes coming in. These two exchanging blows in the middle of the ring. Shots coming in, driving Noam back against the ropes. Noam just trying to survive here. Another back elbow. Another back elbow. Trying to come in against the ropes. Bang, German by Butch. Stomps on the hands. Kick coming in there by Butch. Noam goes down. Oh, Oro Mensah. Top rope enziguri. Big shot there by Noam. Butch goes down. What has he just grabbed? Oh, kick coming in. 1, 2. Kick out by Butch. What did Noam grab? It looked like he grabbed a tooth or something. He just reached in, grabbed something out of Butch's mouth and chucked it away. Maybe it was gum. Maybe it was just gum or something. I don't know. Bop and bang by Butch. Takes a leaf. Oh, is that a Tyler driver? 1, 2. Oh. Paying tribute to Tyler Bate. Going for a bitter end. Into a tombstone. No joy. Noam grabs the leg. 1 minute 32 left. He's got a hold of the leg at the moment. Pulling back on the... Snapping the fingers. Ah, Butch snaps the fingers of Noam Dar. Bitter end connects. Bitter end. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Noam Dar into an armbar. Butch with an armbar. And again, he's working on the fingers. Gallus have come down. Gallus have started to beat up Tyler Bate on the outsides. Butch is distracted. He comes crashing down. Oh, are we going to get Butch and Tyler Bate against Gallus? Big boot there by Butch. Coffee. Oh, collides. Lays out Butch. Noam Dar surely going to retain. Covers Butch. Referee. 1, 2, 3. Noam Dar retains. A hellacious match for him. So much outside interference. Oro Mensah getting involved several times, but it's Gallus and their involvement that win it for Noam Dar. Tyler Bate gutted on the outside, but it might mean that we get Tyler and Butch teaming up to take on Gallus. And that could be fun, man. That could be fun. Noam Dar retaining his Heritage Cup in a really fun match. Get in your scores. Get in your scores. There'll be plenty of people disappointed with outside interference for this match, which had so much action, so many moments. Great match, but why, said Elijah. WWE has too much interference in their matches, said Elizabeth. 4 out of 5, said Butterscotch. Really fun match, really fun contest. I think the Gallus thing will set up Butch and Tyler as a tag team, which I'm really not down on. I like Noam Dar retaining. I like Butch being protected. I get it. I get people being frustrated. You know, I think that would have benefited from a clean finish and then have Gallus attack after. Yeah, I think that would have been better, but that was fun. 375 said Justin. 5 said Prince. 3.5 said Trey. 5.5 said Boomers. 4 said Alexa Bliss Gamer. 3.5 said Chastity. Jay Bryant said, I'm sick of seeing Noam. He's there every week and every match. Same finish. Nathan Frazier should have kept the Heritage Cup. Kieran said 3 out of 5 interference. Boo. Virus said 3.5. Tracy with a 4. Typical Summer said 10 out of 10. But should have won. But now we get British Strong Style against Gallus. WWE and AEW love interference. 7.3 because of the fans. They were the best part. Just seeing a Cora Jade thing right now. Shakeem said 4. Off topic, do you play video games? Nah, I don't get time. 3 said Tingling. 4 said Chrome's Chosen. So it seems like another mixed bag, to be honest. Plenty of positivity for that match, but a few people thinking it was like middle of the road. I think the endings probably soured it for a lot of people. Or some people. So, yeah, just a Cora Jade video package thing at the moment, whilst I would imagine many of you are at commercials. We've got, I think, what, 2 more matches to go? Is it the NXT Championship next? I think it is, isn't it? Metaphor sucks, said Aubrey. The Union was a better faction. Roman Reigns said 10 out of 10. Williams said 69. Leon Edwards or Colby? I'm going to go Leon. That was fun. I hate the interference, but a fun match, so 4 out of 5. Weeks of build for that, said Zoom Station. 2.5. Jordan with a 1, but Elijah says 4.25. Adam said, I think British Strong Style is better fit for Pete than Brawling Brutes. Oh, yeah, I agree. I agree. Maybe you could put Ridge with Butch or Pete and Tyler. I mean, because Sheamus doesn't need them. Sheamus is, you know, more than capable of being on his own. Maybe you could do Tyler, Pete, and Ridge and have them as a faction as British Strong Style, and Ridge is the Trent Seven replacement. Got to do something with Ridge, ain't you? This man, Noam Dar, actually kicked out of a finisher. Yeah, he kicked out of the bitter end, didn't he? It is true. I mean, Butch didn't beat Noam Dar. I know he was up against it, and I know there was outside interference, and I know ultimately that's why he lost the match. But Noam Dar had to, you know, not give up, not tap to certain submissions and kick out of a bitter end and everything. So definitely still something in that for Noam Dar to be pleased with, even if it did take a lot of outside interference for him to keep that title. Right, Deadline is coming. Just got an advert for that right now. Deadline in December. Is that when it is? December. We got an advert for a December show. Yeah, December 9th. There you go. They want you to make sure your diary's kept clear for that one, don't they? December 9th. All right, the Iron Survivor Challenge is coming back. I actually didn't see that last year. Halloween Havoc is in 2 weeks. Oh, Halloween Havoc in October is going to be a 2-week TV special. The question is, who will be the NXT champion? Let's flippin' go. Carmelo versus Ilja Dragunov. This is an Ilja Dragunov stan channel, right? I am an Ilja Dragunov stan. I really want him to do it, but I could understand why he wouldn't do it. I can understand why he wouldn't do it tonight, Ilja. What's the score of the show so far? I hope Ilja wins. Probably like a 6.5, something like that. I think the matches have been fine. I don't think there's anything here that I would necessarily revisit. I think my favourite match was the last match. I think that I don't know that it reached the levels of the Dragon Lee one, but it was still a really good match. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, I can understand the Gallus thing being a bit of a letdown. I think they could have done Gallus afterwards. But like, I thought that Bron and Baron was a little off. But the entrance was good, and there was still some good moments in it. The tag match was just a spot fest, as you would imagine, which is not my kind of thing. What other matches have we had? The Dominik match was pretty good, actually. That was all right. Trick Williams, new champion. So that was pretty good. Got a lot from that, but obviously a lot of that was the ref stuff. But a new champ, like, that was pretty cool. But it's not, to me, that's not, it's like a 3.75, 3.5 type match. To me, that's not like a 4-star, 4.5-star match. So I'd say I'm at a 6.5, but I'm certainly looking at the 7s, you know? I'm certainly looking in that direction. I'm looking up then down. So it depends how these next 2 matches go. If these next 2 matches bang, you know, we could be finishing on a 7.5, 7.75. Depends how much they bang, you know? I'd say we're in a good place going into these final 2 matches. Who won the match between Butch and Noam Dar? It was Noam Dar. Either Butch will stay longer in NXT to go against Gallus, or this is how Tyler will be called up as Pete Dunne's friend, says A. Jobson. Do you remember when the guy in the front row used to hold Dolph Ziggler signs? He did it a lot for Rumbles back in the day. No. I can't picture him. Is it like Sign Guy? Was it just him? Because there was a guy that was Sign Guy that used to hold up a lot of signs. He might have had some Dolph ones. Here's Ilja. Ilja with a lovely furry jacket there. Looks quite good. Having a little walk backstage. He's got red eyes as well. There's Carmelo. He's walking backstage as well, making his way to the ring. I don't know if there's meant to be commentary here, but there is no commentary. Here's Ilja Dragunov's entrance then. Ilja steps out. Oh. Ilja Dragunov. is competing for the NXT Championship. Booker says we are looking at Ilja Dragunov, the ultimate competitor. This man is just, if you look up intensity in the dictionary, there's just a picture of Ilja Dragunov staring back at you. Ilja Dragunov then makes his way to the ring. It's a lovely entrance robe, isn't it? Points out at the fans at home. Smile on his face. Tense. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. Look how much we're zooming in. I feel like I can see his soul. Jesus, that's a good camera they've got. That is a sick camera. His eyes were like super high definition. Okay, so we're seeing some of the jerseys, some of the names that Carmelo has beaten. Bron Breakker, Grayson Waller, Noam Dar, Dragunov 1. Dragunov 1. Wesley. As a wrestler, I'd be annoyed at like my name being on this. Dragunov 2. Did he beat him twice? I think this is really like showy for a face, you know, to brag about the people that they've beaten. Yeah, that's cool. Big banner comes down on the screen that just says him. Carmelo steps out. If I'm Ilja, after seeing that, I'm even more fired up now. After seeing that, I wanted to, you know, I wanted to win. I wanted to beat you. Now I want to hurt you. Carmelo making his way down to the ring. I do question that. It does feel like such a heel thing to do. Brag about the people that you've beaten. Who does he think he is? An influencer boxer? Mitchell said, before NXT, I'd never heard of Ilja, but after watching him, I think he's awesome. He is someone who lays it into everyone. Yeah, definitely. Very intense. No half measures. Everything's turned up to 11. Does make you wonder how much of a career he's going to have, though. Because he is very susceptible to injury. I hope he's got some insane bone density. Bell has sounded. Both fighters are inside the ring. This is Carmelo Hayes against Ilja Dragunov. This is serious. We've got this match, which should go for a little while, and then our main event after this, Becky Lynch against Tiffany Stratton. John said, Daze, I said Trick Williams will win after I asked you weeks ago, but it was a great match. And also, after his win, who is going to be the first contender for it? I have no idea who the first contender. I think there's lots of options. You've got like Axiom, Nathan Frazier. Dominik might want a rematch. Dragon Lee's going to want a shot. There's loads and loads that can go after that mid-card title. Here's the title being held up. If Ilja loses, how does he get a third shot? It's like the UFC, 2 attempts, it's hard to get another. Well, I'm a bit confused because the jerseys were just shown and it said Dragunov 1, Dragunov 2. So I don't know if he's already counting this as a win or if they have faced twice before. I mean, I can only remember the one time. But Carmelo, I don't know if this is the third. Kicks coming in there by Ilja. Again, laying it in. Another kick coming in. Ilja with white trunks. I think his boots don't quite match. That bothers me. His boots are like a cream color. His shorts are like white. Chop coming in there by Ilja. Down goes Carmelo. Look at his muscles, man. He's certainly no stranger to a gym, is he? Coming over, grabbing a hold of Carmelo. Chop coming in. Don't think we need the writing on the back as well. I'd get rid of that writing. Carmelo is down. Ilja is in control. He's looking out at the fans. This is a match I've been so excited for. This is a match I've been really looking forward to. This is WWE's Brian Danielson, Zack Sabre Jr. for this weekend. This is two of the kind of best they've got. I mean, in Ilja's case, I would say in all of the company. Carmelo has got such a bright future. This is probably the closest we've got to respond to Danielson and Zack Sabre tomorrow. In the ring goes Carmelo. He takes down Ilja, throws in some big shots. Throwing in these blows, big hammer fist blows coming in, looking for a kick. Kick coming in there by Carmelo. Collides into Ilja. Ilja in the corner. Big heavy blows coming in. Ilja in the corner. Big chop there by Carmelo. Melo don't miss. Big clubbing blow to the back as Ilja goes back to the corner. Shoulder tackle coming in by Carmelo. Carmelo getting right back into the action here. Big shot coming in as Ilja slumps down. Jason said, "You don't know fashion." Q said, "I need to roll. I trust the lineup. Don't let me down." Q like night shout out to you. Ilja wins. Carmelo joins the Hurt Business. Oh man, that would be good. That would be good. That would be great. Carmelo joining up with Bobby and the Street Profits. Let's flipping go. Sign me up for that. Detron Radio. If that's what happens, Ilja wins, Carmelo loses, goes to the main roster, joins Bobby and the Street Profits. Sign me up. That ticks every box. Bobby can go after the world title. Carmelo can go after the mid-card title. Profits can go after the tag titles. 4 of them in a group gives them enough time for promos when they've got a segment. If you have more than 4, it's very hard for everyone to get promo time. But 4, it kind of shows that that's fine. You can make it work. I really like that idea. I really like that idea. You've given me another reason for him to lose now. Knee strike coming into side of the head. Okay, so right now we've got Dragunov throwing in a kick to Carmelo. I think Bianca will come back and join the new Hurt Business. See how it works for Rhea, says Hagen-Dazs. Big boot coming in. I don't mind Bianca joining. I think there's people that are bored with her as a face. I think her being with Montez makes a lot of sense as well. I think the difference is that Bianca can stand on her own 2 feet. She's someone that doesn't need to go in that group, but could. And she would be a great addition if she did. But I think I'd be more excited at Carmelo because straight away, he's got a purpose for going there. Straight away, you are presenting him as a big deal. He's in this group. You could understand why Bobby and the Street Profits wanted him. I like it. Yeah, I like it. I like the Carmelo one. But if it was Bianca, I wouldn't be down on it at all. You know, it makes sense as to why you would want to do that. What with having a woman in the group. Maybe to count a Judgment Day or something. Chops coming in there by Ilja. Carmelo goes against the ropes. WWE for Life said if Carmelo loses, he faces Trick in a repeat match like Santos and Ray last night. Ilja treating Melo like the punk he is, says Aubrey. Well, right now, Ilja very much in control. Ilja is pacing rounds as he's going over. He's grabbing Carmelo. Carmelo back in the corner. Ilja trying to throw in a chop. Quick chops coming in there by Ilja as Carmelo goes down. Again, Ilja. Big chops coming in as Carmelo is against the ropes. Another strike coming in there by Carmelo. Carmelo staring at Ilja. Chop there by Carmelo. He's driving Ilja back. Ilja going back to the corner. Big heavy blows coming in by Carmelo. Kicks coming in by Carmelo as well. Carmelo trying to fight back here. This is for the NXT Championship. We've still got our main event to go after this with Becky Lynch. Forearm strikes coming in by Ilja. Another shot there by Ilja. Ilja going back against the ropes. Both guys go down. You can see that they've both been wore down. Ilja down, feeling the effects. Carmelo down, feeling the effects. This is going to be a war. It's going to be a battle of nutrition. Carmelo versus Chip for the North American Championship, says Hodgepodge Fun. Drops a Jupiter, said if Tony Khan really buys New Japan, he might as well buy NWA and Impact. He already owns Ring of Honor. CM Punk is the man in the devil mask who attacked Jay. At least I hope, says Drops of Jupiter. Ilja is still down. Carmelo. Shot to the back of the head there by Ilja. Carmelo collides into Ilja. Crowd making a bit of noise. Chop coming in there by Ilja. Forearm strike by Carmelo. These two exchanging blows back and forth. European uppercut. Kick coming back there by Carmelo. Chop coming in there by Ilja. Forearm strikes coming in there by Carmelo. Kick coming back by Ilja. Carmelo against the ropes. Lands on his feet. Oh, Inzaguri, just as Dragunov jumped as well. He got caught mid-air. Look at, oh, lovely. That is lovely. Carmelo springboards, and I think it was like a back elbow, and he really turned Dragunov inside out there. Dragunov gets his shoulder up. Yeah, look, you can see Ilja was going for a big shot. He ends up getting caught. Carmelo, I thought it was like a back elbow. He actually grabs the head and plants the head. Tell you what, some fast-paced, big shots as the crowd are chanting, this is awesome already. Already, this is awesome. Carmelo charging over at Ilja. Oh, Ilja just plants Carmelo down. Looks to pick him up. German, bang! Keeps a hold of it. Ilja, middle of the ring with Carmelo. Ilja, bang, another one. Ilja again, looking out at the crowds. He's managed to deliver two. He's looking for one more. Ilja in the middle of the ring, looking for that final one. Can't get it. Carmelo's going to break out. Carmelo working on the grip, breaking the holds. Carmelo, nice reversal round the back. Elbows coming in by Ilja right now. It's a real little scrap, this. It's a real... They're both trying to get into the positions they need to get into, against the ropes, round the houses. Oh, my God, he just absolutely drove Ilja. Oh, my God, I don't know how he kicked out. I don't know how he's still conscious. Did you see what he just did? Oh, my God. Oh. I don't see how that didn't absolutely just actually drive his head into the mat. That looked every shade of horrific you can imagine. It is mental. It is mental. I don't know what he's saying to him right now, apart from, can you tell me what my name is and am I married? Because if he's forgotten everything about his life after that move, I wouldn't be surprised. He got absolutely driven into the ring. Absolutely driven. I'm surprised it's not taken him half an hour to pop his head out of the actual ring. He got driven into it that much. Stomps coming in by Carmelo. Carmelo charging over. Kick coming in. Slaps now as Ilja grabs the leg. Ilja with a big knee strike. Down goes Carmelo. Ilja, I mean, I've said this before. Ilja, when he's selling, he is so amazing at selling. But I think it's because he's always legit hurt after taking moves like that. Oh! Power! Oh! Ilja picks up Carmen's. Ilja's gone down. Look at him. Can't even get back up to his feet. He's flopping around like a fish out of the sea. Having to use the ropes. Trying to climb his way up. Digging deep. Every single movement is so painful for Ilja. Ilja blows a kiss. Tries to come over. Double knees. But Ilja grabs a hold of it, powers Carmelo up. Ilja with Carmelo on his shoulders. He's looking for a... drives him into the corner. Oh, my God. I thought he was going to go for a Death Valley driver. I thought he was going to, like, plant him down and, like, cartwheel over, but instead he kind of just hurls him, drives him into the turnbuckle pads. Now he's climbing up again. Looks like we're going for coast to coast. Certainly in position for a coast to coast. Ilja Dragunov up top. Coast to coast. Connects. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, just kick out by Carmelo. Just kick out. Mitchell said at this point, all Ilja can remember is wrestling. Do you know what? I don't think he'll ever forget wrestling. It's just, it seeps out of his pores. He is wrestling. He is the living, breathing embodiment of wrestling in 2023. This is awesome in the chant, and it really is. It really is. Ilja once again proving why, for me, he's the best in the world. The selling, the digging deep, the determination, the passion, the heart, the moveset. Headbutt coming in. There's no half measures with Ilja Dragunov. There's no phoning it in. Carmelo, a perfect dancing partner to bring the best out of Ilja. Ilja with a big strike as Carmelo slumps to the edge of the ring. For many people, Ilja Dragunov is the one that they would love to see go on to defeat Gunther. And if this is your first glimpse at Ilja, maybe you can see why that is something people would like to see. It's certainly something I would like to see. Ilja right now has got Carmelo. He's got him in the corner. He's looking for a big, big superplex. Certainly got things in the middle. Oh, there's the big shot. 1, 2. Oh! Man, there's blood pouring down the head of Ilja Dragunov right now. Middle of the ring, shoulder up by Carmelo. Ilja Dragunov is the one that's in control. He's trying to drag Carmelo over to the corner. Carmelo is someone that loves to be fast, high-flying, bouncing all over the ring. Because of the action here, he's being kept grounded, being wore down. It's allowing Ilja to gain the advantage. He's going to go for the big finish. Ace bomb connects off the middle rope too. Oh, and Carmelo kicks out again. Oh. I almost said a 4-letter word I'm not allowed to say. Says Vic Joseph as blood pours down the forehead of Ilja Dragunov. He's delivered an ace bomb in the middle of the ring. He just delivered one, jumping off the middle turnbuckle. Carmelo survives. Amazing. Amazing. This is 5 out of 5, says Go. What? WWE for Life said this is a match of the year contender. It's absolutely fantastic action. Ilja charges over at Carmelo. Super kick. Carmelo, cover. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Ilja. Ilja survives. Ilja survives. It was a beautiful, picture-perfect super kick by Carmelo Hayes. So right now, Carmelo on his knees. Ilja rolling over against the ropes. Carmelo trying to get over to Ilja Dragunov. Dragunov holding onto the ropes. These two absolutely putting on a wonderful, wonderful battle. You'll struggle to find anything this weekend that can top this, as Ilja Dragunov and Carmelo Hayes on the edge of the ring, kicking out at each other, both digging deep. The NXT Championship on the line. Carmelo slaps Ilja. Ilja responds with a slap of his own. Forearm strikes being rained back and forth between both competitors. Big heavy blows coming in by Carmelo. He grabs a hold of Ilja Dragunov. Looks like he's going for maybe some kind of DDT. Edge of the ring. Suplex. To the outside. Oh! Bit messy. He kind of grabbed him. I thought he was going to go for some sort of Falcon Arrow. That would have been sick, actually. Falcon Arrow to the outside. That would have been sick. Instead, he kind of just sort of chucked him, and it looked a little bit sloppy. But I think it's done some damage, you know. Ilja grabbing a hold of his nose. Let's have a little look at the replay here. So he grabs him. Sort of like a cutter. It's a little bit messy. Carmelo Hayes, though, doing whatever it is that he needs to do to keep Ilja Dragunov down. Carmelo grabbing Ilja, chucking him back into the ring. We're up to 5. 6. Carmelo getting back in. Carmelo going over to the corner, looking to climb up. Is he going to put him away now? Is this the beginning of the end? Carmelo, big shot by Ilja. Dragunov with a big strike. Down goes Carmelo. Now he's selling his arm, man. Ilja really selling the arm. The shoulder, the arm. Oh, God, I love him. I love him. I love him. Just everything is so hard for him. Look how long it takes him to climb up in the corner. You really feel like he is using up every reserve. The reserve of the reserve. H-bomb connects from the top. 1, 2. Oh, he's done it! Ilja Dragunov wins! Ilja Dragunov is the new NXT champion! Come on! Oh, I'm so pleased for him. I am so pleased for him. Look, he's saying, is that a 3? Is that a 3? It is a 3! Ah! This is Ilja's world, and we just live in it. Oh, monster superplex in the match. We saw loads of vicious strikes. He got pushed to his absolute limit. Oh, that's all kinds of good, innit? That's all kinds of good. Look at that. Bang! Start that video now, says Mitchell. I just want to soak it in. Just want to soak it in. Ilja Dragunov's the NXT champion. Oh, man. Think of the matches he's going to have. I don't know if we shouldn't just take him to the main roster, though. That's the only problem. Ilja is helping Carmelo back up to his feet. Ilja screaming at Carmelo, telling him to get up. Get up. Wants to shake his hand. Carmelo does get up. They embrace in the middle of the ring. Look at him shouting at him. He's so intense. He is so intense. They're both stumbling down. Oh my God, it's so good. It is so good. Ilja trying to get up, trying to climb up. Oh. Go on, Ilja. Go on, mate. Go on. I'm so happy for him. So happy. God. It was a 5-star match, said Shaquem. Vince is going to make a big star of Carmelo on the main roster, says Michael. Good match. Well-deserved win. It was a great showing by both men, said Scott. Carmelo needs to move up to the main roster now. Sean, NXT, Dragunov, Carmelo. It was epic. Bufferstotch with a 5. Tinglin with a 5. Kaz with a 10. Zoom Station with a 5. 10 out of 5. Wow, says Marty. Tracy says 5 out of 5. 5-star match. No question, says JB. Hagen-Dazs with a 5. So much love. So much praise. So much... being said about it. We've got a Tyler Bate thing here. I do need to do a video on that, don't I? That is definitely a video. Oh, God. So good. So good. Lots of new champs tonight, eh? I wonder if we get another one. I think that probably means no. Do you know what? I thought Trick might win. I didn't think Ilja. I wanted it, but I didn't think it. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Massive news coming out of NXT, and it's probably as big a news as you're going to get from NXT. It is that we've got a new NXT champion. This championship, it doesn't change hands all that often. People do tend to have good runs with this belt. But we've got a new champion, a new name to put alongside names such as Bron Breakker and Finn Balor and Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa, Seth Rollins, Big E. There's another name that's going to join that list now, and it is Ilja Dragunov beating Carmelo Hayes in a wonderful match. Honestly, if you didn't get a chance to watch it, try and search it out. It's obviously on the network. Really fun, really great action, really intense. Everything you would expect from an Ilja Dragunov match. Carmelo Hayes more than playing his part. Such a big future for Carmelo Hayes, who might be free now to go to the main roster. Might be free to explore some new opportunities, but this is all about Ilja Dragunov, one of the absolute best talents they've got down in developmental. He's going to have a run with this title, and I'm sure the main roster will be calling for him fairly soon as well. But absolutely brilliant scenes from NXT No Mercy, a new NXT champion. Let's go, baby. Let's go. One more match to go tonight. One more match to go. Becky Lynch is going to be taking on Tiffany Stratton. We're just having a look at the women's breakout tournament as well. Jakara Jackson's going to be in that. Lola Vice is going to be in that. Jada Parker is going to be in. We're just seeing some of the women in the women's breakout tournament. Izzy Dane. Danny Palmer is in. We've seen a few matches of Danny Palmer. Kelani Jordan. Kelani Jordan is going to be in it. Ariana Grace. Ariana Grace is in as well. Haven't seen Ariana Grace in ages. That's Morella's, Santina Morella's daughter, I believe. Begins this Tuesday. Women's breakout tournament. That should be a lot of fun, man. Right, Ilja Dragunov beats Carmelo Hayes. Okay. So commentators are just breaking down some of the shows that are coming up, talking about Fastlane. Obviously, that's coming up next weekend, and we're live next weekend for that show. I need to get that stream set up. I don't want to leave it as late as I did for this one. So I'll try and get a stream set up for that as soon as possible. I don't think Tiffany's going to win the NXT Women's Championship back. So Becky retains for me, says Hayden. Well, as soon as I've chucked this video up, we can look to do a poll. This Tuesday, Gigi Dolan is going to be taking on Blair Davenport on NXT. So Gigi Dolan against Blair Davenport. Perhaps it was Gigi that got attacked again by Blair. Tyler Bate and Butch, who saw that coming, going to be taking on Gallus this Tuesday. So Tyler Bate and Butch in action this Tuesday. In the crowd is Tegan Knox. Tegan Knox will get a shot on Monday against whoever wins this. Becky and Tiffany Stratton match coming up next. Our main event for the evening. Let's get the poll set up. Let's change the thing on screen. Let's try and compose ourselves after a fantastic NXT Championship match. Start a poll. Who leaves as NXT Women's Champion? Is it going to be big time? Or is it going to be Tiffy time? Big time against Tiffy time? I tell you what, I mean, they're going to have to really go some to beat that, aren't they? They're going to have to really go some. Still no sign of Jade. Just saying. Just saying. Raphael said the best match from NXT this year is Carmelo and Dragunov. It was really good. It was really good. Time for Bex versus my next wife, says the Beach Kevin. Let's go. Tiffy Pop. JP said the Tegan Knox experiment continues to bore me. Well, I mean, we haven't seen much from her, have we? I must admit, I'm not a big fan personally, but I think a large part of that is that we just haven't seen her. She just hasn't been on TV, so I can't say I've got any feelings at all. I don't root for her, but I don't root against her. So yeah, let's get her on TV. Let's get her on TV. Let's do some stuff with her, and we'll take it from there. So I'm pleased that we're doing something with her. I mean, otherwise, what's the point in having her around? I don't expect her to win, though. I'm not expecting her to pick up the victory on Monday. Okay, so we are just looking at how we got here. The Ring General against the Tsar. That's a 4-star match before it even begins, says Sean. Jade interference could help Stratton, and then Cargill could feud with Becky, said Sterling. Do you think NXT had a great story? What do you mean? For what? I think Tegan will interfere. I've only dealt with you for a month, but I'm already sick of you, says Tiffy Top. I've only dealt with you for a month, and I'm already sick of you. So, Extreme Rules match, this next one for the Women's Championship. We've seen the mid-card title change hands. We've seen the NXT Championships change hands. Are we going to see the Women's title change hands? I'm leaning towards no. I'm thinking there's still plenty for Big Time to do down in NXT. It is a good point, though. She doesn't need the title to do it. But could you imagine if Jade does come out at the end of this? Could you imagine how flipping monstrous that will be? So here is Tiffany Stratton making her way down to the ring. Lovely looking robe. So this is an Extreme Rules match, Women's Championship. Tiffany Stratton coming down with very much Barbie-inspired entrance. Barbie font and like a Barbie dream house thing in the background. What is Booker on about? I'm listening to Booker. I haven't got a clue. He's talking about going to the Nebula. He said he can feel it in his bones. I haven't got a clue what the flip is on about. Okay, so Tiffany Stratton in the ring. We're just waiting for Big Time to make her way out. Well, we're actually seeing Big Time backstage. Oh, this is great. We're seeing footage of her from her time in NXT. And then we're seeing what she went on to achieve. Winning in the main event of WrestleMania. But the first thing we saw was her doing the Irish jig during her debut. NXT. NXT. Here she is. NXT making her way out. She's got that championship around her waist. Here's big time. Tiffany's in the ring. So Becky's holding up her belt. Tiffany's holding up some brass knucks. That's what she's holding up. Tiffany's like, you've got some, I've got some as well. I feel like she's wearing them the wrong way round. She is as well. She had I think the ref just had to have a word with her. Those brass knucks are the wrong way round. Oh, yeah, she's super experienced when it comes to wearing brass knucks. You've got them the wrong way around. Okay, Big Time has got her shopping trolley full of goodies. Items that she selected earlier, and we are underway. She went back. She did pop back. She popped back to get a shopping trolley full of weapons. So, Becky versus Tiffany. Big time. Big time. Okay, so she's got a helmet on, and she's headbutting Tiffany whilst wearing that helmet. Lol. Kendo stick, man, and Tiffany screams in pain at the shots there. Becky's got a white t-shirt on, and it's just got loads of, like, the man and different things like that. Different lass kicker. Just different little names that she's had over the years. There's a sign, you know, that's got No Mercy. It's cool, but it's a shame it didn't have any of the women on. I'd imagine Becky probably looked at it and saw that she wasn't on it and was a bit disappointed. Face first, we're in the crowds. She's got Tiffany dragging her through the crowds. I love it when they use these handrails. Forearm strike there by Tiffany. Kick coming in there by Tiffany. She's pulling on the arm. What's she giving her? A chain. Oh, that's cool. Oh, she's whipping her with it as well. Some dude in the crowd has got like a plastic chain. And I think she just like, give me that chain. And the dude gave it to her and she just started whipping Tiffany with it. She's wrapped it around her hand right now. Bang! I wonder if he was planted. I wonder if that was planned. I wonder if he was put there just for that spot. It's a fun little moment. Tell you what, there's blood pouring down the face of Tiffany. Blood pouring down her face. Becky making her way down the stand again. This plastic chain has busted Tiffany open. Tiffany's not the kind of wrestler that you expect to see blood pouring out of her face, though. It's a bit weird. I didn't think Tiffany had blood. I thought she, like, ran on, I don't know, flipping smoothie or something running through her veins. Latte. Becky jumping over the barricades. Double axe handle by Becky, but Tiffany with a kendo. Bang! Into the ring steps. She's really bleeding. She's really bleeding. We got blood, baby. Tiffany grabbing a hold of Big Time. Look at that. She's probably never seen her own blood before. Probably confused. In the ring goes Becky. Tiffany rolling in. Tiffany charging over. Hip attack by Tiffany. Going back against the ropes. So we've been in the crowd. Double stomp. Wow. Tiffany really laying it in. Tiffany. You guys want tables? Tiffany's like, okay, you want tables? Smile on her face. We're just having a look at a replay here. Bang. Did anyone else notice Tiffany held the brass knuckles wrong, says Aaron. Yeah, in comes Tiffany. Extreme Barbie Tiffany Epiphany, says AB Jobson. Down goes Big Time. Tiffany going under the ring, grabbing a hold of a toolbox. Toolbox for bang into the midsection. Putting the toolbox down. Sign in the crowd says it's Tiffy time. Becky holding onto her midsection, definitely feeling the effects of the toolbox there. Now Tiffany has got a wrench. Bang! That goes in the midsection as well. Tiffany going back to her box. What's that? What is that? Is that a crowbar? Crowbar. Oh my God. I tell you what. Tiffany Stratton's ring gear is leaving next to nothing to the imagination, is it? Now Tiffany with a chain, wrapping it around her hand, smacking Becky with it. Tiffany with a hammer. Look at her. She's like a little Triple H wannabe. Kick to the midsection. Becky goes against the ropes. Becky lands on her feet, picked up, planted down by Tiffany. 1, 2, shoulder up. I am it. I have been it. I don't know what, I was just trying to read what her shirt says. Tiffany going back out the ring. She's done with the boxer tricks. Why does she need different things? She was having great success with that toolbox. Tiffany going back in, using a chair. Bang! Straight across the back of Becky. That chair being wedged into the corner. Shot coming into the face by Big Time. Grabbing Tiffany. Oh, reverse Becky though. Back elbow. Bex, middle rope, crossbody, down goes Tiffany. She's trying to get back up to her feet. Got Bex on her feet. Tiffany goes into that chair. Becky, exploder, gets it. Tiffany goes over into the corner. Bex collides, charges in, gets dumped to the outside. Big shot coming in as Big Time goes up. Oh, I just saw. I think it says Bray. I think, does it say Bray on the side? Against the ropes goes Becky. I'm seeing words like champion, last kicker. I didn't notice Bray. Big shot coming down by Becky. Tiffany goes down. Becky very much in control. Becky again with that chair, ramming it into Tiffany. Trying to... Oh, wow. She just slammed Tiffany into the trolley. She's got her in the trolley. Now she's going to ram her into the ring steps. Damn. Now she's got Tiffany. Tiffany, she's dragging her by her hair out of the trolley, chucking her into the ring. She's got a black bag. What's in the black bag? Oh, it's not thumbtacks, is it? Is it thumbtacks? A big bag for thumbtacks. Isn't it? Oh, what? Is it Barbies? It's broken Barbies? That's great. That's great. Broken Barbies. It's exactly what Tiffany is. Tiffany scoops up Becky. We got Barbie pieces in the ring. Oh! On top of the Barbies. 1, 2. Kick out by Tiffany. She smacks her in the backside with a Barbie doll. So Tiffany goes to the outside. I remember, I think it was in AEW, they used like Lego pieces, which I thought was kind of clever. Thumbtacks have been done. Now she's throwing these bits of Barbies at Tiffany. Tiffany's using a trash can lid to try and block them. These bits of Barbies are going off into the crowd. Man, I'd be so thrilled if I was in the crowd and a bit of Barbie, like, I got a bit of Barbie. I'd be like, wow, this was in that match. It's like getting a bit of ring apron or getting a bit of, like, you know, a turnbuckle pad or something. Probably the only time I would be thrilled at getting a bit of Barbie. Forearm strike coming in by Bex. And again. Oof, kick to the midsection. Becky grabbing the trash can lids. Flying Barbies. Right now, trash can on the body of Tiffany. Leg drop there by, oh man, leg drop. She can't go for a cover, can she, like that, with her in the trash can? Big Time's going to the outsides. It's a bit of a bonkers match, this, isn't it? Tries to come crashing down, double stomp to the midsection. Tiffany ramming it. Using the trash can, ramming it into Big Time, planting her through the trash can. Spine buster. Tiffany, 1, 2. Kick out by Big Time. Kick out by Big Time. Blood still coming down the face of Tiffany Stratton. The black bag reminded me of Jake the Snake. I thought Becky had a reptile. It was very reminiscent of Jake the Snake, yeah. Okay, on the outside, Tiffany grabbing a chair, going back underneath the ring, more chairs being introduced. Another chair coming in, so she's constantly chucking in. How many chairs? 4. There's 1 in the corner as well, 5. So Tiffany just going underneath the ring, just introducing lots of chairs. Lots of chairs. Bex is still down. Tiffany climbs up, getting back into the ring. She's got Becky up. She's going to look to powerbomb her on top of those chairs, but no joy. Oof. It's Tiffany that ends up going into the chairs. Bex trying to get a hold of the arm. So right now, Bex is in control. She's going to the outsides. What is Tiffany going for? She's got Becky. She's going to look to plant her onto the ring steps. Becky. Ooh, ends up getting planted onto the ring steps. Tiffany is grabbing Becky, chucking her back into the ring. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Becky kicks out. That was really close. Really close. She did get driven through the trash can. There's been plenty of moments in this match. It's a big, messy spot thing. I mean, it was and is what you would expect it to be. Tiffany going up, gets caught. Becky goes up top as well. He's throwing in some elbows. Bex on the top, goes to the outside. Shot coming in. Bex goes outside the ring. Tiffany goes through the ropes. Okay, Bex looking for a Bexploder into the barricades. Becky holding onto her arm, going round. Both women are giving a lot here. Yeah, no half measures. Both are really, really throwing everything at this. Becky going under the ring, grabbing a table. Table being introduced and the crowds are loving it. So we've had nearly 300 votes. 82% of people think that Becky is going to be victorious here. Over into the barricade goes Becky. Only 18% of people think it's going to be Tiffany. I think it's really difficult for them to follow Carmelo and Ilja. This is a very different match, though. She's setting a table up. I just think it's taken a bit long to set some stuff up. Like watching Tiffany chuck a load of chairs into a ring just sort of kills the momentum of the match. Right now, there's nothing happening. She's going under the ring. She's looking for a table. She can't find... She said, where did it go? She's looking for something. Where did she go? Oh, she can't find Becky. That's what she can't find. There's Becky, who sprays a fire extinguisher in the face of Tiffany, who just sort of walks away. Now, Becky has got a baseball bat covered in barbed wire, but it looks super fake. It looks super, super fake. That's like, you know, if you used to buy Lucille, like, if you bought the Walking Dead Lucille's one, it looks like that. Like plastic barbed wire. Becky with Tiffany. Bex goes over. Discus clothesline. Bex goes down again. Yeah, it is true. There's just a lot of segments here that are just taking a bit too long. That's impressive, though, isn't it? Cartwheels, backflips into an elbow, driving Becky into the timekeeper's area. Becky down. Tiffany down. Holy chance. It reminds me of Moxley said Godfather's 14. Tiffany gets thrown onto the commentary table. So Tiffany is on top of the commentary table. Becky is climbing up on the commentary table as well. Tiffany, we're going for a Becky bottom. Manhandle slam. Oh, that was cool. Headbutt by Tiffany. Becky falls off the table onto a chair. Right now, Tiffany has got Becky. Becky slipping over. We've got a table that's set up on the outside. Becky is chucked onto a table. Tiffany is looking to climb up. You're about to see it, says Booker. Tiffany going up top. Becky is on the table. Oh, just keeping a balance. Whoa! The table doesn't fully break, man. The table doesn't fully break, but I think both are all right. In the ring goes Tiffany. Chucking Becky back into the ring. Swanton to the outside. She goes up top. Is she going to go for it again? Going for one more. Bang! Gets it. She loves it, man. She loves doing those too. Oh, kick out by Bex. They are giving a lot here. Tracy said, I like this match. It's not a half bad match. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Becky is down. Tiffany is down. They are throwing everything at each other. I am it. I have it. I've been it. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. The crowd definitely enjoying what they're seeing. The last match certainly delivered. And this one might divide opinion a little more. but certainly not a chore to watch as Becky is on the outside. Tiffany steps outside as well. Tiffany climbing up. I do find Tiffany's ring gear super distracted. I mean, prettiest moonsault. Becky moves out the way. Manhandle slam on the outside. Manhandle slam. In the ring goes Tiffany. Becky. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Wow. I don't know how she managed to get a shoulder up on that one. But she did. Becky going over, grabbing Tiffany. She's got her in a disarmer. Tiffany trying to roll up big time. The pace of this definitely has increased. Oh! Plants Becky onto the chairs. Prettiest moonsault. Misses! Misses! Manhandle onto the chairs. Oh my God! 1, 2, 3. Becky retains. Becky retains. Great ending. Great ending. Now. Attention immediately turns to the fact the show is over. The women are main eventing. They've signed a big future star. Is she going to make her presence felt? Big time in the ring with the NXT Championship over her shoulder. She holds it up. We're just seeing a replay of the action that we just saw. It was a hellacious match. Lots of weapons and spots and moments. Big time Bex retains her championship. Tiffany is so much better in my view, says Aaron. Get out the lemons. Crybaby Bex wins again. Uh, 3.2 clown. Becky gave Barbie a heck of a match, said JP. Swanton onto Becky. That table not breaking is brutal, man. Yeah, feel free to put in your scores for that match. Woof. Bang, look at the moonsault. Look at that. The prettiest moonsault, but it doesn't connect. A manhandle slam. Picks up the win. 1, 2, 3. So Becky is in the ring. She's holding up that NXT Championship. She's staring at Tegan Nox. I suppose we do have that as the distraction. Becky looking out, staring out. Tegan Nox. I think we're building up that match for Monday. Becky against Tegan. Becky steps to the outside. We cut backstage. There's Trick Williams. Here's Carmelo. You should be proud of yourself, says Trick. You're still him. Carmelo apologizing to Trick. Okay. No Jade at all. I mean, Carmelo, he had a little look at the title. I don't think he's going to want to go from being NXT champ to now going after Trick Williams' title. I don't know. I'm a bit confused by that ending. We could definitely have put Jade in the crowd and waved or done something. Unless they're looking at Fastlane. And that's where they want to do something, you know. Maybe Jade on Monday. WrestleMania main event star beat developmental, says Greggy. Y'all expected Becky to lose. I don't think that's true. 83% of people in the chat thought she'd win. So, I'm not sure how true that is. Out of 368 votes, 83% of people thought Becky would win. What a show, said Jadam. Well, I'll tell you what, let's put up... we need to put that in a poll, don't we? So, yeah, the show has come to an end. It's come to a close. It was, I think for me, I'm looking at it being like a 7. It might have got to the 7.5. We're in the 7s, definitely. I was about a 6.5 going into the final 2 matches, but Carmelo against Ilja is one of the best matches of the year. Absolutely brilliant. New champion. I couldn't love it more. And then... the main match, I just think it took too long to set some spots up, which really hurt the momentum. I think you've got a few moments that just look a little bit not quite right. I don't know that, like, a super obviously fake barbed wire bat was needed. And as we said, some of them spots being set up, just looking a bit fake. It was just a little, I don't know. For me, that main event, it's good, it's enjoyable. I ain't got any kind of problem with it being a 3.75, but there ain't no way I can say that's a 5-star match. But yeah, it was still a lot of fun. I'm probably settling on a 7.5 overall, but feel free to let me know in the chat what you thought, how you saw this. Whilst you're putting your scores in, I'll put the poll up. What did you think of NXT No Mercy? Did people think that this was a 5, a 4, a 3, 2? Did people think this was bad? Did people think it was okay? Did people think it was good? Did people think it was great? Or did people think this was an all-time show? Okay, that's up on the channel now. You can vote for that on the community tab. Go back to the live chat and we'll get some final thoughts. No Jade. No Jade. 8.75 said Tracy. DJ-ish said Jade Cargill should have been in the audience and watch him. Mr. Dell Jr. gives it an 8. Jose Real Gamer said 8.76. Aubrey said I'll go 7.75. Jordan said see you tomorrow for Wrestle Dream. Absolutely. JP said I give the show a C. I think NXT is not my cup of tea. Oh, I don't know, dude. A C is pretty good. C is like a real solid score there. So Elijah said every match was good except for the kickoff. Butterstarch said great show, 7.5. Big Time says 8. Kaz said 8.6. Justin said 6-star show. J Love said I think the show was good overall. Kieran said 8.5. Liv Morgan said I'm now watching AEW. Michael said top 3 match of the night was Hayes against Melo, Tiffany against Becky, and Butch against Dar. The Extreme Rule match was okay. It was pretty entertaining overall. Matt with an 8. Elijah with an 8.5. J-Love with an 8. AB Jobson with an 8 Barbies out of 10 Legos. Deborah with a 9. George Vlog said 7. Last 2 matches really carried the show for me. Zoom Station said 7.99. We've got Brian with an 8. We've got Trey with a 7.5. Kieran with an 8.75. Steve with a 10. John with a 9. Scottish Nightmare said 9 because Carmelo lost. Kashawn said 8.25. Erasure Mind said 8.5. Liam with an 8.25. Trafford with a 6. Sonny said, don't forget to check out my book, The Thoughts Within, a collection of pornography. Stand and Fight 7.5. NXT delivers another great show. Elijah says 8.5. Corey said 7. Aaron said main event was only made because to spotlight Lynch, it's a bit lame for Tiffany Stratton. Judam said 8.5. Good night. 8 says Randy. 9 says Angel. We've got 8.8 says Ray. 8. Best part was the Barbies, said Smurfy. 8 says Goat. 8 says Blue Shirt. Lots of 8s. I feel like I'm saying 8 a lot. Mello versus Trick question mark. It's not really what I'm looking for. I love the idea of Mello going after. Love the idea of Mello going and joining Bobby. I love that. I'm into that. Wrestle with Andy said NXT is getting better every show. It's better than Black and Gold for me. Great matches, but also great cheesy segments and fun stuff. Okay. Angel said kickoff match was very weak. Watson says Carmelo versus Ilja should have been the main as it was the bigger talking point. Hayes to Hurt Business does make sense. Jeff Hardy being featured on the network in Canada. He's on a this is awesome spot, yeah. Imagine Hayes, Breaker, Lee, all of them back when NXT had Gargano, Ciampa, and Cole. Tiffany will sure win the world title on the main roster. She is future of the women's division. Goat, see you for Wrestle Dream. Scottish Nightmare said Mello needs a rematch on Tuesday. Leon said Tiffany's performance was great. Well, lots of positivity for this show, and understandably so. As I said, for me, I'd say a 7.5. I think we built as the show went on. I do think the highlight is Carmelo and Ilja. It's not often we get a new NXT champion. Little disappointed we didn't get Jade, but it doesn't affect my score. Just a noteworthy thing, really. I liked Noam Dar and Butch. Pretty excited for Tuesday, to be honest. I mean, Tuesday, we've got the fallout of this. I think Becky now moves on from Tiffany. Becky's going to stay in NXT, which I think is great. It's going to be interesting to see who steps up to Becky on Tuesday and what's going to be next there. Dominik's done. We've got Trick Williams, Trick and Carmelo. What's going to happen there? You know, is it that their relationship's going to kind of break apart? Is Carmelo going to be jealous that for the first time, he is the one in that partnership that doesn't have a title? You know, is that going to be hard for Carmelo? Could we be building to Carmelo against Trick? That's going to be interesting. I think that Baron, Corbin winning, Bron losing, that's going to be interesting. Obviously, Robert Stone playing a part in that. It means that Bron, Von Wagner are clearly on a collision course. Family with a big win tonight in the tag division. What next for Noam Dar? What next for the family? What next for Becky? Carmelo, if he is going to do something with Trick, what next for Ilja? There's a lot of questions tonight, isn't there? A lot of questions. But I like Tyler Bate and Butch against Gallus on Tuesday. Definitely down for that. GG against Blair. Definitely down for that. There's some really good stuff going on in NXT at the moment. Some really good stuff. It is a great time to be an NXT fan. Big Time said, would it not have been better to do Tegan Becky on Tuesday, do a fiery promo on Raw to sell the match? Tegan frustrated and needing a fire lit under her, etc. Thoughts? Don't know. I don't think so, to be honest, because I think if you do Tegan against Becky and NXT, neither of them are NXT stars. There's plenty of people that are not into Becky being NXT Women's Champ because of the fact they feel that it takes the title away from the NXT stars. I don't mind it. It doesn't bother me. I think this, you're getting 800,000 people tuning into NXT. You are bringing extra people to NXT because Becky's champ. And more people will have watched this show because Becky's on it. So, and what they will have just seen is a big, fun match. You know, Tiffany is a bigger star now than she was a few weeks ago. Like, she's a bigger star without the belt than she is when she had the belt. And it's all because of the extra eyes that have been brought to NXT because of Becky. So I do agree that Tiffany being champ and now not being champ and now not winning the rematch. I do agree that there's a little problem we've got to work out there. But for me, the pros massively outweigh the cons. I think if you was to do Tegan, who's technically a Raw star, against Becky, who is a Raw star on NXT, you are really shutting out that NXT talent then, aren't you? You're really shutting them all out. So, no, I think it's fine. You do Becky against Tegan on Monday. I'm sure Becky will retain. And then you build up whatever's next for Becky on Tuesday. And you continue to make sure that spotlight is on the women's division, the NXT women's division. Kind of as bright as you can make it with Becky being the women's champion. So, yeah, I think it's all good. I think it's all positive. I can understand why people aren't fans of it. I do get it. But I think it's bringing a great spotlight to the division. I really do. More eyes will have watched this show because Becky's on it than if it was, I don't know, Lyra Valkyria versus Tiffany. Ilja against Gunther at Mania. Winner takes all would be good, which could push Gunther for a world title run at SummerSlam, says Michael. I want to see Ilja Dijak again for the NXT Championship. That would be a banger. Ilja against anyone's going to be a banger, man. Ilja against anyone is just, let's go. I am so excited for Ilja being champ. So excited. I think we've got so many bangers. So many bangers to look forward to. It's great. Let's get a few more thoughts and we'll look to wrap this up. I think we are already approaching 6 hours, which is pretty normal for us on a Saturday, in all fairness. So we've gone big with the stream tonight, and we'll go big tomorrow. Don't forget Wrestle Dream, just 24 hours away, and we will be live for that tomorrow as well. Big Time said, it's a bit of a gamble taking the title off Dominik after 74 days. He was a ratings juggernaut before Becky came in. Kid Glove said, are you doing the Canelo fight? No, sadly not. Hawkins says, Mommy is going to be angry. Raphael said, Becky's going to lose her belt on the next pay-per-view if she fights for it. Aubrey said, Ilja is my favorite wrestler after tonight. That was incredible. Angel said, Carmelo against Ilja is my match of the night. JB said, I had a wrestle dream. Let's go. It would have been very different if Martin Luther King had a wrestle dream. I had a wrestle dream. And let me tell you, it was Ilja Dragunov against Kenny Omega. That is my wrestle dream. Michael said, I feel like Jade Cargill will go after Rhea Ripley or Becky Lynch for her WWE run. Monday night is Becky's night, said Scottish Nightmare. Joe said Ilja has been doing awesome, which is making the matches entertaining. Yeah, man, I think Carmelo's got a great future. I think the future of WWE is great. You know, you look at some of that talent that's coming through. I mean, I was looking at Kelani Jordan tonight. I think, considering the amount of matches she's had, I'm very excited for her development. We know that Sol Ruka was doing some amazing stuff as well before she got injured. You know, you've got some real talent coming through. Some real talent that's coming through NXT. It's a really exciting time. I see Edge coming back tomorrow during Christian Darby in the main event, says Liv Morgan. Who do you think will dethrone Gunther? I think it'll be Tommaso Ciampa. I think Tommaso was a Triple H guy in NXT. I don't think Tommaso's really got going on the main roster yet, largely due to injury. And I think that we're at the point where he needs to, you know, Gunther's got to lose soon, because otherwise you're making this new record too hard to beat in the future. It's got to be soon. It's either Chad or Tommaso Ciampa. And I feel like Tommaso might be the one. Sean on the media scrum on Friday was asked about Jade joining NXT. His response was, if it was up to me, I would love it, but I'm rooting for her no matter what. But Hayes about to do his man dirty, it seems. The Beach said, I need to see Tiffany against Nikita Lyons. Which is someone else that's out with an injury at the moment, isn't she? Orby said, this pay-per-view could have been an 8.5 if it had Dijak and children. Let's go. I'm pretty sure Triple H is setting up a DIY return. There was a segment where Tommaso Ciampa was putting up missing Gargano posters. Yeah, he was setting that up, but I think it's kind of... I don't know that it's fallen through, but it's been a while since he was doing that now. Fun fact, NXT 18-49 demo has been up 30% to 40% year over year. Dynamite has been doing 0.29. But yeah, I mean, NXT's been doing some great numbers recently. Jade will debut WrestleMania 40, says Leonard. Claudio is taking on Josh Barnett, is he? Has there been some more matches added to Wrestle Dreamers, though? Let's just quickly have a look at that, see what we've got coming up tomorrow. Let's have a little look. We have 14 matches. What the flip? The Acclaimed. Wow. The Acclaimed against TMDK. So TMDK, who I think they've been over in New Japan, haven't they? Taking on the Acclaimed and Billy Gunn for the Trios Championship. So this is Shane. This is Mikey. This is Bad Dude Tito. Don't know much about TMDK. I mean, I believe it's the two guys that were in the group before. Who one of them going on to be Slapjack, of course, in Retribution. But the Acclaimed, so Anthony Bowens, Max Caster, Billy Gunn against T-Dim. That'll be all right. I'm definitely up for watching that. Luchasaurus against Nick Wayne is a match that's been added to the kickoff show. Josh Barnett against Claudio. Definitely down for that. Shane Taylor, Lee Moriarty, Diamante, and Mercedes Martinez against Kojima, Keith Lee, Athena, and Billy Starks. Sounds like a Rampage match if ever I've seen it. Main card has got Bryan Danielson against Zack Sabre Jr., Hangman Adam Page against Swerve Strickland, FTR against Aussie Open, MJF against The Righteous, Chris Jericho and Golden Elite against the Don Callis family, Christian Cage against Darby Allin, Eddie Kingston against Shibata. We got Chris Statlander against Julia Hart. We got Young Bucks against the Guns, against the Lucha Bros, against Orange Cassidy and Hook in a 4-way tag match. And then the final one is Ricky Starks against Wheeler Yuta. So it's going to be a long one. 14 matches. Although 4 are on the kickoff show, in all fairness. So 4 on the kickoff show means that we've got 10 matches on the main card. They have stacked that thing. Should be goods. Should be goods. We got Kairi Sane returning. Nia Jax, Jade Cargill making her debut. Triple H is doing really good right now, says Michael. Scottish Nightmare said, I'm definitely going to skip tomorrow and wait till Raw on Monday. Carty said it's going to be a 3-hour pay-per-view with every match being 10 to 5 minutes and then 4 30-minute classics. Becky won, she did. Samuel said, I'd love to see Jade dethrone Becky. Right, well, there we go. We are done. We are done. A big shout out, a big thank you to everyone that's joined us tonight. We've been streaming just over 6 hours. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Very enjoyable show. And we do it all again tomorrow with AEW Wrestle Dream. NXT doing some fantastic work at the moment. Some really, really enjoyable stuff. And as we said, we'll see what AEW can respond with. Will we see Edge? That's the big question. Will we see Edge? That's the question that everyone has been asking. That's the question that everyone wants to get the answer to. Will we see Edge? We'll find out. We'll find out. Right, awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Really appreciate the support. And hopefully, I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.